Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well today. I want to try to deal with my dude's little perceptions. Yeah.
This is a man who was a landscaper, is a landscaper, and he was working outside with a weed whacker. He was tending to the grass outside of an IHOP in Santa Ana, California, and he was attacked by ICE thugs. And here they are. There's no audio on this, but here they are punching him in the head. They get him up. They grab his weed whacker, which, by the way, Christy Noem said he attacked them with, which is not true. He's trying to resist going into the car until they take a metal rod and push it on his neck until he falls into the back seat of the car. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an attack on workers. This is an attack on immigrants. This is an attack on Angelinos and just people who've lived in this country. This is a man named Narciso Barranca. He's lived in this country for 30 years. He has 3 sons. One was in the Marines, 2 of them are active duty Marines. He himself is undocumented, but he is no criminal. He's quite literally minding his own damn business.
It is crazy. Masked military running around, snatching up people, citizens,
Helping clean up the hedge outside of an IHOP. And this is how these cowardly treat him. So, yeah, I'm still bitching about the war on American soil, on Americans. See, because my anti war stance includes not deploying the Gestapo to undocumented immigrants in this country. And on top of that, this is also a week where we found out about the story of Iris Diana Monterosa Lemus. She's from Guatemala. She is married to an American citizen, and she was 5 months pregnant when she was detained by ICE in March. She was held in the detention center in Louisiana, denied adequate food, denied medical care until she lost that pregnancy. 5 months pregnant, lost the pregnancy. She said she was in pain. She said she was given pills, but wasn't really sure what they were and stopped taking them after 2 days. She begged to be deported to Guatemala because at least in Guatemala, she would receive some kind of gynecological care, some kind of care for the pain she was feeling. No, instead, she was sleep deprived and again, lost this pregnancy, gave birth to a stillborn fetus in a hospital with ICE goons in the room. In multiple points during her birth, she was
La 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 la
handcuffed,
la la
people.
la.
Then they called the father, the American citizen, and said, "Oh, we've got your dead baby. You need to pay to have it mailed to you." This is the kind of dehumanizing insanity, the horrendous, just like it's no one in your wildest dreams would write something this awful, and that's what's playing out. So Narciso still in detention. I'm not sure where he's originally from, so he's in detention. Iris, that these are the conditions of said detention. She's still detained. She is. Oh no, no, she's been deported. She's finally back in Guatemala, and she says she does not want. This is not the country she thought it was. She learned to love this country, and now no longer after what she's been through, losing her child. There's no words anymore, man. I mean, there's good news. Again, Mahmoud Khalil is free. That happened last week, and wasn't able to talk about it. So there are victories. There is attention and spotlight on certain cases, but there are other cases And this is
Yeah,
a
I guess I will
smattering,
keep
man.
those in
You know
my
how many
photos
more horror
and
stories are playing out
memorize
every goddamn day,
values.
and the impotence that we feel as Angelinos is insane.
Got those
The
doubled down
inability, like,
here
what
though.
do we do? LAPD is collaborating with ICE. Mayor Bass says they're not. No, 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 they are. They absolutely are. They're not. No one is defending our communities except for people. Except for people. You've seen, images and video of people trying to chase ICE out of their businesses, and it's worked. So anyway, the point is, film ICE. Ask them if they're ICE. Ask them for their
See, my
badge
perceptions
numbers.
are a mess
Go
right now.
outside where you apparently they're now Airbnb in Silver Lake. Gonna run down and get a smoothie at Erewhon. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're trying to meld, this Gestapo is trying to meld among us. And where are our leaders? And on top of that,
I think
where
I
are the
might move on to
Democrats?
statuses
Lastly,
in
on
this
this,
class.
this doesn't happen. You cannot dehumanize people
To
like
look
this
at.
unless you think of them as not human, right? Like, you can't treat people like this unless you dehumanize them. And where have the Democrats been when it comes to rehumanizing them? When it comes to actually standing up for, yes, undocumented immigrants? Where is that? Where's that narrative? No, it's been, well, as long as you're, not a criminal, as long as you're not a criminal. Well, the definition of criminal changes depending on whether Stephen Miller woke up with a fucking heart on or not. In fact, we know their definition of criminal is guy who's doing landscaping outside of an IHOP minding his damn business, who has 3 sons, who served them in the Marines, served to protect this country. He's a criminal. Sure, sure. Breastfeeding mother, criminal. Sure. Uh-huh. What a good day to be an actual hardened criminal. What a good time to actually be like, cooking meth up in some sort of bunker. Like, motherfuckers have no idea. They're going after day laborers. Easy.
What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right now. Hit that button. And also, you can become a patron and support the show every single week. Get access to bonus episodes and exclusive merchandise. Patreon.com/bituationroom. Do it.
Roll the credits. This movie is over, and it ends
I have
with
no
lawsuits
idea who
or
Justin
lawsuit
Baldoni
because
is.
Justin Baldoni's lawsuit against Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds is donezo. He will never get his $400 million for the tort of aggravated making fun of my man bun and calling me a fake feminist. These two stars have been embroiled in trench warfare over the hit movie It Ends With Us, about a florist named Lily Bloom, played by Lively, in an abusive relationship with a doctor named Riley Kincaid, played by Baldoni. After the film, Lively accused Baldoni of engaging in an abusive smear campaign to tarnish her reputation, planting stories in the press about her being a mean girl who stole his movie because she accused him of sexual harassment. And Baldoni accused Lively of telling lies about him to save her own reputation. Is this a case of life imitating art? Well, don't ask me because I never watched the film, but Devin says it had a whole lot of sex in it.
And It Ends With Us is definitely a sexy movie with a lot of sexy sex.
Okay, I will take your word for it. But you know what I did do? I read the pleadings, which is how I knew that Baldoni was going to get his ass handed to him by the judge, and he did. The opening bell for this litigation slugfest rang on December 20th, 2024, when Blake Lively filed a complaint with the California Civil Rights Division. She alleged a pattern of conduct on the set of the movie that sounds like it was lifted from an HR manual of what not to do at work. For instance, don't show your coworker a naked picture of your wife. No, not even if you're trying to convince her that she should definitely film the labor and delivery scene naked like a normal woman. Don't talk about your porn addiction. Don't tell your coworkers they look sexy, and when they object, say it's fine because your wife is on set today. Ditto for, I guess I meant hot, sorry, I must have missed the HR meeting. Lively says that she demanded a sit-down with Baldoni and Heath in January of 2023, where she confronted them with their bad behavior and forced them to sign a contract writer promising not to do it again. She says that after the movie was released, when she and most of the staff refused to do publicity with Baldoni and unfollowed him on social media, he panicked and hired a PR firm called The Agency Group, or TAG, to slime her in the press so that if she went public with her harassment allegations, there would already be an avalanche of bad stories discrediting her. And she's got some evidence of that. She has texts between the two principals of TAG, Melissa Nathan and Jennifer Abel, saying that Baldoni wants to feel like Lively can be buried. Here's Nathan saying in February of 2024, we can't send over the work we will or could do because that could get us into a lot of trouble. We can't write, we will destroy her. Imagine if a document saying all the things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands. And then, the coup de grace, you know we can bury anyone. They also talk about pitching those stories about how horrible Lively is to work with to various reporters. Now that might or might not be illegal, but Lively alleged that it amounted to retaliation for her sexual harassment claims, which is illegal under California law. Also, in that contract writer, Baldoni and Heath agreed not to take any adverse action against her because of her sexual harassment complaint. So she also had a breach of contract claim. Just as an aside, I and every other reporter read this story and went, wait, how'd she get those texts? Turns out that Nathan and Abel were previously employed by a publicist named Stephanie Jones. When Jones fired Abel, she confiscated her phone and then handed over the texts in response to a subpoena from Lively's lawyers. There's been suggestion that this was a so-called friendly subpoena, that is, that Jones wanted to give Lively the messages but needed legal cover. I have no idea what went down here, but I would note that Jones sued Abel, Nathan, Baldoni, and Wayfair the same week the civil rights complaint dropped. Also, there is nothing illegal about getting a friendly subpoena. On December 21st, the New York Times published a long story called We Can Bury Anyone Inside a Hollywood Smear Machine based on Lively's California harassment claim. The article says that they've reviewed all the text messages and emails behind it, so not a big mystery where they got those. But let's talk about the two legal privileges at play here, and in this context, you can think of privilege as basically a synonym for protection. The first is the litigation privilege, which says that you cannot be sued for anything you say in the context of a lawsuit. So if Lively said untrue things in her civil complaint, Baldoni could rebut them in the context of the civil rights proceeding. He could not sue for defamation based on the things she said in that complaint. The second is the fair report privilege, which protects journalists who accurately report on official proceedings, including court cases or state civil rights disputes. So between those two legal doctrines, Lively and the New York Times were both protected because Lively made the allegations in an official proceeding, protected by the litigation privilege, and the Times story was covered by the fair report privilege, which makes what happened next all the weirder. On New Year's Eve, Baldoni sued the New York Times in the Superior Court of California. He was joined in the complaint by the production studio Wayfair, Steve Sarowitz, the billionaire who co-founded Wayfair with Baldoni, the movie's executive producer Jamie Heath, plus Nathan and Abel. The Wayfair parties, as they're usually denominated, conceded that the Times article was based on Lively's complaint, but they said it was still libelous because of missing context like this upside-down smiley face, which the complaint calls a criminal alteration by Lively. They also allege, quote, promissory fraud and breach of implied in fact contract. See, the New York Times sent a request for comment at 9:43 p.m. Eastern Time on December 20th, and they said, we need to hear back from you tomorrow by noon Eastern. And Baldoni's lawyers responded at 2:16 a.m. Eastern Time, pointing the finger back at Lively and accusing her of waging a PR campaign to harm Baldoni. At 10:11 a.m. on the 21st, the paper published the article, quoting Baldoni's lawyer Brian Friedman, calling Lively's complaint completely false, outrageous, and intentionally salacious, with an intent to publicly hurt and rehash a narrative in the media.
Like how I'm
They
doing.
also linked to a PDF of his
Not
full
always
statement. So
directly on the
where's
ground,
the fraud?
especially on the
Well,
ramp.
according to Baldoni's complaint, Friedman graded that comment for a binding promise to hold the peace an additional 1 hour and 49 minutes. Okay, look, that is not how any of this works. The paper had no legal obligation to wait until noon, irrespective of when or if Baldoni's lawyers got back to them. And not for nothing, but the New York Times has some of the best First Amendment lawyers in the country on staff. So picking a fight with them is a choice, and doing it in California, a state with a strong anti-SLAPP law, is also a choice. On February 5th, Baldoni moved to dismiss his own California case against the New York Times, which seems wise. And then he refiled it in New York, which seems less wise. But that's not the craziest thing about this, because at the very moment he was telling a judge in California, notably Lively chose not to file a lawsuit against Baldoni, she was filing her own complaint against him in New York.
Sorry to interrupt, but if you're Justin Baldoni, you're probably going to want a better lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help if you're not Justin Baldoni. If you've got in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you've got a data breach letter saying that your information might have been
Reynolds' warped perception of Baldoni.
I'm gonna stop calculating this all the time too. No, I'm not calculating anything, so it's good.
That they have dedicated their careers to being the antithesis of. Baldoni accuses Lively of tormenting him, his family, and his partners. He said Lively used her immense power to seize control of his film and excluded him from promotion. He accused her of overweening ambition and a need for control and called her an insensitive mean girl who cared more about peddling her products than acknowledging the domestic violence survivor community. He whined that Ryan Reynolds included a character called Nice Pool in the movie Deadpool and Wolverine, which Reynolds portrayed as a vicious caricature of a woke feminist before concluding the character's arc with his violent shooting death at the hands of Lady Pool, a character voiced by Blake Lively, and which was intended to be a transparent and mocking portrayal of Reynolds' warped perception of Baldoni. I mean, a hit dog will holler, right?
You gotta go through us. Uzi time, baby.
Uzi time, baby.
Look alive!
But you know what? None of that matters, because being mean and making fun of people is not a crime or even a tort. And that's because of what I like to call the middle finger principle. Don't Google this one, I made it up. It goes like this. If I flip you off in traffic, it is rude. You may be hurt or angry. It may ruin your whole morning, to which I say, learn how to drive, asshole. Now you can flip me off right back. You can honk your horn, you can roll down your window and scream obscenities at me. What you cannot do is sue me. Well, I mean, you can. You can file any crazy thing you like if you got $405 for the filing fee, but you're not going to get very far because some stuff that people do to each other is mean or unpleasant or rude or unfair, but it's not illegal. And if it's not illegal, then you can't recover for it in court. So with all that in mind, let's talk about Baldoni's complaint alleging civil extortion, defamation, and tortious interference with Baldoni's contract with his agents at William Morris Endeavor, who dropped him when the allegations came out. Or former complaint, since Judge Lyman dismissed it in its entirety on June 9th. On March 20th, Lively and Reynolds filed a motion to dismiss Baldoni's, quote, vengeful and rambling lawsuit, which they called a profound abuse of the legal process that has no place in federal court. They demanded massive fees and penalties under California Civil Code Section 47.1, which bars retaliatory lawsuits based on public disclosures of sexual harassment and related allegations, including disclosures to the press. And they jeered that Steve Sarowitz may indeed make good on his threat to spend $100 million litigating against Miss Lively, but perhaps not in the way that he planned. That last bit
You have
is
been deemed
rhetorical.
boring. I don't even know what you're talking about. Or who you're talking about even, really.
it appealing, especially in Europe. The problem is just that we currently produce hydrogen almost exclusively from natural gas and coal, and that releases carbon dioxide. One can produce hydrogen by splitting water with renewable energies like solar or wind. This has been called green hydrogen. In practice, however, the systems have proven too expensive, too inefficient, and too small in scale. Stocks of hydrogen companies have been tanking for a while now, and many companies have cancelled plans. The European Union didn't get the message. Just in February, they poured almost €1 billion of tax money into more hydrogen projects. It's true what they say, by the way, I pay about 50% tax. The one thing that really could change the game is white hydrogen. That's molecular hydrogen that's already in the ground, ready to use, but stuck in rocks. Unlike green hydrogen, which we need to produce with electricity, white hydrogen was formed by nature from energy sources that exist underground, such as geothermal heat stress or radioactivity. You may remember the excitement around a big find of natural hydrogen in France in early 2023. Back then, a team of scientists reported wells under the Lorraine region that, they said, had gas with concentrations up to 20% in hydrogen rising from deep boreholes. Their preliminary figures sounded promising, but were very thinly documented, so many scientists treated the claims with cautious optimism but a lot of skepticism. Now, just in March, one of the researchers involved in the project, Jacques Pironneau from CNRS, told some journalists that they found a second reservoir in the Moselle region. At current energy values, the total hydrogen in both regions could be worth more than $90 billion. That's staggering, and the reason why the headlines say that this could redefine clean energy or that France could become a leader in the global clean energy revolution. I've yet to see any good evidence that these numbers are even remotely realistic, but yes, it does sound pretty good. And then just a few weeks ago, this new paper appeared. Rather than focusing on one country or one rock type, the authors take a planetary perspective. They catalogue every known process that can generate hydrogen underground. That's unrich rocks reacting with water, which frees hydrogen, or water split by radioactive decay, or the ground so hot that it splits fossils, which creates hydrogen along with methane and some other things like carbon dioxide. Then they estimate how much each of these sources could contribute and create the first global map for natural hydrogen occurrences. According to that map, the largest countries, Russia, Canada, the USA and Australia, have the largest prospective hydrogen resources. Not so surprising, but that isn't the whole story. Mali is the one case where they already have hydrogen extraction from the ground, and in Oman it's been reported before, but new is that the US West Coast and Cuba look promising. This is because the researchers say the ground there is old ocean floor that has been pushed up but has built up hydrogen and stored it in rocks for a long time. They also have some practical advice, which is to look for traces of helium that gases out of the ground, which is fairly easy to detect and often, they say, a good indicator that hydrogen might be to find deeper below. It remains to be seen how much of that hydrogen can actually be extracted, but many companies are rushing to find it, like the company Hytera in Kansas or the Denver-based startup Coloma that's backed by Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. In the UK, there's the company GTech, which is drilling in Scotland. In Spain, there's Helios, and the Japanese government is investing into it too. I really want this to work. I like the purity of the idea, but I'm still very skeptical. And so I say, keep on dusting the solar panels. I've been saying this so much, we now have t-shirts with that tagline in our store, Because let's be realistic, Europeans won't extract the hydrogen. They'll just write a 500-page regulation on how to think about it responsibly. How does that work? Why is
Kind of
that
having to
so?
relearn everything
If
here.
those are questions you also like
Haven't
to
been in my
ask, you
perception
should really
code
have a
in a
look
while.
at Brilliant. I found it to be the perfect way to turn curiosity into understanding, one small step at a time. All courses on Brilliant have interactive visualizations and come with follow-up questions. What you see, superpositions and entanglement. It also covers interference, the uncertainty principle.
Solar panels are built to last around 30 years, weathering all kinds of abuse during that time. That's a solid run for any piece of tech. But what if we could push that even further? What if solar panels could last forever?
Forever, ever, forever?
Well, that's the promise behind a new kind of perovskite PV cell that can heal itself. Not only does this self-repair help the panel bounce back from damage, but it also helps maintain peak efficiency over time. And it's just one of several innovative paths that scientists are exploring in the pursuit of perpetual photovoltaics. Breakthroughs like this could reshape the solar industry, as long as they can break out of the lab. So how do self-healing PVs work? And how close are we to seeing them out in the wild? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. This video is brought to you by EcoFlow. Say what you want about anti-aging products, but it turns out that not all of them are snake oil. At least not in the world of solar panels. So what's the secret behind this self-healing tech? Developed by Monash University in Australia, the University of Oxford, and the City University of Hong Kong, the magic potion here is something called HUBLA. That's short for a hindered urea bond plus a Lewis acid-based thiocarbamate bond. It activates when exposed to stressors like heat and moisture, the same stuff that usually causes wear and tear, and also kind of like a high SPF sunscreen. We'll dive into the nuts and bolts of HUBLA soon, but first, why do we even need it? After all, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Solar panels already handle decades of sun soaking like champs, so what's the big deal? Well, even though soaking up the sunlight is literally their job, the sun still takes a toll. Over time, it wears panels down, gradually chipping away at their efficiency. And it's not just the sun. Panels face a constant barrage of environmental hazards like hail, snow, dust, and temperature swings. On average, a solar panel loses about 0.5 to 0.8% efficiency per year. So the goal isn't just a longer lifespan, but a longer health span, making sure panels keep performing at high levels throughout their entire lifetime. And when a single cell on a panel gets damaged, well, replacing it isn't really an option. This becomes even more of a problem when you look at satellites, probes, and other space-based PV tech. Up there, the sun's rays are unfiltered by an atmosphere. And let's face it, sending a repair crew into orbit isn't exactly practical. To top it off, the durability that makes PVs so tough in the field makes them hard to recycle. There are folks working on that, and I've made videos on it, but for now, keeping panels in service as long as possible reduces their environmental impact and makes them a better long-term investment. These challenges inspired the development of the first self-healing PV back in 2010, when MIT professor Michael Strano took a page straight out of nature's playbook. Photosynthesizing plants are surprisingly similar to solar panels. They both use sunlight to generate energy, and they're both vulnerable to the sun's damaging rays. In plants, the photosynthetic molecules in leaves are constantly being destroyed by sunlight. But here's the cool part. Plants replace those molecules within an hour, keeping their energy production running at full capacity day after day. Strano and his team set out to mimic that process by creating dynamic cells. They combined carbon nanotube scaffolding with light-sensitive proteins called phospholipids to pull it off. Now, it worked as a proof of concept, though the amount of electricity that was generated was pretty minimal. Still, it was a fascinating and important first step. Nature has figured out how to work with solar energy. It makes a dynamic cell that can constantly repair itself. More recently, researchers across the pond at the University of York discovered the solar absorber antimony selenide has a bit of a Wolverine complex. It turns out this material can actually regenerate itself after damage. As research lead Professor Keith McKenna put it in 2022, the process by which semiconducting material self-heals is rather like how a salamander is able to regrow limbs when one is severed. Antimony selenide repairs broken bonds created when it's cleaved by forming new ones. Though years apart, these breakthroughs have helped to lay the groundwork for a wave of new advancements that have emerged in just the past few years. But before we dive into this incredible future tech, there's already gear out there helping you to save big on your energy bills. No breakthrough required. If you're tired of sky-high utility bills, today's sponsor, EcoFlow, might just be your fastest path to $0 energy costs. Their newest lineup of clean energy tech is designed to make solar simple and savings automatic. Take the EcoFlow Delta Pro Ultra, for example. It's a powerhouse, a 6 kilowatt-hour battery with a blazing fast 5.6 kilowatt solar input, enough to keep your home running day and night. But where it really shines is when you pair it with EcoFlow's Smart Home Panel 2 and their PowerPulse EV charger. You're not just getting backup power, you're getting a full home energy ecosystem that can even charge your car with solar. That could save you up to $3,600 a year on energy costs, paying for itself in just over 2 years. The PowerPulse alone is a standout. It's a 9.6 kilowatt high-performance charger that's fully integrated into the EcoFlow system. If your EV uses around 10 kilowatt hours a day, PowerPulse can shave off roughly $1,095 off your annual energy bill. The translation? Your daily commute could be basically free. Compare that to other systems like Tesla's, which can take over 8 years to break even. And if you're in a smaller space, EcoFlow's plug-and-play Stream series is a game changer. It's the first US balcony solar system and requires no drilling or hard wiring, perfect for renters or anyone tight on space. It can still save you around $1,000 a year. The best part? You don't need to be an engineer to install it. Just plug it in and the system's built-in AI takes over, optimizing usage, tracking savings, and even helping you to schedule appliances during off-peak hours to cut costs even further. So if you're ready to ditch the utility roller coaster, check out EcoFlow's full lineup of current deals at the link below. Use code 25DPUMAT for an extra 5% off. Thanks again to EcoFlow and to all of you for supporting the channel. Now back to the self-healing solar advances. With that in mind, let's dig into what all the hubla hoopla is really about. What makes our humble hubla so special is that it acts as a living passivator, a material that can actually generate new passivators through a clever bit of chemistry. But wait, what even is a passivator? Well, it's time for a quick PV 101 refresher. The sun blasts out photons which hit the solar panel's semiconductor. Ideally, those photons excite electrons enough to break free, leaving behind holes. If we catch those excited electrons, we get usable energy. But if they recombine with their holes before we can snag them, that energy is lost. So here's the problem. Solar cells aren't perfect. They've got tiny surface defects that act like traps, pulling electrons in and encouraging them to recombine before we can use them. That's where a passivator comes in. It fills in those defects, smoothing things over so everything runs clean and efficiently. Perovskites, in particular, tend to come with a few of these flaws baked in, and they pick up more over time, especially out in the field. That's why hubla is such a game changer. The same stressors that usually cause damage, like heat and moisture, actually reactivate hubla, prompting it to patch over those defects again and again. It's like a photovoltaic Uno reverse card. Here's how Monash's Professor Udo Bach puts it. By slowly releasing passivating agents into our perovskite material, we have been able to produce solar cells not only with enhanced performance, but also extended long-term stability under real-world conditions. To get a better handle on what passivators do, imagine the solar panel as a road for electrons. Like any road, it can take a beating. Ice, rain, wear and tear, all of which turn small cracks into full-blown potholes. Just like potholes slow down traffic, defects in PV slow down electrons. That's where passivators come in. They're like road crews patching up the rough spots so everything flows smoothly again. And here's the kicker, this self-healing doesn't come at the cost of performance. In fact, it boosts it. Hubla-treated perovskite cells reached a power conversion efficiency of 25.1%. That's right in the ring with traditional silicon panels, which typically land around 19% to the low 20s. Even more impressive is stability. In accelerated aging tests, which were run at 85 degrees Celsius under simulated sunlight, the Hubla PVs held on to 88% of their efficiency after 1,000 hours. Meanwhile, the control cells without the Hubla, they dropped to just 50% after 400 hours. That's a huge difference and a clear sign that this healing tech actually works. Not to put too fine a point on it, but this could truly reshape the energy landscape if Hubla can clear the main hurdles standing between the lab and the real world. It's a massive Springfield Gorge-like leap from concept to commercialization. But more on that later, because Hubla isn't the only contender in the race for the forever solar panel. There are other exciting strategies in the works too. Just one state over from Monash, researchers at the University of Sydney have cooked up their own version of a perovskite-based self-healing solar panel. But this one's a bit different. It's built for space. And like any good space tech, is a glutton for punishment, just with a more cosmic palette. Now, perovskites have already shown a lot of promise for space applications. They're significantly lighter than silicon PVs, and when you're launching things into orbit, every gram counts. They also tend to outperform traditional silicon panels in terms of efficiency. But the trade-off? Well, perovskites are vulnerable to moisture, UV radiation, and also environmental stressors. Now, moisture might be a showstopper on Earth, but in space? Not so much. Organizations like Oxford PV have developed some clever workarounds for these issues here on the ground, but space conveniently eliminates some of the biggest issues from the start. That said, space brings its own problems, namely radiation. There's no atmosphere to filter out the sun's nastiest emissions, so space-based solar panels have to endure a relentless bombardment of protons and other high-energy particles. And that's exactly where the Sydney team's breakthrough shines. The Sydney team developed a type of perovskite solar cell that can actually regenerate after being damaged by radiation in space. And we're not talking about partial recovery here. These cells were able to bounce back to 100% efficiency using a process called annealing. So what's annealing? Well, in simple terms, it's like a heat treatment. You heat a material, then let it cool down slowly. The process relaxes the structure, allowing crystal boundaries and metal grains to realign more uniformly, which reduces internal stress. The results? A material that's often stronger and more flexible and more stable. That's why annealing is used across industries. In aerospace, it toughens metals. For copper wire, it improves conductivity and corrosion resistance. And in the solar world, we already use annealing to enhance the electrical conductivity of certain PV types. And bonus perk? Annealing works even better in a vacuum. It's perfect for space. So how exactly do these space-bound solar panels heal themselves? When they're testing, the Sydney researchers found that the key layer in the solar cell, called the Whole Transport Material, or HTM, plays a major role. Think of this like the traffic director inside the cell. It helps positive charges, those holes that we talked about earlier, get to the right place, while keeping electrons from crashing back into them and wasting energy. But under intense space radiation, this layer takes a serious hit. And here's where things get kind of weird. Radiation doesn't just damage the HTM directly, it also causes a chemical inside it, called a dopant, to leak fluorine into other parts of the cell. That's like your traffic director suddenly dumping roadblocks onto the highway. It's not great for efficiency. The good news? The team found a clever workaround. By using just the right combo of materials, they discovered the solar cells could actually use the sun's heat and radiation to clean the mess up themselves. The fluorine gets pulled back into place, and the cell essentially resets and repairs itself. No tools or technicians required. In fact, the panels recovered all the way back to 100% efficiency. That's huge, especially considering that space-based solar panels can degrade by 10% per year. Those protons, they're brutal. Now, as exciting as all this sounds, there's one big catch. Nearly all of these self-healing PVs are still stuck in the lab. Sure, some have made it to the prototype stage, but for the most part, they haven't been through the ringer of the real-world testing yet, especially over long periods of time. Even if they do pass those tests, commercializing the technology is a whole different beast. Right now, we don't know if these PV cells can be reliably produced at scale. Perovskite research from Monash, Oxford, and Hong Kong looks promising. They showed strong performance in 1,000-hour stress tests, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. We're still far from knowing whether these cells can actually last for decades out in the wild, or if they'll truly expand a panel's lifespan once deployed in the real world. That kind of proof takes years, sometimes decades, of testing. A less obvious but still critical step is ensuring that this new technology can be seamlessly integrated with existing solar infrastructure. It's going to make things a lot more complicated and a lot more expensive if these self-healing panels require new infrastructure or don't play nicely with older panels. That's especially important in a massive solar farm and manufacturing. Then there's the money. For self-healing solar panels to go mainstream, they'll need to be cost-effective and competitive with today's tried-and-true solar tech. We've seen plenty of advanced solar breakthroughs come and go, not because they didn't work, but because it was just way cheaper and easier to stick with good old silicon. That said, if self-healing tech keeps progressing the way it has been, you don't need a crystal ball to see the potential. Longer-lasting, more efficient solar panels could mean lower costs, less waste, and a serious boost to clean energy adoption. So where does all this put the Forever Solar Panel on NASA's Technology Readiness Level, or TRL scale? Well, most of these innovations are still early in the game. Breakthroughs like the radiation hardening cells and self-healing perovskites have passed lab and small-scale tests, which is a solid step. But integrating them into full systems? That's still a work in progress. And figuring out how to scale them affordably and reliably? Even more so. So right now, most of these technologies are sitting around a 4 or a 5 on the TRL scale. Validated in the lab or relevant environment, but not yet ready for prime time. Still, these advancements are incredibly promising and they give us a glimpse of where solar technology is heading. If progress keeps up at this pace, we might just see the first generation of commercial self-healing solar panels roll out within the next decade. Now that's a big if, of course, but for something this potentially revolutionary, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. But what do you think? Do you think this was promising tech? Jump in the comments and let me know. And be sure to listen to my follow-up podcast, Still to be Determined, while keep this conversation going. Thanks as always to my patrons for your continued support and helping to keep the channel going. Keep your mind open, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next one. Thorium reactors are like the solid-state batteries of nuclear power.
Okay, so the
vastly
track
superior
angle
yet forever on the
velocity
horizon. But now a
is the maximum absolute value of all the angular velocities and the linear velocities. So using that, I should be able to scale up or down the values to make them more impactful. That doesn't even need to be on the local level.
Danish company is closer than ever to turning them into a reality. Its reactors are designed to deliver on thorium's decades-old promise, a self-sustaining chain reaction that breeds fresh fuel, making energy cheaper and more abundant than ever. These aren't just thorium reactors, they're small modular reactors designed to function as shipping container-sized self-maintaining batteries that operate reliably for years. So how is this company tackling such an ambitious engineering challenge? When might commercial thorium reactors finally arrive? And is thorium the missing piece of the clean energy puzzle? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. This video is brought to you by Surfshark. In the 1950s and 60s, the Atomic Energy Commission sought to transform nuclear energy from a source of fear into a source of energy too cheap to meter. Under Director Alvin Weinberg, scientists at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee developed a radically different type of reactor and fuel cycle, one that promised to breed more fuel than it burned, potentially powering civilization for thousands of years. Their design, a molten salt reactor running on fuel bred from thorium, ran successfully for 15,000 hours from 1965 to 1969, producing a steady 8 megawatts of heat.
There we go. That'll
So
allow me
why
to
don't we
track
have this
everybody's
limitless thorium energy today? because the project was defunded
Yes.
after the Atomic Energy
Aim
Commission
levels.
shifted its research focus to a different kind of breeder reactor, which too was plagued by technical challenges
Every
until
single
its own
person's
cancellation.
individual
As for
maximum
Weinberg, he was fired for continuing to champion thorium. He wrote wistfully in his
overall
memoir,
maximum.
"I hope that in a second nuclear era, the molten salt technology will be resurrected." Weinberg's wish might just come true thanks to a Danish company. No, not that kind with icing and almonds, although that's a pretty sweet solution for a different kind of energy slump. Copenhagen Atomics is a startup out of Denmark reviving Weinberg's hopes for a so-called breeder reactor, one that creates more fissile fuel than it burns. And they're one of the handful of companies answering the call for cheaper nuclear power with small modular reactors. And when I say small, I mean Copenhagen Atomics reactor is designed to fit inside of a standard 40-foot shipping-sized container. And by modular, I mean they aim to mass produce one reactor per day on an assembly line, then truck as many as needed to a plant site to hit the desired power output. Shrinking nuclear reactors like this could make them cheaper to build and easier to scale with rising energy demand. And because they're building the same design over and over, they can work out the kinks in the manufacturing process, which means delivering reactors at a predictable cost instead of the massive overruns that have plagued large, custom-built nuclear power plants. I'm going to let CEO and co-founder Thomas Jan Peterson explain how they're fitting nuclear reactors into a box. But first, a refresher on nuclear chain reactions. You probably know uranium as the go-to fuel in conventional reactors. When struck by a neutron, uranium-235 splits, releasing a huge amount of energy and a few neutrons that go on to split more uranium-235. If there's enough fuel and moderator like water to slow these neutrons down, the chain reaction sustains itself, producing heat to make steam, then that steam spins a turbine to generate electricity. The Nuclear Energy Agency estimated that worldwide uranium reserves will only power us for another 200 years at current consumption rates. More recent estimates emphasize the importance of new exploration and processing techniques that will be necessary to expand its usage into the future. As I shared in a recent episode of the revival of old nuclear power plants to power data centers, nuclear energy is set to expand worldwide as we reach for low-emission solutions to today's booming energy demands. However, there's a solution to uranium scarcity, and that's another element, thorium. It's not only 3 to 4 times more common in Earth's crust, because only 0.7% of natural uranium is the chain reaction forming 235 variety. Thorium is actually nearly 500 times more abundant than the uranium that we rely on for nuclear energy today. Now, thorium can't form chain reactions like uranium-235, but if thorium is seeded with a little uranium-235 or plutonium-239, which are both fissile materials that release neutrons when they split, then thorium-232 can absorb a neutron and become thorium-233, which beta decays into protactinium-233 and then into uranium-233. And this is the clever bit. Because uranium-233 is fissile, it splits and releases neutrons that sustain a chain reaction. Whereas chain reacting uranium-235 in an old school reactor just eats up more fuel, the neutrons split out from the uranium-233 create more fuel from thorium. But how?
And those 2.35 neutrons gives you a little bit more, because you need one of those neutrons to split the next uranium atom in the chain reaction, and you need another atom or another neutron to upgrade your thorium to uranium, but then you have this 0.35 extra, so you can generate a little bit more fuel than you consume all the time.
So instead of burning up an ever-dwindling supply of nuclear fuel, or even burning up as much fuel as it makes, the thorium fuel cycle lets us breed more nuclear fuel than it consumes.
You're not gonna let
Once
them run
optimized,
around
each
for a
reactor
little
could
bit.
generate enough fuel to start
have
another every
any
10 to 20 years. And those
outline
new
for the
reactors could do the
velocity.
same. That means doubling nuclear capacity every
Like
few
to double
decades
them.
without burning through the world's uranium reserves.
If you really want to have 10 or 20 or 100 times more energy on this planet, then we need what is called breeder reactors.
This is the thorium dream and Copenhagen Atomics' ultimate goal, to build a breeder reactor. But to encourage a fundamentally different reaction, they need a fundamentally different reactor, the molten salt reactor, or MSR. This is where things get more interesting and safer. Molten salt reactors using thorium aren't just efficient, they're designed to avoid meltdowns altogether. And speaking of keeping things safe, let's take a quick moment to talk about protecting your digital life too. I was just on a trip to
Be right back. I'm gonna let this run for a minute, see if any outliers pop up.
the conference Wi-Fi hotspots and hotel Wi-Fi, I leaned heavily on Surfshark VPN to keep my connection secure and private. I've been using Surfshark for what feels like forever and get so much use out of it. Surfshark is a fast, easy-to-use VPN full of incredible features that you can install on an unlimited number of devices with one account. But that's not all. Even shopping services will sometimes get
0.54 is
prices
the
based on your
highest
location.
so far.
So you can change your location to make sure you're
So I
getting the
can't
best
double
deal.
it.
They also have add-ons to their VPN service to unlock things like Surfshark Alert, which will let you know if your email or personal details like passwords have been leaked in online data breaches. Right now, they're running a special deal. Go to surfshark.com/undecided or use the code undecided at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. I've been using Surfshark for years, and I love it. Don't miss out on this great deal. The link's in the description below, and thanks to Surfshark and to all of you for supporting the channel. All right, back to the molten salt magic. Unlike traditional reactors powered by solid fuel rods, MSRs are powered by uranium and thorium dissolved into molten salts. Because the fuel is liquid, waste products from nuclear fission can be extracted with the reactor still running. This continuous cleanup keeps the thorium to uranium reaction humming along by preserving neutrons for fuel production instead of letting them get soaked up by the waste. Liquid fuel salt acts as a coolant too, circulating out and back into the reactor core to deliver heat for the power generation. In Copenhagen Atomics' layered onion core MSR, these hot salts are flanked by heavy water that slows down the neutrons so they can be better absorbed by thorium in the salt. And the outer layer of the onion will be a breeding blanket, where additional thorium salts will absorb neutrons produced by the chain reaction within the reactor core, breeding uranium-233. In the final design, this uranium will be transferred from the blanket to the molten salt fuel in the core.
When you have liquids, you can actually separate these things out. And it's a mix of chemistry and electrochemistry to do that, but it's a completely autonomous system that runs inside the reactor while the reactor is operating.
Another massive advantage of MSRs is that unlike traditional water-cooled reactors that operate under high pressure to keep the water from boiling, molten salt reactors run at atmospheric pressure. That means no risk of high-pressure steam explosions and sudden loss of coolant or rapid overheating if a breach occurs. The molten salt simply cools and solidifies, trapping radioactive material and minimizing contamination. Many designs, like Copenhagen Atomics, even include frozen plugs at the bottom of the reactor vessel. If the system overheats, the plug melts and the molten salt drains by gravity into a shielded dump tank, passively shutting down the reaction and preventing a meltdown.
And that's called walkaway safety. That means that if all the electricity is gone, if all the people run away, it's still safe. It's safe by itself because it has passive decay heat removal.
But while thorium reactors are walk-away safe, they're not exactly walk-up safe. A small amount of uranium-232 forms during the production of uranium-233 and gives off intense gamma rays powerful enough to pass through centimeters of lead. That makes uranium-233, which could otherwise be an ideal bomb material, a logistical nightmare to steal or weaponize. However, it also means that Copenhagen Atomics will have to go to great lengths to keep that radiation contained. The plan is to avoid sending humans anywhere near the reactor containers. Each unit will be sealed in a steel box at about a half a meter or 20 inches thick that will weigh in at 1,000 tons, ship in 40-ton sections, and be welded together on site. Copenhagen Atomics will house 25 reactors in a single building. Remotely operated cranes and forklifts will handle the heavy lifting, keeping the process as hands-off as possible in order to cut down radiation exposure and red tape all in one go. While gamma radiation makes thorium reactors trickier to handle, nuclear waste from thorium reactors is actually much easier to manage. That's because fission products from traditional uranium-235 reactors includes plutonium and other elements that stay dangerously radioactive for tens of thousands of years. The waste from uranium-233 bred from thorium, on the other hand, decays much faster. It's kind of like choosing paper or plastic at the checkout lane, because instead of needing to store spent uranium fuel underground for tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years, thorium reactors waste can often be safely stored above ground for just a few hundred years. And it gets even better. The bit of fissile material that's needed to start the thorium chain reaction can come from the waste of a traditional uranium reactor, allowing thorium systems to actually burn small amounts of legacy nuclear waste. Copenhagen Atomics plans to build this into their design, making their thorium reactor not just a fuel breeder, but a waste burner. So with all the advantages, how and when will Copenhagen Atomics commercialize the reactors? Well, thorium reactors demand much more than just new fuel. They also need pumps,
pipes and control systems that can
not
survive
be
a
above
constant
1,
bath
so
of corrosive salt as hot as lava.
code
But it's not just the heat or corrosion, it's the neutron bombardment
like I
from the
need
core
to-
that slowly
to
wears down materials at an atomic
further
level.
update them or upgrade them. Make the signal stronger later, I will. Even if I do these, I would like these to be in the game manager so I can look at them all at once.
And because the core also blasts out intense gamma radiation, these systems can't be serviced once the reactor is up and running. They have to work flawlessly for years, more like a sealed battery pack than a conventional machine. Here's how Copenhagen Atomics engineers are rising to the challenge. They've developed a molten salt pump that they say can run literally red hot, circulating a molten cocktail of fluoride, lithium, sodium, and potassium that's also known as FLiNac. I think that's how you say it, FLiNac? Now, this salt mix exits the core at 700 degrees Celsius or 1300 degrees Fahrenheit and loops back in at around 600 degrees Celsius or 1100 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, to avoid the wear and tear that dooms traditional pumps, this pump levitates its rotating parts on magnetic bearings, keeping the system humming for years. In preparation for going nuclear, the company is running molten FLiNac through dedicated test loops to shake out the problems and fine-tune the performance of the pump, the sensors, heat exchangers, and even the custom steel alloy that's
But he
used
runs
inside
a
the
lot
reactor.
better.
The
without
steel
trying
can
to
endure
find all the
corrosive
fucking
salts and
maximum
neutron bombardment for at least 5
velocities.
years, after which the reactor module is shut down and swapped out for a fresh one. That's right, just 5 years. In traditional solid fuel reactors, corrosion and radiation mostly wear down the fuel rods and their cladding, which are components designed to be swapped out during routine refueling. But in molten salt reactors, the fuel is dissolved into the circulating salt, which flows through nearly every part of the system. That means the entire reactor module, core, pumps, and pipes takes the hit. So instead of just replacing fuel rods, you eventually have to replace the whole unit. Ironically, the fuel and water moderator get saved.
And then the fuel salt and the heavy water, that can be reused. So the fuel salt and the heavy water is just the same, being used over and over and over again. And that's also the expensive part.
Even with frequent reactor swaps, Copenhagen Atomics still sees a path to low-cost power, and Peterson is quick to note the upside.
But the great thing about that is that every 5 years you are able to upgrade your technology, whereas now with the classical nuclear reactors, they run for 50 or 60 years, and it's still the old technology from back in whenever they were built. But in our case, we will keep on, even after 50 years, it's still 5-year-old technology. So that's sort of a plus in terms of keep on improving the efficiency of the system.
The company's next step is trucking a full-scale prototype reactor down to the Paul Scherrer Institute in Switzerland. That's the country's premier research campus for nuclear energy, with both a hot lab to handle radiation and an administration to handle the regulation. This public-private experiment will mark the first time a nuclear chain reaction kicks off inside of one of Copenhagen Atomics reactors, and the first time a thorium reactor is tested in Europe. The reactor will be powered by enriched uranium in the core and contain thorium in the surrounding breeding blanket.
The test is slated for 2026 and will run for up to 30 days at just 1% of the reactor's expected power output, but critically, enough to validate computer models. Over the following 4 years in partnership with PSI, Peterson's team plans to begin transferring uranium-233 bred in the blanket into the core, an essential step towards a self-sustaining reactor that only needs refueling every 3 to 5 years. That's far less often than the traditional reactors, which are refueled every 1.5 to 2 years. The team will also optimize systems to clean fission products out of the fuel salt with the reactor still running, keeping the nuclear chain reaction chugging along at a steady clip. For now, their biggest holdup isn't technology, it's regulation. They've got to scale a Matterhorn of paperwork before testing can begin in Switzerland. The PSI is on board, but there's no ski lift through the nuclear approval, and the pass isn't cheap.
I mean, one of the most expensive things are these licenses and approvals. I assume that once we have built more than 100 of these reactors, then the price of all this licensing and approval will also come down.
While Copenhagen Atomics gears up, China appears to have crossed the starting line. In October 2024, a state-sponsored molten salt reactor ran at full power for 10 days with thorium and uranium in its fuel mix. It even bred protactinium-233, a clear sign that nuclear breeding was underway. In April 2025, Chinese researchers announced they topped their reactor up with fresh fuel without first shutting down, another early milestone on the road to continuous operation. But no one has claimed the prize just yet. Neither China nor Copenhagen Atomics have demonstrated a true breeder reactor that produces more fissile fuel than it consumes. Copenhagen Atomics believes hitting that milestone, along with producing reactors at factory scale, could drive energy costs as low as $20 to $40 per megawatt hour, just a quarter of today's average for nuclear energy. To hit that price point, the company is reimagining not just the reactor, but the entire business model. It won't sell its reactors. Instead, it will build, site, operate, and eventually decommission each reactor itself, all without taxpayer funding. And in exchange for taking the heat on nuclear installation, its clients will literally take the heat the reactors produce for use directly in industrial applications or for the conversion into electricity. By taking full responsibility for everything from site evaluation to nuclear waste management, Copenhagen Atomics could make nuclear power viable even in countries that have never had nuclear power plants. Indonesia is one example, and that also happens to be the company's first customer. The plan is to use the energy from the thorium reactions to produce hydrogen and ammonia. Electrification isn't always the answer, and nuclear reactors provide something solar and wind can't: ultra-low emissions heat for everything from producing ammonia and smelting aluminum to drying paper. And thanks to thorium, nuclear energy's ongoing headache of radioactive waste may soon go from a 100,000-year curse to a 300-year chore. Copenhagen Atomics expects to go commercial within a decade, with the biggest breakthrough, which is a self-sustaining breeding reactor fueled only by cheap and abundant thorium. That's a milestone with an uncertain timeline. But it's also a technology our planet can't hardly wait for, because energy unlocks solutions and thorium might just give us the key. But what do you think? Is it still worth the pursuit? And is this technology in the bag, or is it more of a roadmap than a reactor? Jump in the comments and let me know. And be sure to listen to my follow-up podcast, Still to be Determined. We'll keep this conversation going. Thanks as always to my patrons for your continued support and helping to keep the channel going. Keep your mind open, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next one.
So what do you know about copper? Some non-stick cookware, the OG penny? Sure. But did you know the demand as well as the price of copper is the highest it's ever been? Your average
I do a lot of work in telecom. Copper. Now it's fiber.
Tesla is using almost 3 times the amount of copper compared to its gas-fueled counterpart. And with the increasing push for renewable energy, building new solar farms, wind turbines, and even the chargers for your favorite electric vehicles would be impossible without more copper. Now, copper is also 100% recyclable, and we've all heard the stories of petty thieves robbing the nearest residential construction site for its copper wires and fixtures. Or, like our friend Glenn from our coverage of the Vegas tunnels,
what is this stuff? Yeah, it's copper, right? It's low-grade copper.
Collecting discarded copper wiring from behind the various casinos in the Las Vegas Strip and taking it to the nearest scrapyard for some cold, hard cash.
Do you feel happy with this amount?
No. I'm not happy at all.
But sometimes the true cost of acquiring this copper is a lot more than scouring the back alleys of casinos in the hot Nevada sun. The true cost could be devastating, and that takes us to Oak Flat.
For many Apaches, this land is holy.
And that's what this fight is about survival.
But soon the area could be home to a massive copper mine that plunges more than a mile deep.
Today we're going to talk about a Native American tribe and their struggle to save their land from being exploited by a transnational energy company. To tell this story properly, we got to back up to earlier this year, the first week of April to be exact, when the Trump administration passed an emergency reform bill opening up 59% of previously protected national forests to logging. You know, chopping down trees to make coat racks and birdhouses.
Trump's agriculture secretary issued an emergency order memo last week calling for the expansion of timber production by 25%.
That memo says the United States has the abundance of timber resources that are more than adequate to meet our domestic timber production needs.
As it currently stands, the U.S. is still the #1 wood-producing country on Earth, but China isn't too far behind, and they've recently launched a forest plantation plan that allegedly would allow them to overtake us by 2050. Hence Trump's executive order, which opens up the previously protected forests to logging.
And therefore, it's time to...
Well, hell, China's just got more land than us. That's not a race we can win if they decide to forest all their land.
Open up 59% of all National Forest Service lands for logging.
Which sucks ass. John Muir once said that between two pine trees is a door, leading to a new way of life. And if I wasn't scared of bears, I'd be at Yosemite right now. The conservation of America's majestic landscapes, especially in the West, is something I've been eternally grateful for, especially thinking back on the RV days living in the Valley of Fire State Park in Nevada, hanging out with bighorns and putting a plan together to start taking journalism seriously. If these tasteless, cash-hungry developers had their way, that never would have happened, and the entire American West would look like Henderson, Nevada, with Scottsdale-style gift shops on every corner, selling hollow memories of a bygone frontier. But it would truly be a shame to deprive future generations of access to these sorts of sacred places under the lame justification of job creation or beating China in some kind of resource arms race. But here we are. With Trump's new order came not only a change in protected forest land designations, but also sweeping budget and job cuts to the environmental protection boards, who are tasked with either approving or denying the construction of things like uranium mines or nuclear power plants on federal land. Of course, these budget cuts connect to the Doge and the newly estranged Elon Musk, aka Kekius Maximus, the most powerful culture war victim in recent memory, whose solution to the very real nonprofit industrial complex issue was to fire teachers and baby formula testers, among other things. While Musk was unsuccessful in detangling the trillion-dollar web of useless NGOs like Symposium, he was successful in restigmatizing ketamine, a drug that's gone through a lot since Matthew Perry's passing. But back to Trump's reform bill. As usual, some of the federal lands that are immediately slated to be raised and extracted from are extremely close to Native American reservations, particularly in Arizona. I'm honestly a real nerd about land designations. I don't want to bore you guys for too long, but here is a state map of Arizona with colors indicating what land belongs to who, split up in categories of ownership. And if you're listening to the audio-only version of this podcast on Spotify or you're blind, I sincerely apologize, and I'll attempt to be as descriptive as possible moving forward. So the color to focus on here, which indicates native land, is orange. Every other color, including National Forest, Bureau of Land Management, National Park, National Wildlife Refuge, and military, is all more or less owned by the same entity, the federal U.S. government. And because Arizona is mostly a Trump-compliant red state, state park, county, and state land trust designations are kind of under the same umbrella. So you will notice there are 5 major clumps of orange-colored Native American land. In the upper northeast of Arizona is the largest reservation in the state, the Navajo Nation, home to its own language and 168,000 residents. In the southwest part of the state, you have the Havasupai and Hualapai reservations, the indigenous inhabitants of the Grand Canyon, many of whom live in isolated and insular lifestyle, numbering about 1,600 residents. In the center, just
City of Billings, Montana. That's the largest city in Montana. Maybe even the whole state, I can't remember.
south of Phoenix, you have the Gila River Indian community, who are about 15,000 strong. That tribe is much more integrated into cosmopolitan American life, and below them you have the Tohono O'odham Nation, numbering about 10,000, who live on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border, but Mexico has given them no reservation.
Last but not least are the Apache, who live an hour east of Phoenix in the San Carlos and Fort Apache reservations, which total over 3 million acres and will be the main focus of today's video. But before we get into all that, I just want to mention that the 5 tribes that I talked about, and I'm sure I'm missing others, have all been relentlessly targeted by energy corporations in the past decades, particularly in the nuclear energy sector. As many people in Arizona know, the Navajo and Havasupai lands are rich in uranium. And in our previous video called Havasupai Uranium Mine Protest, we covered a demonstration near the Grand Canyon that was held by a coalition called Hall_No, who were attempting to stop the construction of a uranium mine called Pinyon Plain Mine, which a billion-dollar Canadian corporation called Energy Fuels Incorporated was planning to build not only in the previously protected Kaibab National Forest, but overtop a freshwater aquifer that provides the remote Havasupai tribe with all of its drinking water. Protesters and Havasupai tribal members were concerned, and reasonably so, that the underground infrastructure of the uranium mine would pierce their aquifer and then poison the drinking water, among other things. This concern is not just out of nowhere, it stems from the lived experience of the nearby larger Navajo or Dene Nation, which is the largest tribe in the state, as I mentioned, encompassing the Four Corners region, where reckless uranium mining by energy corporations between 1944 and 1980 poisoned an entire generation. Today, 85% of the people on the Navajo reservation reside in uranium-contaminated homes and have a rate of cancer twice the national average. And for those who worked in the uranium mines themselves at one point and benefited from these jobs, the cancer rate is 27 times the national average, even as tribal leaders have taken great measures to clear nuclear waste buildup from the toxic sites where these uranium mines once were. Notice I said was. The silver lining in this horrific situation was that increased awareness about the adverse health effects of mining led to increased tribal resistance among the Navajo, who are now aggressively blocking any and all corporations from extracting any uranium anywhere in their land. Other tribes, however, haven't been so lucky, which brings us to the current and very much ongoing situation we're going to be discussing today regarding the future health, religious rights, and well-being of the Apache people who call the San Carlos Reservation home. So their main spiritual site and the location of one of their freshwater aquifers called Oak Flat is currently under siege, not by Energy Fuels Incorporated, but a different company called Resolution Copper, who are based in Australia, yet with majority American shareholders, are attempting to extract around 1.6 billion tons of copper from the sacred Apache location. While, as I mentioned, we are winning in logging here in the US, we are currently being shit on copper-wise by Chile, Peru, China, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. But this discovery of copper at Oak Flat is the largest copper deposit discovery in American history, and so the Trump administration appears dead set on making sure this mine is built to reduce our reliance on foreign imports and return American manufacturing jobs to the homeland, even if it means violating tribal land rights and repealing environmental protections to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrew Callahan, and you're watching Fivecast, a bi-weekly broadcast here at Channel 5, the largest crowd-funded newsroom on Earth. If you're watching this on YouTube, I want to let you guys know that the broadcast is also available on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, and a few other platforms. So if you want to head over and give us a nice review, a listen, whatever, just type in Fivecast in all caps, and you should see this pretty little logo. It's like Fivecast logo with a bunch of trees in the fall behind it. That's ours. So in this episode, as I mentioned, we're going to cover the Oak Flat dispute and also send our native Spotlight correspondent, Jake Frawa, into the field to check the temperature at an IRL Oak Flat demonstration near the proposed site. And after that, we're going to sit down right here in this very studio with Nayland Pike, who is a member of the San Carlos tribe and the leading figure in the Apache stronghold resistance. She's going to dive in and give us a candid look of where things stand today and the future of the fight moving forward. But first, I want to share some positive news stories, because Lord knows we need it. So if you know me, you know that I love minor league baseball. In fact, I recently threw the first pitch at the El Paso Chihuahuas game, which was the best experience of my entire life.
How fast do you think that was? Hey, easy 72. Really, easy 72 miles per hour. Yeah.
Well, in positive news today, it appears the mid-sized southeastern city of Greenville or Grenville, South Carolina has been revitalized. And by that, I don't mean like in Seattle when Uncle Ike's was built on 23rd and Union to make way for the erasure of Seattle's black community in favor of a sanitized IKEA-looking neighborhood to house SU students. I mean legit positive change without displacement, and that's because of the Greenville Drive, a minor league affiliate of the Boston Red Sox, who play at Flower Field, a stunning ballpark that was built upon the decrepit skeleton of a stinky lumberyard 20 years ago. Since then, the stadium and associated businesses have brought in over $300 million in revenue, and that's thanks to a man named Craig Brown, who funded its construction in 2006 out of simply goodwill because he saw a future in G-Town. So I'm really happy for you guys over there in Greenville, South Carolina, and I wish nothing but prosperity and fun times in the future. I actually just left Charleston, deep in the southeast of the state, where I'm working on a documentary about the Gullah Geechee dialect, language, and the psychotic schemes of developers at Hilton Head Island. It's going to come out soon. Don't want to say too much, but next time I do go back to South Carolina, it might be kind of refreshing to get a nice change of pace in the upcountry, if you know what I'm saying. Our next story is about something that not long ago felt damn near impossible: the death of the American cigarette, or at least the slow, smoky crawl toward its funeral. According to a massive new study published in JAMA,
Jam, 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 jam. Ooh, jam, 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 jam.
which tracked 1.77 million people over the past 30 years between 1992 and 2022, smoking rates are dropping across the board in the US, especially among young people who seem to have collectively decided that smelling like an ashtray and slowly suffocating isn't worth the look, even if Mac DeMarco is smoking a rollie. Lead researcher Dr. Matthew Stone at UC San Diego broke it down like this: if current trends hold, national smoking prevalence is on track to dip below 5% by 2035. That's in 10 years, which is kind of like saying that lung cancer and Marlboro billboards might one day both be artifacts in some washed up museum in DC. Now, if you're thinking this is some kind of coastal elite research, surprise, while already low smoking states like California, Utah, Hawaii, and Colorado are leading the charge and are expected to be well under the 5% mark by 2035, it's actually the high smoking states that saw the biggest drops. That said, the over 50 crowd is still holding on a little tighter to that cigarette. Maybe because they're nostalgic, maybe because old habits die hard, or maybe because they're still chasing the ghost of Joe Camel in a leather jacket. But the youth, they're out. Not interested. Cigarettes are for boomers and villains in black and white movies. It's all about vaping now. So shout out to Gen Z for choosing popcorn lung over lung cancer. And shout out to Dr. Stone and the data nerds who gave us the hard evidence that we might actually outlive the Marlboro Man in due time. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, but it looks like fewer and fewer people do. All right, that's all, folks. As I mentioned, we're gonna have our infield segment today, hosted by our Native Affairs correspondent, Jake Fragwa, who went to attend an Apache-led protest at Oak Flat, right smack dab where Resolution Copper is trying to mine. So I want to show you guys that. But first, a word from our sponsor. What's up, people? Let's take a quick break here to see how the media has been covering the ongoing Oak Flat land dispute. As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we hit the streets, we get informed, using what, you might ask? Ground News. Ground News is a dope-ass news aggregate. It lets you see exactly how different media outlets, left, right, and center, are covering the same story as it unfolds. Here, you can see, using the Ground News bias distribution tool, how the left and right are covering a judge temporarily halting plans to transfer the Oak Flat land to the copper mine company. The left-leaning Truth Out headline reading, Trump's race for green energy resources is not about climate, it's about greed. While the right-leaning Herald Review headline reads, in southern Arizona, community opposition to mining grows in towns that once depended on the industry. See what they did there? Curating the facts and selectively explaining things in a certain way to fit their own narrative? Total bullshit. Ground News. Another thing that I love about Ground News is how it helps you figure out what's genuinely newsworthy by showing you how many sources numerically are covering a story. That kind of transparency helps you clock if an article is legit, or in this case, in Oak Flat, lets you see just how underreported certain issues are. Another feature that I love to use at Ground News, the blind spot tool. which shows you the stories that might not be appearing in your typical media bubble. And that's why we trust Ground News to help us cut straight through the noise. And right now, you can subscribe for 40% off their unlimited access Vantage plan, bringing the cost down to less than $5 a month. Just scan the QR code here or click the link below in the pinned comment or the description to sign up. Supporting Ground News means helping to support us, which means we can keep making videos like this, giving you guys coverage that isn't watered down or dictated by corporate interests. So check it out, stay informed, and most importantly, don't let the media tell you what to think. All right, back to the studio or the streets.
Hello everyone, Jake Frauel here, reporting for Channel 5 News. This issue that we're bringing to you today is a very layered, very complex issue. There's a lot of stakeholders, tribes and non-tribal members alike.
There's a lot of untruth that this mining company has kicked out there to all of us. Continuing lie after lie after lie.
And we're here to bring you the issue from the people on the ground.
So today I am here for the Save Oak Flats prayer. This is kind of like a spiritual, religious gathering of Superiors, people that support the Save Oak Flat movement, and we're all convening here where a lot of people know this place as a place where we sit in protest, where we sit in prayer, and where we bring community members up.
We could lose all of this. Yeah, okay, so this was a mining town. We did that already. We gave and we gave and we gave. It's time to let the land rust, or else we are going to lose everything that makes this place special, that makes this place sacred.
This is my hometown. I'm fighting to save it, you know, against a worldly corporation that does not have a good reputation, you know, and all the destruction that they've done throughout the world with their mining. They just haven't been transparent like they say they have. Our mayor, our council, it's like they're all in cahoots. They're all gung ho for it. And what we need to let them know is that they are not speaking for all the people in Superior, for the majority, actually.
So Resolution Copper has been here for decades, and in that fight, what happened is Midnight Rider with John McCain in 2014 slipped in a bill called the National Defense Authorization Act, and in that transfers over the land of Oak Flat to Resolution Copper, and the United States government is allowing a foreign mining company to yet come inside U.S. territory and take away natural resources and sell it.
It's all about the water because that's what sustains our life, and it has for thousands of years. Here in the desert, it's important that we protect every single drop. They reference our agriculture industry as the lettuce bowl of the world. We produce so much lettuce and so much leafy green, and these are not, you know, this isn't alfalfa, this is stuff that people eat. And so the tension exists because when they use that water for mining, it becomes contaminated. You know, these corporations that want to use this water or are planning to use this water, they know that they're going to contaminate it. When it comes out, this is what we're going to do with it. This is how we're going to treat it. You know, after we've treated it, that we're going to stamp on there, and it means that you can use this water, and says who. And so, of course, we're going to be upset because we know no matter how clean they say it is or what their stamp of approval means, that one way or another, that water is going to make it to our lands.
It's sad to say that this destruction is going to be going off, and like, we don't even want it. You know, Apaches don't want this. Here, I'm really thankful for this little cup of water, and, you know, for them, this water means nothing to them. I think what's contaminated, you know, I think it's forever that. Like, how do you undecontaminate that when it's so much chemicals already built up in that? What is that water good for then? Because they're going to be distracting all that water. And for what? You know, a small portion of copper.
We are in a situation where things are dire. And this is 2025. Why are we still following old tactics for progression? And that's that idea of, you know, going green. But in order to go green, you have to extract lithium, you have to extract copper. And in so many ways, that's still backwards. But what we're up against is a multi-billion-dollar company.
So it just goes back to the old capitalist supply and demand scenario where, hey, I have water, you need water for your mine, and is it worth it for me and my community to transfer, sell, you know, exchange that water for money, for monetary? It plays into the whole economy of Arizona because they call it the copper state, right? Yeah. And so, hey, we're using the water to, you know, encourage the namesake of our state, to uphold this whole idea that, you know, the copper state means that we have to take every drip of copper. And, you know, I don't think that's what it means, but that's what they're exchanging it for.
Yeah. Going back to that reminds me and makes me think of like an elder who told us back in the day that when Apaches did see copper that they would just leave it in the earth because they knew it wasn't for them. It has to take someone who's a foreign mining company to come and distract that from a sacred place.
Do you have any insight into how much or what's been polluted or what is the state of the aquifer?
Yeah, if you make your way up a little bit more, I guess, south of the holy ground, is a spring there, southeast, and it's called Nijoni Butterfly Spring. And that was a spring where the girls would wash their cortege, their clay, you know, after a sunrise ceremony. Because within 24 hours, the girls have to wash that. So the godmother goes, and a certain amount her family goes. And reading, you know, this article of the last previous sunrise dance there, being that there was no water, it seemed like every time we would go there, it would be filled with water, and then over the 10 years, it just started dropping to like no water, you know, barely flowing through there. And that was, physically seeing that was very sad because there's turtles that were in there. And I remember specifically one time, you know, just singing our songs facing the east. We were praying for that water before they started distracting because we saw the drill rig, you know, of them moving that from area to area. And of course that brought a lot of anger into us, but what did? We just stood there to the east and we prayed. And a little turtle, I remember a little turtle stuck its head out and looked right at us so calmly, and it went back under, you know, like thank you, you know, because that's its home. But that water, just seeing that level of it visually go down, and then was very saddening to the heart, to your spirit. And then also the acorn trees there, like I said, the medicine plants there, the plants that feed us. Right now, all these lies that they're being told, we have to lean upon our spirit and ourselves because there's so much destruction.
The fight has never ended, that the indigenous people of this country continue to fight every day for our language, for our culture, for our plants, for our traditions, for our holy sites, and for our religion. How can you make a group of people survive and thrive in a system that was meant to break them? But we still survive because we had the land. These lands were still here. We still knew in our heart and in our mind that we could come back some way, somehow. But when it's gone forever, what happens? This is another step closer to taking what is left, what we fought so hard for as Indigenous people, and that's why the weight feels heavy.
It's gonna be, you know, destructive and horrible. Just seeing it in a format of a 3D map of people, you know, showing the Eiffel Tower will fit in this crater in the earth, a place where I've like slept and occupied, to know that that is going to be open crater. What good is that going to be? What's at risk here? You know, just a little small portion of copper, or is it who we are? And for me, it's our identity that we have to fight for.
What happens is our identity, our spiritual ties.
America keeps taken from them. Gold and such. Be damned about the trees we have with them. Both of them have gone over.
To these lands are ripped away. And how do you make that person move forward, move on? You can't mitigate that.
It's the equivalent of it being in our bank, you know? If the resource, these precious metals and resources are in the mountains, I look at it, to me personally, like, hey, it's in our bank. You know, that's our bank account, our tribe. You know, just to shift it to the capitalist perspective. they'll understand that, right? They understand that we have it in our bank. So what gives them the right to go and raid our bank? If the courts don't want to stop it because, they're already figured out a way to prove it and, make it look like they gave us, due process, then that's on them. But that water is still our resource to squander or to protect. And so if you come from these communities, stand up for that water and don't let your leaders transfer it, because the money's not worth it.
All right, man. Shout out to Jake for that amazing coverage. I'd also like to mention that we just sent Jake to a different reservation, this time the Turtle Mountain Res in North Dakota, to speak with the recently freed Leonard Peltier, who was convicted of the double homicide of 2 FBI agents in the 1970s, while he was the leading figure of an organization called the American Indian Movement, aka AIM, which was kind of like the indigenous answer to the Black Panthers. Because of some of the discrepancies in the government's case, Peltier is considered by his supporters to be the longest-held political prisoner in U.S. history, and former President Biden commuted his life sentence 20 minutes before he got out of office. So here's a preview of that.
Today is a victorious day as our relative is here in the flesh.
President Joe Biden commuted the life sentence of Leonard Peltier.
The 79-year-old has served nearly 50 years in prison after being convicted for the 1975 killing of 2 FBI agents.
A young man who's spending his life in prison for something he almost certainly did not do.
Leonard Peltier and others killed Williams and Collier in cold blood on the reservation because they happened to be there at the wrong place at the wrong time.
He's considered by a lot of people to be America's longest serving political prisoner.
People today don't understand the FBI of 73. They went after Martin Luther King. It is in that context that Peltier was gone after.
The Peltier group, who could have just driven away, came to the agents' cars, Williams and Collier, and killed them both at point blank. I think I speak for all FBI agents. It's a kick in the balls. That's, yeah.
I know in my heart I never killed nobody.
Howdy there, Jake Frawler here with the C5 crew in beautiful Belcourt, North Dakota, homelands of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians. Right now, we're standing at the entrance to the casino here, and they're hosting an amazing event to honor the longest-held political prisoner in the United States, Leonard Peltier. So let's check it out.
My spirit name is One Who Carries the Light. Turtle Mountain, born and raised, just here to celebrate Leonard Peltier coming home. There's a town that you enter before you come into the Turtle Mountains. We got word that there was all sorts of community members who stood out on the side of the road, children, elders, probably 20 below, maybe even colder with the wind, and they're out there fist high, cheering on Leonard, and it was a powerful moment.
Seeing him walk in there, them printing shirts of his, food, the drums, community, fam.
You know, we're in this together in unity. Just goes to show you right now what we're doing with Leonard. Beautiful people gathering together, you know, saying out war cries or whatever. It's really beautiful, yeah.
I'm still shocked, you know what I'm saying? When I saw him get off that plane with him, I'm like, oh my God. To bring home somebody after that amount of time, Mandela, who did 27 years in a South African prison, then he came home and became president of South Africa. I think this is bigger. So I'm just excited to see what they do next, man. It's only up from here.
If you could describe today in one word, what word would that be?
If you'd like to see our full documentary, Leonard Peltier Comes Home, head to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5. As many of you guys know, we are a totally independent, almost 99% crowdfunded news operation, and it's your support on Patreon, which is about $5.55 a month, that keeps this whole train rolling, and it's just, it's how we can stay independent and not sell out. It's because of you guys, so thank you. All right, now for the main interview of today's podcast, as I mentioned, with a prominent activist, San Carlos tribal member, and leading figure in the Apache stronghold, Miss Nayla Pike. Here it is.
My name is Nayla Pike. I am a member of the San Carlos Apache tribe, but my descendancy goes back to being Chiricahua Apache.
What can you tell us about growing up out there?
Living on the reservation has been a part of me. I think that when you look at a reservation or a location that Native people are placed, you kind of have this idea like, oh, that's their ancestral homeland. Like for some, like for the Navajo people, they live amongst their 4 sacred mountains, and so that's where they come from. But what makes our reservation unique is that it's actually not our ancestral homeland. So in our history, it was called Hell's 40 Acres by the cavalry, and it was at the bottom of the bowl of the mesa was our people, and we're forced there as prisoners of war. And not just Apache people, but different bands of Apache people. We had Mojaves there, Yaqui, and Yavapai, so other tribes. And when we were placed there, The cavalry knew it was only 40 acres of land where there's no food, no water, and it made us force on the government's rations. And so anyone who would try to escape, they were killed at gunpoint because at the top of the mesas were the cavalry post. For me, when I think about living on the reservation, I think of me being a prisoner of war with that lingering story, that lingering history of our people. And now it's actually a lake, a man-made lake where we were first put, which forced us to move higher up where we live now in the 4 districts of San Carlos. And so my ancestral homelands are places like Oak Flat, Mount Graham, the Chiricahuas. Our territory expands a vast amount of lands that cross states. To me, when I think about living in San Carlos, I think about what we faced as Indigenous people, and also just trying to keep that resiliency of our identity alive and mold into what I know my ancestors wanted me to carry on, even when we live on a reservation that says you can leave, but you still have these invisible shackles of a history that impacts our people today, whether that's through social distraught, diabetes, and mental illnesses that we face amongst our community. But at the end of the day, we've made it our home.
Right. It's interesting that you mentioned that your people are close to the ancestral homelands, but not quite there. But you mentioned the Dene are pretty much where they've always been. Yeah. And obviously most of the tribes that are in Oklahoma today were moved from elsewhere in the country. Do you think that relocation affects the psychology from tribe to tribe?
Definitely. I think that, when we look at Oklahoma, it's an Indian state. And like for some, you'll see like there's a Southern Cheyenne and they live in Oklahoma, and then there's a Northern Cheyenne, and in their history, and they live in Montana next to Billings. And when you hear their story is that they were forced, away from their homelands, but a group of them wanted to fight and wanted to go back home. And so what happened is when they were in one of their forts, in their barracks, they escaped, and that group ran and fought for their lives and were being chased by the cavalry at that time. But when they made it home, the United States government, I don't know if they felt bad or if there was this, treaty that they made, and some of those that made it back to Montana now live, and they're the Northern Cheyenne, and they're federally recognized. So it's crazy to see that, like, you have the Northern Cheyenne and the Southern Cheyenne, they're one group of people, but because of that history, they're separated as federally recognized tribes. And so for me, being San Carlos Apache, and that's why I say I identify as Chiricahua, because if I say I'm San Carlos Apache, then I'm allowing the United States government to assimilate me and to make me forget my true identity as a Native woman, as an Apache woman. Even beyond that, we have clanships, and that for my clan is the Sunayet. You have this idea in the United States that generalize our people, right? Like just Native American, you're romanticized, you're sexualized, objectified. But then what happens for me when I see that, like, I want to deny that. And so there's this like internal struggle we face as individuals, because not only are you under the constraints of the United States government trying to assimilate you, trying to continue acts of genocide that we face today, you're also having to fight your own people, because you have those who have taken in missionaries who are now Christian, and you have this rift, right? This divide and conquer tactic that we see every day on the reservation. We have to, depend on government funding in order to survive, and then you get this idea where casinos, right? Okay, if you have a casino, depending on certain states and certain treaties amongst tribes in the United States, it's like there's some tribes who live off of the casino and are able to get per cap, and then there's some tribes who are rural and where they live. Like for me, I remember when I went to school in the Valley and I was a kid, and they were like, "Oh, you're a per cap Indian," and I was like, "What is that?" And then I had to come home and ask my mom, "What's a per cap Indian?" And it was because they received per cap because they made enough money off of the casinos. However, for my people, we don't. But what happens is that you see different tribes across this country who have different issues, right? Because they're also having to give into assimilation and into living into this fast-paced world, but also hold your traditional and ancient ways. And how do you live between those two worlds? How do you be flexible and adapt? And so that causes a lot of depression, anxiety, substance abuse, on top of the rations that we get from food distribution, which is a government agency that where our people who are under the poverty line have to wait in line every month to get their food. And that's usually food that's flour, sugar, potatoes, and that increases high rates of heart disease and diabetes. And so this is like today, all of this. And so I think for many people, they don't understand that it's a struggle to exist in this modern world as Native people.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned is kind of the struggle against the forces of modernization is difficult because you're relying on modern services to meet basic needs like food and shelter.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the Bureau of Indian Affairs gives preferential treatment to different tribes when it comes to funding?
I think so in some ways, because what happens is that the BIA, depending on different states, they have different treaties amongst different tribes. And so when it comes to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, you have to see that the tribes together are also trying to meet for federal funding and trying to get federal funding for all different sorts of things, whether it's the police and law enforcement or for, wellness and health. There's all these things that we rely on. And so then what happens is those that do not get the federal funding, or those that don't get assisted by the BIA or help, whether it's because of political contributions that tribes make. Being Native American is a political status. It's not a race. And, and when it comes to our tribal identification that we have as certification of Indian blood, it's a number. And in that, it also is a reminder that, okay, you may have your driver's license and that's it. But for us, we have to carry our prisoner of war card. Yes, we are counted as Native people to see how many still live. And so when all that, it comes to the population, and then also governments, tribal governments have to make their own contributions to politicians that will also go in and lobby. So you see this political game at hand when it comes to Native people and the federal government.
Mm-hmm. And you still live out on the reservation?
Yes.
Have you ever thought about moving to a major city?
Part of my life, I lived in the Phoenix area in Mesa, and it was interesting because when I lived on the reservation in high school, it was completely different from when I lived in the valley. I remember one time when I was in school, I was in kindergarten, and when you're intermixed, Native people are we're not a lot. And so I remember they're like, okay, Pilgrims and Indians. And this is in elementary school. And they already picked me. I didn't get a choice to be a Pilgrim or Indian. They're like, you're an Indian. And I was like, what? Okay. And then I remember telling my mom, and then we're painting, the flag. And my mom had to be like, do you know what that means? Do you know what that represents? And to us and to our family, what we teach our children is that each, stripe represents a colony, right? The 13 colonies. In order for those colonies to be here, they had to murder our people. Those stars that are on there, in order to have those 50 stars, our people had to be placed as prisoners of war. So when we look at that, and when we stand for the flag, whether it's through the Pledge of Allegiance or anything like that, national anthem, she always told me, you can choose not to do it. And so in those schools in the valley, and I would fight and argue with the teacher and explain to them, and I'm like this little crazy res kid arguing with the teacher, and it's like, yeah, I have to keep fighting for that and making people learn and understand. And so having to live in the valley and living that fast-paced life taught me to be proud of who I am and to hold my head up high. Mm-hmm. But interesting, when I moved back home to the reservation and I was in high school, I remember walking around my own peers who were the same color as me, came from the same res as me, and, most of us were like family or know each other, and I could see them walking with their head down. And I was like, why are we walking with their head down? Where's this pride? Where's this, there was just, the energy was just so low. The school that I went to was a border town school, and it was, so when we were there, and I could see just all of my peers who came from San Carlos were sad. And then I realized that the racism on the boarding town and all of that really hurt our people and even hurt the young ones and my own peers at that time. And so it was just a huge difference being able to see, what it's like to struggle living in the valley, in the city, and then what it's like to, being in San Carlos and going to a border town school.
So even with the drawbacks of resources living on the reservation, you prefer that to the spiritually parasitic nature of the Phoenix Valley?
Yeah, because it's the concrete jungle.
Especially especially Phoenix. As somebody who's lived in multiple major U.S. cities, Phoenix has got to be the worst for the spirit. I don't know if it's the architecture, the time in the car, just the temperature, and this is no hate to Phoenix, but when you're there, like I just imagine if I wasn't from a major city and my first place was Gilbert or Mesa, I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna go live in the wilderness for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I mean, like every weekend we would go back to San Carlos when we lived in the valley, and I remember seeing when you look at Superior, right, there's those canyons, and I remember, oh, once I get through those canyons, I'm back home, and so that was like our marker. And then when I look back at that moment, I realized, like, in Apache history, that like those canyons were a marker of we're entering back into Apache territory. So I was like, oh, I questioned that, like, is that my do I resonate with that because that was a part of my history and I just didn't know, but I definitely agree with you. The concrete jungle in the valley and just the way it is, it's definitely hard to survive.
So moving to Oak Flat, we sent a correspondent to cover the prayer run and some of the action that was happening around San Carlos and Oak Flat about a month ago. What has changed since then, and what is the current status?
Okay, so when we did our run, we were running to do an emergency injunction with the Federal District Court in Phoenix. We were there to stop it because what happened is through Trump's, wanting to exploit natural resources and be domestic, he pushed for copper, and copper is on the critical mineral list right now. And that included Resolution Copper. And Resolution Copper was supposed to have a final EIS, and that's a final environmental impact statement. And there was a 60-day notice for that to be final.
When we do new cell tower sites and stuff, we have to do environmental impact statements sometimes, and do silt control and all kinds of other stuff to make sure that we don't affect other people's land.
And so when we had found out that that was...
When you go down the roadways and you see those little black fabric fences, that's what that is. Silt control. Same thing with the little rolls of pine straw and stuff. It's silt control from an environmental impact study. Or regulations, local regulations for environmental impact mitigation.
Was pushed out. We did the emergency injunction and went to the district court and did a prayer run from Oak Flat. And in that journey, 2 days after our hearing, we got good news that the federal court, through Judge Logan, granted our emergency injunction. However, a couple weeks after, the Supreme Court denied our case for the preliminary injunction. And so the current status is that Oak Flat is set to be finalized and transferred over to Resolution Copper on June 16th. And so it was a good victory, and then it just completely 180'd with the Supreme Court and what they want, is that them not granting to hear our case.
So it's probably going to happen.
Yes, if on June 16th. But right now, what happened yesterday is that Len Cernosi, the founder of the Apache Stronghold, is going to repeal the Supreme Court and see if we can get it reheard.
So the motivation for having Oak Flat be a place for Resolution Copper to mine, it's mining, right?
Yeah.
Is to produce more copper domestically.
All right, just let me know when you want me to.
Our adversaries, China, other places that are politically against us.
Yes.
Well, don't tell me that, because I'm doing things. So.
The Southeastern Land Exchange. And when I was 13, I testified against it in front of Congress, and that was Bill S339. And when it would never go through. It would never hit, the House would never, pass it, the Senate would never pass it. Each time they put a bill in that was standalone. But what happened was in 2014, through John McCain, in a midnight rider, slipped into the National Defense Authorization Act. And the NDAA, what that does is fund our military. So it's one of those must-pass bills. And so President Obama at that time signed that. And that's what caused to where we're at today, to us to get that taken back, and so that we can continue to protect Oak Flat. But in that whole momentum, that's most of my life, because in 2014, I was only 14, 15, and now I'm 25. And we're still here with the Supreme Court. What it has taught me is our own resiliency in these current fights and having to stay strong to protect Mother Earth.
Yeah, last time I covered something like this, we went to a protest around the Havasupai tribe, which was in the base of the Grand Canyon, and they were protesting a uranium mine that was supposed to be built by a company called Energy Fuels Incorporated, that was a Canadian energy corporation. And one of the things that was confusing to them is President Biden had promised to protect their ancestral homelands from resource extraction, and then went back almost immediately. But if you do some research, you see that there was actually the government was actually subsidizing the production and extraction of these resources. So oftentimes it seems that politicians on the face will do something that appears to be good faith to different tribes, and then they'll turn around. I don't know if they're pressured by big multinational corporations, but they'll betray what they said in the first place. Was there any politician who was really committed to defending the Oak Flat that switched?
Well, yeah, so we had Ann Kirkpatrick, who at first was, okay, we're going, and Paul Gosar, and that they were going to support us, they were going to work with the tribes, and gave us all these promises into protecting Oak Flat, protecting our identity, protecting just the St. Croix Apache people. And then right when they got elected, because see, they weren't there, this is in their campaign, and they got elected, and then they turned their backs on us. And so as a young girl, you realize that in these fights that you see politicians in bed with corporations all the time, and that doesn't change, and that will never change. That's been the history of the United States government, and I think that we have to go back to the founding of this country. It was broken off of broken treaties, broken promises, and so that's not new to Indigenous people. We see this all this time in our history, and that's why we embody resiliency, because if we subdue and allow this darkness, allow, corruption to hit our spirit, then we would have stopped fighting a long time ago. And so this essence of Apache identity, Indigenous identity, and being stewards of the land and taking care of the earth has always been a part of us, and I cannot let that go. And so when I think about politicians who want to destroy Oak Flat, and I say, even if we won, even if we win and Oak Flat's protected, there's going to be another dirty politician. There's going to be another corporation. There's going to be another, because we're going against the oldest evil, and that's greed. And greed is in all of us. And so Apache people, Native people, and the allies that are a part of the Apache stronghold are going to keep fighting, because this fight will last forever.
What do you think corrupts these politicians? Is it just a force of capital? Is it just money, or is there something deeper?
I think it's just money and power. That's what I've always seen. I've seen people who at some point you think that, okay, they hear me, but there's always a better choice. There's always an easier way out. And, at the end of the day, we always hope and pray that we fit in there, that the spirit somehow, finds the crack, as like we see the plants that find the cracks in concrete, right? We want to be that. We have to see that.
Yeah, well, I feel like if you zoom out and look at the long-term timeline, at some point, cities like Phoenix and Vegas are going to run out of water, because they're building and they're creating an unsustainable model that's based upon this short-term gratification of, like, we're going to build massive subdivisions, get these Californians to move here for cheaper, and there's going to be a point at which there's a drought, could be climate change, something, but I feel like the greed cycle is going to ultimately backfire. It's going to be like a self-eating snake, and the people who were taking care of the land prior don't have to worry about that, because they're kind of doing their own thing. Do you see that as the kind of endpoint in this timeline?
Yes, because what happens is that the Apache stronghold, that's kind of what we preach. We preach that we are our own destruction. We preach that that Native people, all people, across the world, we are going to hurt and harm our mother, and that's the earth. And in our ideologies as the Apache people, our philosophy is that we are her children, and we're stewards of that. But if we're destroying her and the health of the land, if the health of the land is not good, then we aren't, right? And there's that relationship that goes back and forth. But what are we doing to her? How are we harming her? These are all, in some way, prophecies of what is coming next, and that's the destruction of humanity, of human people, of us, and that's ultimately our end, and it's going to be ourselves. But as a young person, I cannot allow myself to let that be the reason why I stop. I have to keep fighting. I have to keep fighting for our water, because you are right. The Phoenix uses water from tribes, and that's what we tell people, is that tribes need to be alert, because what happens is that corporations are getting closer and closer to reservations. And what more and more I've got to realize is that national forests, forest lands, all of these places are just being saved and protected until we need them. Their resources are always, being extracted, exploited, or trying to be attacked by corporations. And so they're just waiting there. They're just waiting there, and the Forest Service are just keeping it there until the United States needs it. But what the fight for Oak Flat embodies and tells us is that, one, we're still prisoners of war. Two, the genocide still continues on indigenous people. Corporations is a part of corporate America, and it always has been. And this is a history of cycles that have been happening over and over and over again. So when are the American people going to wake up? When are we going to wake up all together and fight for the one thing that's going to keep us alive? Air and water.
Well, I think ultimately in the end of this hell timeline, the people who are living in places like Phoenix will probably ask the natives, like, what the hell do I do?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that they're not even going to ask us. They're going to take it, as they always have. And that's the thing, is that when it comes to trusted land on the federal land, by the sign of signature of the president through executive order or through the Congress, they can take away those lands. I mean, Oak Flat was a part of the reservation at one point, but 6 times our reservation got smaller and smaller, all in the sake of mining. And it's because that they can do that to us. We are always the dust underneath the carpet. We are always the ones who are going to get pushed. I mean, that's the foundation of this country. So when it comes to that time, our people, what are we going to do? How do we protect our future? How do we protect our resources? And that's the thing that what keeps us going, what keeps us fighting, what keeps our tribes to protect ourselves. Like, to be a member of a tribe, to be indigenous, your whole existence on the federal, city, local, all levels, spiritual, mental, physical level, is a fight. We are resisting. I always tell young Native babies and children that when you are born, your first breath is powerful, because when you're born, you're a reminder to the federal government that they failed in their strategies to extinct our people. And so we have to have some sense of pride, some sense of identity, of resiliency, and to keep that fight going. And so when I think about, that end time, I think that our people we already know. We've already seen it. We've already prophesized that in our ancient stories. Apache Stronghold itself is trying to warn, right, in some sense, through the example of Oak Flat, that this is the world that we live in, and if we keep doing this, what will we have left?
Yeah, I did some research. I was trying to find what Resolution Copper's defense is, and the first thing they always say is, we're creating a ton of jobs. That's what they always say. Every industry that's based upon exploitation is like, dude, all these people are going to be unemployed if we can't build this. And the second one, like you mentioned, is that it's not actually on the reservation.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that it used to be?
Yeah.
When did the reservation shrink in size to exclude Oak Flat?
So since the early 1900s, when our reservation was created, the reservation was smaller, and it was because Arizona is pro-mining. Off the back, its foundation is that if you find, a mineral, you can say this is where you're going to mine, and that's what happened. And what's interesting is that even in our own Apache history, when we saw settlers, we brought them in. We accepted them. It wasn't until we became the Indian problem because of mining and because of settlement that we were forced onto the reservation. And so when I look back at our reservation is smaller, they're going to do that again. They can do that, and that's why we have to protect it. I mean, even when we talk about the groundwater and the deep water from the aquifers, all of that is at stake. And when you have a block cave mine 2 miles wide and the size of the Eiffel Tower of its height, that is a huge crater. You cannot tell, our people and the surrounding mining towns that that's not going to affect us. That's going to affect us, and it's going to affect our Gilson Wash district. That's where we have our Apache Tuff, our water there, and our aquifer. That's going to go straight into Oak Flat. And this is only talking about the actual mine itself. That's not talking about the toxic tailings that they're going to leave behind. That's a super fun site that Arizona is going to have to maintain forever. You have Rio Tinto and BHP, the conglomerates of Resolution Copper, dip out and go back home.
So the aquifer is beneath where the mine's proposed to be built?
Yeah, so there's when it comes to the tunnel ways, when that gets unsettled and it's tampered with, what happens is that aquifer will slowly go in. So even though it's not directly under, the way the tunnels and the waterways works underneath, it will affect it.
So there's a huge risk that it could contaminate the drinking water that goes to St. Carlos?
Yeah, let alone that even with the Gila River Indian tribe, what happened is that they took away their own water, their clean water, and in return they're giving cap water reclaimed water.
Where do you get that from?
That's from the sewage and from toilets and things like that you reclaim.
Yeah, because I know they got their water rights back, but the area had already been diverted to Phoenix, so it was pretty much like a dry lake bed.
Yeah.
So your grandfather was one of the founding members of the Apache Stronghold.
Yes.
Do you think that he had a major influence on you growing up?
Oh, definitely. I think there was definitely one moment where I realized that he was doing something important, and it was in the town of Superior, and it was for Oak Flat, and I remember him standing on a stage, and he was wearing a bulletproof vest, and I was looking at him, and he was talking about Oak Flat and trying to warn the people that this mine was coming. You know, when you're like 6 years old, you don't really understand everything that he's saying, but for me, I at least knew he was fighting for me, fighting for the young people. And so watching him as a chairman, as a councilman, and now founder of the Apache Stronghold, I definitely feel that my grandfather has impacted me, not only, you know, through the values and teaching, but opening my eyes to what kind of world that we live in
terms of just like resource exploitation?
Yes, resource exploitation, dirty politicians, corruption, and it's just even the facts of like understanding the government and understanding tribal government and our relationships to, you know, the United States.
Yeah, one thing that I think is really interesting about like indigenous people is the transfer of oral history is really important between generations, whereas for especially white Americans who assimilated from Europe, there was a conscious effort to cut that wire. It's like my family came from Ireland, but we don't know anything about it because there was this almost frenzy to become normal or just mold, like kind of boil into the melting pot. And so we kind of cut that line. What did your grandfather ever tell you about what his grandparents told him?
Yeah, so my grandfather, the one thing that I really love, especially because, and in Apache ways, and for different tribes, we all have our own ways of teaching, our own roles and things like that. But in terms of Oak Flat, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, my aunties, and my mom would take me to Oak Flat during our acorn season where we pick our acorn. And in that is when they shared oral teachings, and when they would show me how to pick the acorn, how to pray to the tree, how to give thanks, I realized that I was learning and understanding that God, our Yosen, our Creator, creates life, and we have to respect it. And you know, certain values like only take how much, you know, as much as you need, never take too much, and always give thanks. And so all of those teachings and values were a part of my life, and it was in places like Oak Flat. It was in places where they were able to share and express. And it's funny because at that time, like in, you know, first person, I was thinking, oh, when are we going to be over? I'm tired, like I'm on my knees, it's hot outside. But as you get older and you look back at your life, you see those important teachings. And, you know, with my grandfather, because Apache people were runners, and we've always, you know, embodied that running into our lifestyle, and it's like a spiritual connection to our bodies and to the earth. And so my grandfather would always take us on runs, and in those runs, he would share with us how to pray, how to sing songs, how to be aware of your surroundings, and all of these teachings that make me who I am today. And without that, I don't think I'd be so strong as I am now, because it gives me a sense of pride, and it gives me a sense of taking it back from away from all of this pain and suffering. You know, because when you live this life, you're hurting, you're constantly fighting. But when you have those moments, like those teachings, it's all worth it.
Do you remember some of your last conversations with him?
Yeah, so my grandfather he was recently on CNN, and so he was talking about that.
Is he alive?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, my God.
Shit.
Yeah.
You're talking about your grandpa. I was getting like, do you miss him?
Yeah,
your
my
grandpa's
grandpa's
alive and on TV.
Yeah,
okay,
legit.
respect.
Like just yesterday,
okay,
he was.
I'm like getting all like fucking soft spoken. Okay, grandpa's alive.
Yeah.
Do you remember some of your more recent conversations with him?
Yeah, so like it was really cool when we were doing our Oak Flat prayer run from Oak Flat to the district court. He was running alongside me, and we were running against the old Hohokam canals alongside them, and he was talking to me about the water and the importance of water and how they connect us all. You know, whether it's from the spring, from the aquifers to lakes and to rivers and to oceans, one way or the other, it connects us as people, as human beings, and not only to us as human beings, but to the land and to our plants and to the animals. And that goes into those teachings of when you as Apache people, we believe that we have an intimate relationship with the earth and with the animals and the plants, and we even have stories that tell us that we speak the same language as them. And that connection is gone, and it's because of assimilation, and it's because of genocide. And so when I hear those stories and hear those teachings from him, I know those are the things that I want to pass down to my children when I have them.
Yeah, you mentioned genocide and also linguistics there. And one of the big tenets of colonization, especially during westward expansion, was the erasure of indigenous languages. It was very successful in a lot of places. I think with the Mojave people, there's only 1 or 2 speakers left that are all in their 90s. On the Tohono O'odham Reservation, there's about 250 speakers. With the Dene and Navajo people, like, there's a lot more because they have Duolingo and they have Disney translations. For San Carlos and for your people, how many indigenous language speakers do you think remain?
I want to say maybe less than 100.
And what's the average age?
And they're going to be older. They're like elders in our community. Yeah, and that is something that we're fighting for, is our language, because we have only one department, and that's the Apache language department. And what happens is that they have to ask for federal funding, and we don't really have anything that, like, we don't have immersion schools. I think we have one, and it's a preschool, but it just goes to preschool. And then those kids are there for only a year. So by the time they're in high school, they don't know the language, you know. That in itself isn't a fight. But what happens is that with San Carlos is unique. So in San Carlos, like I said before, we have different tribes, right, including the Mojave, the Yaqui, and the Yavapai. There's 7 bands of Apaches, and there's like even hundreds of clans. And in all of those, we have different dialects. So it's a clash of having to, my dialect is better than your dialect, or my dialect is, you know, it's just different, right? And so it's having to, how do you move forward and find the solutions to those issues that was set because we're forced here and forced to live here. Like, this is, San Carlos is our tribal ID now, right? We're federally recognized there. So it's not like, you know, those that are in San Carlos that are Mojave, or those that are Chiricahua and Badonkahe, like, that they could separate from one another. Like, most of my people don't even know where they come from. When you ask a young person in San Carlos, where are you from? It's rare that you're going to have them tell you, oh, I'm from here, I'm from the Chiricahua Mountains, I'm from Oak Flat, or I'm from this clan. They're going to say, I'm San Carlos Apache.
Yeah.
Post-reservation.
Yeah.
So.
We're doing a series on different endangered languages right now, and it's really hard to keep them alive. It's not just because of the shame that some of the elders carry because of residential schooling where they were punished for speaking it, but also it's just really hard to get the youngest generation interested. You know, because even with social media and just with the advent of modernity, it's kind of hard to tell them, like, yo, you have to, because to learn a language, you have to truly learn it, like to the point where that's a voice in your head, they call it. You have to be between 3 and 7 is what linguists estimate. And at that age, kids are just like, they're literally little kids. So they'd have to be speaking it totally immersed. It would have to be spoken in the home all the time. And it's just hard to maintain when that's not the dominant language. Also, the language of money is English. So people who are trying to hustle, let's say you work at a casino or anywhere where you can generate revenue, like you're gonna have to speak good English every day to make money, especially in Hawaii or Alaska. It's like you want to work somewhere where tourists are coming, because there's a lot of them. Like, you're gonna be, you have to not only speak English, but speak English with a perfect dialect. And so a lot of linguists think that the future of indigenous languages is the hybridization of languages. Like, they think that the Navajo language group, the Lakota language group, Ojibwe, and those are like the 3 are gonna have to kind of combine with regional ones if they want to survive. Do you see that as like a fair compromise, or do you feel like we should?
No. And I think when you see the evolved language too, is like, for Apache people, we don't have a word for sorry. We don't have words for, like, I know, I think that's so funny too. I always tell my friends, like, yeah, everything we did is with intention. So, like, you know, there's no word for sorry. And that goes into Apache philosophy. You know, we have to find words like casino, or like, you know, certain things that never existed in our ancient language. And you have to, like, add new things. And how do you do that? And in Apache, for most, right now what we're doing is the words are description. So it's just describing the place or describing the cell phone or whatever. So like, it's definitely entering a new era, but no, I don't see our Apache people using that as a compromise.
Right. It's just tough because so much ancestral metadata is embedded into certain words that were passed on, and when they get anglicized, it loses meaning. I read some crazy thing that was most anglicized languages from Europe after the Industrial Revolution, they objectify everything in the natural world, whereas almost every language before would refer to it with some sort of like family thing. Like if you were talking about a plant that gave you food or something that gave you water or like a coconut that gave you something to eat, you'd refer to it as like the friend, the part of the family, the source, the God spirit, whereas in English it's like that thing. Like everything except for the human, including animals, are a thing. And so it makes us so we're human, Homo sapiens are the only thing worthy of being treated as more than an object.
Yeah, like we're superior and everything else is inferior. Yeah.
So how did Oak Flat become a target for mining companies in the first place?
I think because we're a part of the mining corridor, and so you have Superior, Miami, Globe, and that's like we're amongst the Copper Triangle, and Oak Flat is right in the middle of all of that. And then you have Resolution Copper through BHP, who is already, mining around that area, creating a conglomerate. And that conglomerate is why they wanted to seek out this copper ore. And it's the largest copper ore in North America. And so they're wanting it. It's a multi-billion-dollar company. We have Rio Tinto, who's notorious for destroying sacred sites and destroying places all around the world through violence, through man camps, through all sorts of different tactics. And then you have BHP. And they came together, and for years, like this has been a 30-plus year fight of them trying to extract this copper ore.
What are some of the main negative health impacts that could come as a result of the construction?
I think that through the block cave mining process, because it's so deep into the earth, no human can work there. So everything is going to be used with technology and robotics. And that's why it's so funny when they try to push jobs, like especially in the local areas, they'll say, we're going to create jobs, we're going to create jobs. In order to get those jobs, you have to be in IT, you have to understand technology. And a lot of our people think it's going to be the old, ways of mining where they go in there and they're able to just do hard labor. No, like Resolution Copper and the type of mining that they're going to do is not that. And I think just all of that, and what we've seen in the history of the local towns is cancer. A lot of the young men and the women who went to work in the mines for most of their life, they had cancer. And so we try to, those people come out and they say, don't support the mine. If Superior has a group of people who have been affected by that, or if their families have been affected by it. And that's why we say it's not just an Apache fight. It's not just a Native fight. Like these corporations are cornering these small towns, making them believe that this is the only way to thrive. This is the only way to live and support your families. And that's not the case. Like copper is 100% recyclable. Why aren't we not going out there to abandoned buildings and reclaiming those coppers and using those?
Well, some people are, they're just homeless.
Exactly. And then there's other people who say no, we have to mine. This is our only way. But that's not true. And they say they're going to supply the 25% of the demand needed for the United States, but the rest of that copper is going to China. Like we have no smelters here that are going to process copper. So all of it's going back. And that's why to some of the judges, they're saying, how did this happen? How did this happen in Congress? How did this? And it's because this is corruption. This is called politicians being corrupted. This is how it works. And, that's why we have to wake up the American people.
Yeah, I like how you said demand, too, because, that's demand for now. It's not as if there is an unlimited well of copper at this place. It's demand until it's used.
Yeah.
It's not like copper is just being generated, all the time, like some sort of mint facility.
And a lot of times, and this is what we've seen in the old mines, in those mining towns, is that they will project, so many years. So in this case, Oak Flat, they say that it'll have 40 years of mining for the copper supply. But a lot of times, it doesn't last up to the projection of the years of the mine that they say is projected. So that 40 years, it probably might not be 40 years.
Even if it is, that's nothing.
Yeah.
40 years, 20 years ago,
For the
Lil Wayne,
devastation of a religious sacred site that we go to pray to, that is a violation of our human rights. Yeah. It's a violation of all of we have our ancestors buried there. We have medicinal plant ceremonies that we do today. And we even have ceremonies that are supposed to happen in this next fall. But if the transfer happens, what do we do? And that's why it's such a burden on our people, because this is they can force us, kill us, and put us on reservations. They can try and, take our babies, put them in residential schools. They can put us in the Relocation Act, take our young men and women to San Francisco, to Florida, to all these places and say, this is where you're going to live now. And in all of that, we survive. And I feel and I believe, and my people believe, that the reason why we were able to survive all of these different acts of genocide is because we had our spiritual places, our holy sites still there. So when those are gone, because in our oral history, our teachings, our values, our religious teachings are all taught through the land. Our language is connected with the land. Our songs talk about those lands. Our prayers are entwined with the earth. All of it is embodied into us as human beings. And when that's gone, a tree can't grow without its roots. And so that's why, for me and for my family and for my people, this is our survival. This is what it is to survive. This isn't so that we can go to another church and rebuild one, because you can't rebuild this. It will be a crater forever.
What tangible steps can be taken right now to prevent Resolution Copper from mining Oak Flat?
It's for people waking up and going to their Congress people. It's for people to wake up and stand with the Apache stronghold and to pray with us and to continue to do ceremonies there and to occupy Oak Flat and come together as one group of people. And I think that when it comes to Resolution Copper, it's saying no and making sure that we are heard. We have to use all different types of ways to make it known, because we are the dust underneath the carpet. And so we have to say enough is enough. And supersede the fact of, okay, we're under the category as this is a Native fight, because it's not. At this point, it's an Arizona fight, it's a nation fight, and it's an all-religious fight. And that's why we have over 200 plus different religions supporting the Apache stronghold, because they know if the first people of this country's religion is being taken away, then their religion is no safer.
So when are we going to occupy it, and how many people will it take to stop the mine?
I guess we'll find out as we continue on with the repeal and the fight to protect it through vigils and things like that when we go to D.C. And so up next is just waiting when we have to go to D.C. and come together. And I think I'm happy that the Apache Stronghold is, exploring the options, and we're going to repeal and ask the Supreme Court to rehear our case.
Okay, so you can appeal a Supreme Court decision.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the appeal needs to be heard before the construction.
So that's where things get gray, and that's why everything is happening so fast, and that's why we had to do the emergency injunction, is because once it's finalized, and that's in June 16th. So everyone's waiting for June 16th in the next month or so, because that means the land transfer turns over to private land. So that means the public lands under Thompson National Forest will no longer stand. It's going to be Resolution Copper Mine. And that's why everything is being pushed. And so we'll see. Everything is just a waiting game at this point.
Do you think there's a conspiracy that's kind of like that's engineered by Hollywood and these corporations to suppress these kind of stories? Because I noticed that every time I cover an ongoing struggle with native land rights and stuff like that, it gets shadow banned. Like, this might not show up in many people's discovery boxes. But what does get a lot of airtime is stories that claim to be like celebrating or like reminding Americans of the horrible things that happened to indigenous people, but they're kind of, it's hard to explain. Like the Hollywood movie Killers of the Flower Moon, they give you the impression that like the fight is over, like it was really sad, it's time for us to remember it. It's kind of like slavery movies. It's like, why are they showing this? It's almost a psychic tool, I think, to remind people that they were subjugated and controlled, while allowing people to kind of like feel bad as a form of penance for a very short period of time. Or they're down with like really happy-go-lucky stories about like kids from the reservation who like became movie stars or something, and it's like, oh, cool. So I feel like they're only down with like things about how the Native Americans were defeated, or about Native Americans today who left the horrible reservation and became famous and moved to New York City and are now like advocating and raising visibility for voices. But when it comes to ongoing struggles, they really don't want people to know that. And I feel like y'all have a unique perspective being in Arizona, because the fight is very much not over. Whereas in some places, like, I don't want to say it's over in Florida,
Yeah.
But it pretty much is. When it comes to the densely populated southeastern states, like, there's really not much you can do, especially if people have already been moved to Oklahoma. There's not really much land back possibility.
Yeah.
Do you see Arizona as the frontier for the land back movement?
Yeah, I think indigenous people for sure are. There's, you know, us as Apache people, there's those that are in South and North Dakota that are fighting for land back, like the Black Hills or certain places like that. But right now with the fight for Oak Flat, because it hits our religious, you know, rights, it definitely makes it in the forefront. And that's why you have tribes across this country standing behind us, because they know that each tribe that's federally recognized are going to be impacted. Our religious freedom is potentially going to be stripped away through this case and through Oak Flat, because we're allowing Resolution Copper, a foreign mining company, come and destroy a completely holy site where our religion is intact with. And when you take that away, then what does that say about Indian country? What does that say about our religious rights? It says that corporate over Native people. And that's why we want to ensure is that in this process, because we've already known that this has happened since time the United States was created, but we want people to know and wake up that it hasn't ended, that it's continued, and that it's still here, it's still happening, and that this is America. This is what has always been America, and the indigenous people are always going to be the first ones out.
All right, taking a quick break here from the Oak Flat land dispute to discuss some other relevant news this week. So the assassin that killed Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman, and shot State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette has been captured, which is great. But according to court documents, the suspect allegedly used data brokers to obtain the victims' addresses and personal details before the crime. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon says Congress doesn't need any more proof that people are being killed based on data for sale online. And he's right. Currently, the issue of protecting your privacy has proven to be a do or die situation, which is why I use Incognito, the privacy tool that makes invasive data hoarders
explain it as like an angel, I guess. And see, this is a crossover between languages, right? And so for our Gons, we believe that our red Gon that came from our mountains is at Oak Flat. And so that's why it's a holy site. Because, you know, you have St. Carlos Reservation, right? That's a place that we wouldn't really call sacred, right? But this place, we believe, is a direct connection and corridor to our Creator. To some people, they call it God, and to some, it's Yosin. And for me, it's Yosin, our Creator.
Yeah, so you feel like God with the capital G just flattens it into something like two-dimensional?
I think, like, in the language, yes, because you have Yosin and God, right? So it's like love. Like, you know, like when you say love and shishkonjon, it's so much more deep. I can't explain it, yeah.
Is it similar to the idea of universal consciousness in Buddhism, which is the interconnectivity of all living beings?
Kind of, yeah. And that's the thing, I think what makes it different is that, like, when we try to categorize and make, you know, each different thing a part of something, that also takes it away, because when we talk about religion and when we talk about Apache spirituality or Christianity or Buddhism and all these things, all of it is it's its own and unique way. And for Apaches, it's just our Apache spirituality, it's our religion, it's our way of life. This is something that we have, and it may be different from if we generalize it, it takes away a part of that spirit.
How did the Apache people get that reputation? You know what I mean?
Like
just not playing around.
I don't know, maybe.
Why are they naming helicopters in different military?
Oh, I think because of our warfare. Because of how we fought the settlers who came in, and when we did, like, the guerrilla warfare, right? And they say, like, the Apaches were down in the canyons and they couldn't, you know, find them, but they were there the whole time. Or some of the things that they would say was, when the cavalry were trying to chase certain groups of Apaches, that it would be, Apaches could travel 80 miles a day by foot. And so, I mean, that in itself is pretty powerful. And when we look, I remember we had a mentor, and he would tell us that Apache, like the average Apache body for a male and a female is like the Olympic, you know, individual that we see today in even our diet. And so when you see a group of settlers that are coming in from Europe, right, or from other places who have already taken colonization, who are already assimilated, who are already, you know, eating sugar and flour and all of those things that hurt their bodies. And you see a different group of people that look so different and who are powerful in its own way. Of course, we're going to be romanticized and be a legend. And I still believe that's who we are today. I still believe that resonates within us. But what you see here now today is a people trying to survive genocide.
What are some of the main challenges that are faced by just contemporary people living on the reservation day to day?
Substance abuse, suicide. And I think right now what has really hit our community is the missing and murdered Indigenous people. We recently had a case where there's a girl, a teenage girl, her name was Emily Pike, and she was found murdered off of the reservation not too far. And that's something that we've seen across the Indian country is missing and murdered Indigenous people. And when you're Native and you're found dead or found missing or all of those things, the jurisdiction takes place. And it's like, what is a Native person? And we become a limbo. So that's what we've been facing. And then also, and a lot of that happens because of man camps. And why they're called man camps is because they're camps where people from different places are brought in to work at exploitation sites that are near sacred sites, that are near reservations. And so we see them coming. And that's one of my biggest fear as a Native woman, is that if Oclat is going to turn into resolution copper, because Rio Tinto is known for that, and they're going to have a man camp, what does that make our women and girls and our boys unsafe? And so these are the things that we face. We face so much, and even like missionaries on reservations, and that still occurs to this day.
So man camp violence would be dudes who are like blue collar, who are coming to work for some of these energy companies and have no connection to the area. And you're saying they just take advantage of people for sport?
There's countless stories across Indian country where that happens. But yeah, like you said, it's one of those things that we preach, we're yelling, like, this is what's happening, this is what's happening, but the media just doesn't want to show that.
Yeah, I always saw the missing Indigenous stuff, and I was wondering if that had anything to do with tribal police cover-ups.
It could be, but a lot of it could be from man camps. But see, a lot of these cases they're still open, or they're cold cases that they've never found anyone. And when they do, sometimes it's even just non-natives that are from the surrounding towns that get a slap on the wrist.
That's crazy. I know that there's also different tribes in Montana right now that are experiencing the cartels using their reservations as distribution centers and taking advantage of some of the sovereignty loopholes. Is that a problem in Arizona?
Yeah, our law enforcement does face with certain things like that, and you hear stories and cases where families have to deal with just all of that turmoil. What we see as the United States people just allowing our people to struggle, is allowing our people to barely put their head over the water because we're drowning. Not only are we facing internal issues, but we're also facing issues by the state and by the government intended to do this. And so when I see all of these issues, this isn't because we're in a broken system. It's a system that is meant to destroy our people. Like, this system is happening in the way it should. And so it's having to break that.
So you think the ultimate goal of the U.S. in putting people on reservations was to kill them off?
I mean, it went from kill the Indian to save the man, right? So if they couldn't kill us, then they're going to kill our identity and assimilate us, and to make us them. What the United States and what people who came from other places are seeing, it is what their ancestors used to be, but it's today, and it's happening to us, and we don't want to be that. I don't want to not know who I am. I don't want to have my roots be stripped away from me and have that for my children. As I see people all across this country who are asking, what's my identity? Who am I? Where do I come from? Where did my ancestors come from? My ancestors are here. My ancestors are the earth and the land and the plants and the animals. They speak to me, that they're a part of me. I can go outside and eat the foods that my ancestors ate. And for most people in this country, they can't. And that's why I have to keep fighting, because I don't want to be a zombie in corporate America. I have my life. I have what has been passed on, and that's why we are fighting. Every generation since the settlers have came, we've been fighting, and I will keep fighting.
Hell yeah, zombie in corporate America is a pretty sick way to put it. Do you have a lot of friends who you grew up with who now work for IBM or something? Just punch card?
Yeah, I mean, even I feel like at some point I even like that. Apache Stronghold and what I do is because I want to do it. But even my job as working in the tribal government, I feel that way. And it's because we're like forced at like in this schedule and this time and all of these things. And it's funny because Indigenous people, that's never been us. Like we've never had a schedule, we've never. And so you even have people on the reservation say, oh, I'm on Indian time. We don't have no schedules and things like that. We have a soft agenda because this isn't a part of us. And we're having to assimilate when we do that. And so I see a lot of my peers and others learning, they struggle. Like it's a struggle. And it makes us have those social illnesses where we're just not satisfied. This isn't who we're meant to be.
What's the extent of tribal sovereignty? Because I feel like it's a word that gets used a lot, but it's obviously not sovereign.
Yeah, so I think the extent of sovereignty is what the United States tries to use to cover up and deceive our people and deceive people off the reservation that Native people are sovereign, that we can live and do whatever we want to do. We have this freedom. I mean, if we had freedom, then why am I fighting to pray? Why am I fighting to keep my language? Why am I fighting to live the next day? Why am I, there's so many ways, and whether it's through policies or to the day-to-day, going into bashes and walking in aisles and aisles of super processed food and sugar that's placed by even a store that's not even a tribal-owned business, like owned by Native people, giving us that, So the sovereignty only reaches so far to just surviving.
You mentioned sugar a couple different times.
Yeah.
Sugar's bad for you, right?
Sugar's really bad for you.
Is processed sugar like something that's causing significant negative health impacts on the reservation?
Yes, it's like one of the top contributors to the illnesses that we face on the reservation. And not just for like San Carlos, but across Indian country. Diabetes is like on its full-blown high rates that our people are getting. And it's because our bodies are not adapted or used to the kind of foods and lifestyles that everybody lives. And we weren't sedentary people. We worked to get our food, and we harvested, and the harvesting is work in itself. We ran, we hunted, we did all these things that our body has not evolved to be able to consume what we consume at the high rates that we do. And then, when you see places where we're in what is like a food desert, right, where we don't have an option, like most of our people don't have vehicles to leave the reservation. And when they leave the reservation, the next store is like 20 minutes away on either side. And we only have one grocery store, and that's Bash's, that has aisles of the super processed foods, of sugars and all of that stuff that they go to and eat. And so you see, if you had healthy food and then you had a bag of hot Cheetos, well, most of the kids are gonna pick a bag of hot Cheetos, but then you see this change of all of the foods that we eat on the reservation, post-reservation, it's filled with all of that sugar and flour. And it's because of the rations that were given to us by the United States government. It's been that way since we were placed here in San Carlos. And so our people, we're having to educate our people that you cannot eat this, that this food is bad. This is what's killing us. This is our silent killer, just the way as alcohol is. Alcohol and that was used to give to people when the reservations were first created and said, here, oh, you're in pain, you're sick, here's alcohol. And that's where alcoholism was born on the reservations. On top of that, you have PTSD, because we have trauma from being killed and our women being raped or our children going missing, broken families. Our men were no longer able to hunt and provide and hold that strength and protect our families. All of that was taken away. And then you're going to tell us that this is what we can eat. You can't harvest. You can't do this. You can't practice your ways of life. You can't hunt no more. And it's going to cause alcoholism, which is also high in sugar, right?
So there's a genetic intolerance to process and refined sugar in a similar way that there is to alcohol?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That also makes sense why there's so much obesity in Mexico.
The high rates of obesity and when it's tied to diabetes it's so high on reservations right now. And so it's just trying to revitalize not only healthy eating, but also revitalize harvesting our traditional old foods. And so, like, I'm a part of groups in San Carlos where we go out and we harvest wild foods, and we try to teach that and create plates for people to try and eat and things like that. And I think that's really helped the relationship with me and the earth and me and my community, and also trying to teach our young ones that you don't have to, be subjected to corporate America and to post-reservation suffering of, like, these are the things that can help us, and it starts with us, right? And what we eat and how we wake up in the day, those are a part of all of our philosophies. Like, being Apache is not like what it's like to be read on a book. It's not like we suffer, but we also survive, and in yet some small ways we thrive. And I feel that that sense of thriving is when I'm eating prickly pears, when I'm eating namajega, which is sorrel fruit, or when I'm eating tunkuja and drinking and trying to find ways to incorporate this in my diet. And I feel like that, in this small sense, is an act of resistance.
That sounds great. Do you want to give a message to somebody out there who maybe is about 15 years old inside of Bashes right now on the reservation, about to walk out with a tall boy of Steel Reserve, which is beer, and then a bag of hot Cheetos and submit an application to work at a man camp in Oak Flat?
Dude, that's gonna kill you. Our ancestors are not. Well, my thing is, would your ancestors be proud of what you are doing? Because I know that your ancestors did not die for you to walk this path. I know that they've seeded you to be like your ancestors and carry that resiliency and carry that identity of what it means to be Apache, of what it means to embody freedom. The Apache people have always believed in freedom. But when we take in that journey to allow corporations, to allow genocide to be the weight on our shoulders, then we continue the invisible shackles. So it's time to break those invisible shackles.
Just somewhere where people can keep updated as to, like, you know, how they can get involved or something like that?
Yeah, so we have a website, and it's apache-stronghold.com, and that has a load of, you know, press releases and documents, hydrologist reports, geological reports that are for Oak Flat, and ways to contact the Apache Stronghold, and also to contact their own senators and congresspeople. We have a huge amount of resources on there that if you want to know anything and everything about Oak Flat, it would definitely be on that website.
Well, I hope it doesn't get built, and if it does, we'll pay some mercenaries to go set it on fire.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll use our Patreon subscriber money to hire a private security force to commit arson.
Yeah, Resolution Copper will not win.
Who's the CEO of Resolution Copper?
Well, I'm not sure, yeah.
Fuck him. What happened at the airport?
Okay, so I was supposed to actually fly to Montana, to the Northern Cheyennes, and when I went out there, it was for Sacred Run. My mother, she didn't tell me this until after the end, but we all had to get off the plane and everything was stopped. But it was, at the end of it, it was because we were getting death threats, that I was on the plane, and that they had messed with the plane, or they were gonna do something on the plane because I was going. And so my whole life, alongside with my grandfather, we've gone through a lot of people who want to hurt us, minors, just people who want to take our life away for fighting for Oak Flat, and all these death threats that we faced. And so anyways, the plane, we got out and everything was clear and things like that. But this happens often. You know, there are certain times where, like I said, when I was 6, my grandfather had to wear a bulletproof vest, and there's sometimes when I have to. And so in this fight, it can be dangerous.
Who was threatening your life?
She never wanted to tell me, but
just like some.
It must have been like I was on a phone. They called or they texted and everything, and then that's when she called the airport. And the airport did everything and stuff like that. But we'll get randoms, like people who are just like on caller, you know, when they like restrict their number or things like that, or like it's just like a prepaid phone or something, and they'll say those things. And we've had, even on our marches, you know, angry people come up and try to hit us.
What do they
like
say?
that.
I'm trying to figure out what their MO can be.
F you.
Fuck you, copper rules.
Yeah, go back to the reservation, you know, things like that.
Are these like biker-looking types? That's what I'm picturing. The giant beards.
Some of them.
So many fucking jobs.
They're usually aggressive males, for sure, white males, but
they come running out of their pickup trucks.
So we just like face a lot of like just angry people, and people who don't want Native people to either exist or that they do support Resolution Copper, or who knows, Resolution Copper could be giving them
And
some
they got so
ends.
much money,
Yeah, they do. Like little me, you know, is like fighting a multi-billion-dollar company, and that sometimes like makes me laugh. And you know, like we're just like a group of Apache people, a group of the people. But you know, you can't mistake. We are, you know, in some ways.
We're fighting multi-billion-dollar companies too.
Yeah.
With the shit we're doing here. It's not easy.
It's not.
It's not a fun time.
No.
It's crazy how much money, like, people really will, like, sell their soul for money. Like, I bet some of the people giving you death threats may have not even known what you were doing.
Yeah.
You know,
they
just like,
are.
oh,
have
like,
this hate.
harass this person.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hate is crazy. Remember in Española when there were protests? There was a protest where somebody got shot because they were trying to remove. I think they were removing a statue of like a Spanish conquistador. The dude who shot the person was himself Mexican.
Oh wow.
And he was like, I think he yelled like, "I'm Spanish, homie," and just like shot at people. Do you have a lot of people on the reservation? Because I remember one time I was driving past Window Rock and I saw the Navajo flag, but it had the Blue Lives Matter stripe on it.
Yeah, I think that like so for San Carlos, there are some people who work, you know, with the mine, and it's because of money. I mean, that's what I'm saying is that there's this on the deeper spectrum of everything. It's the fact that Resolution Copper, a multi-billion-dollar company, is cornering people to say this is your livelihood. You know, you have family, you have kids, and how are you going to support them? And unfortunately, they take that risk and they accept those offers. In my lifetime, I've seen so many different politicians and leaders, tribal, national, level, at one, point, say I supported and then be in bed with them the next. And so the trust is, you have to keep going and just keep moving forward and have hope. But like in our marches, like we are nonviolent, and our direct action through protest is all with our ancient religion and our prayers as a cornerstone. Like that, what we do in our resistance is through praying and through practicing our ceremonies. And so, when it comes to like people who are angry, let's say like that, right? Like the cop or the guy was trying to hit us, right? If we even touch that vehicle, we would be the bad guys. Mm-hmm. We would be the ones that are going to be, put in jail. And so it's like what we're doing as the Apache Stronghold is trying to do everything in the right process. And that's whether it's through the judicial, right, to the Supreme Court, through the legislative, through like Save Oak Flat Act, or even now, with the Apache Stronghold sending a letter to the president, and now through the executive. And in all of these ways that when you do the moral and ethical process, you're constantly reminded of the corruption that these corporations, that these politicians, uptake and uphold to get their way, to selling their soul, like you said, or to do these things to harm and hurt others for the sake of their money, their company, their own power. And so I feel like during those marches and things like that, I have to be on my tiptoes. I have to walk on eggshells because to them, I'm a brown native radical. And I will always probably look that way when I'm honestly just trying to practice my way of life and pray. I am not trying to harm anyone. I'm not trying to do anything. And there's so much hate and harm that's coming our way. And if I get, like, if a person is coming to me and they're going to hit me, they're going to hit me. They're just going to have to hit me and hit me and hit me. And if I die in that, I die in that. And my life will go, for the sake of Oak Flat. But if I put my hand on that person, everything that I fought for, everything that my people fought for, everything that we stand for is going to be out the door. And that's what it's like to be this person.
So you ready to die for the cause?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, if you go by way of assassination, which is how I think I'm going to go eventually, that's how you know you did the right thing.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm happy to die with. I'd rather die for that than to know that I destroyed a whole religion, a whole group of people, to know that I allowed money that to eat that and to speak that I wouldn't, yeah.
The confusing thing about money is I always wonder, like, what do they want to do with it? When you sacrifice your morals and values for money, I always ask people, what's the plan once you get the money? Is it a house? Is it a vehicle?
Yeah.
So many people don't even have a plan. They just want to hoard it and then figure it out later. But you can't do that much with money.
No, and most people are unsatisfied and not happy anyways. So it's like, for when you have all this money and you allow greed, that's what greed is. And that's when greed wins. It's because it's when it's seated in you and allow it to corrupt you. that what keeps you from wanting more and more. And what does that do in return? Just continue corporations. It continues this demand and supply. Like, that's what they want. That's if that's what everyone became, then, you know, the quicker we'd all go out.
Yeah, I was reading a study the other day, said that the highest depression rates in America are among the bottom 5% and the top 1%.
Wow.
Because the really poor are just like they're kind of crabs in a bucket trying to get out.
Yeah.
And the top 1%, I don't know if they're spiritually tortured from exploiting people or something,
Yeah.
but they hate each other. They're jealous of each other, and you never win the rat race.
Yeah. They're probably so paranoid that someone's trying to take their money anyways.
Yeah, because
you know?
they can't trust anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had $1 billion, you can't trust anybody.
Yeah. And I would never want to be that.
Yeah, but getting 100,000 would be dope though, right?
No, it depends on what it's for.
You could just buy you and 5 of your friends houses or something. I always think that's a pretty sick amount of money to get.
Yeah.
Or you could hire bodyguards.
I just want to know where that money came from. I could never accept it without knowing.
Well, at least you can trust your grandpa.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Who's very much alive.
Yes, he's alive. He's so alive. He's running and eating and, yeah, he's alive.
Channel 5 Live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55, we don't fuck with costers. And 5 is the best number.
Hey, you. That's right, you. Are you a documentary filmmaker or a journalist whose work is being held captive by the fat cats at the Hollywood studios, or even worse, being held back by a tyrannical parent organization like Vice, Vox, and Mother Jones? Well, I have great news for you. Those days are over, because we are launching our own independent documentary platform called C5.now.
C5.now.
C5.now. C5.now. It's going to be available on smart TV, iOS, and just a regular old computer. A lot of you guys might wonder, what makes C5.now different than Peacock or HBO Max or Tubi? And the answer is residuals. I know some of you guys may think that residuals is an HPPD symptom, but that's not the case. It means the proportion of streaming revenue that you get paid after your movie is on a platform. Most people get 10% or 20% of residuals, but if you got a film on C5.now, you're gonna get 55% or more of residuals. Yeah, it's gonna cost money, it's gonna cost
Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. Did God have any choice in creating the world? So asked Albert Einstein. He was being poetic. What he really meant was whether the universe could have been any other way. Could it have different laws of physics driven by different fundamental constants? Or is this one vast and complex universe the inevitable result of an inevitable and unique underlying principle, perhaps expressible as a supremely elegant theory of everything? It certainly seems that Einstein thought that this should be the case, that God had no choice in whether or how to create the world. It seems like a pretty armchair philosophical and perhaps unanswerable question, but the modern problem of naturalness may lead to an answer. Hey everyone, a couple of quick announcements before we get started. Our second Patreon interview with Dr. Mithuna Yoganathan is available. We had a great chat about quantum entanglement, quantum computing, and various quantum interpretations. There's a link in the description. Next, we're running our next algorithm experiment for the next couple of episodes. Our algorithm has shied away from sharing our episodes with the full Spacetime community again. So we're trying to determine whether likes or comments are more influential. For this phase of the experiment, we want to see what happens if we can get 60,000 plus likes per episode. If you want to be a data point in this experiment, just hit the like button, and of course, feel free to comment as per usual. Finally, we have our July merch available. This is a special one. Retired scientist Dr. Jim Slater is a fan of Spacetime and the creator of this incredible image of how the Earth and the Sun moved through the galaxy. And he gave us his blessing to put it on a t-shirt and sweatshirt, so you can show everyone in your local patch of Spacetime a scientifically accurate movement of the Sun and Earth. We also have 2 new black hole logo Spacetime caps, one with a white hole and one with an all black hole. Links in the description. or fine-tuning problems in general are those in which some property of the universe seems oddly specific, as though whatever process decided on the parameters of the natural laws cared that this particular property has the value it does. We've been talking about this stuff a bit, including in 2 recent episodes where we discussed why many physicists think that the small value of the mass of the Higgs boson seems unnatural. This is the hierarchy problem. The idea, if you recall, is that there should be some processes influencing the Higgs mass that operate at very high energies, which should in turn lead to a very high Higgs mass unless there are precision suppressions of those influences. Those influences are interactions with quantum fields, and the suppression is supposed to be that those interactions cancel each other out. No natural mechanism has yet been discovered to achieve such high precision and coordinated cancelling, but the alternative to coordinated cancelling is fortuitous cancelling. If the latter is true, then it looks like the various cancellations were finely tuned to achieve the small Higgs mass, which feels unnatural. Another supposed fine-tuning problem is the apparent very small value of the cosmological constant. So we observe that the expansion of the universe is accelerating, and a possible culprit is vacuum energy, the faint energy density in the quantum fields that fill all of space. We call this influence dark energy and describe it with the cosmological constant in the Einstein equations. And for basically the same reason that physicists are confused by the low Higgs mass, many are also confused that dark energy isn't extremely strong due to the contribution of high energy components of those fields. And again, quantum cancellations could reduce this energy. It's not such a stretch to imagine a perfect cancellation if there's a high level of symmetry in those contributions, but to cancel almost but not quite perfectly seems an oddly specific result. Finely tuned, in fact. So far, we've been talking about these issues in very mechanistic terms. That's a potential source of confusion, because in a sense, the mechanisms don't matter. There's a much more general way to express the problem that gets to the heart of the question we started with. Is our very particular universe inevitable? I'm going to get to that after a few more words to put this mechanistic picture to bed. Quantum field theory describes essentially everything in terms of myriad interactions between quantum fields, expressed in the theory in terms of virtual particle interactions. Many, and perhaps most physicists, understand this virtual stuff to be just a mathematical tool representing the messy interactions of quantum fields. But even if the Feynman sums in QFT are mathematical fictions, we can still consider the complex field interactions that they represent as being real in some sense, whatever real really means. The astonishing success of the standard model of particle physics, itself a quantum field theory, means that we kind of have to take quantum field interaction seriously. That includes ideas like field interactions contributing to particle mass, and even the idea of field interactions cancelling each other's influence. There's also independent evidence that this virtual activity is in a sense real, for example, in the Casimir effect, in which a measurable force is induced between supposed virtual field modes from between 2 conducting plates. So, the clockwork behind the standard model, the mechanism of quantum field interactions and cancellations, make very sensible predictions in some cases and nonsensical ones in other cases. In particular, prior to being fixed, the QFT behind the standard model predicted that the Higgs mass and dark energy should be enormous. So, can we just ignore those predictions? In the case of the standard model, the answer is yes, at least if all we want to do is to use the theory within its domain of applicability. The supposed exploding masses of the particles can be dealt with if we just input by hand their true masses as measured in the lab. The process is called renormalization, and it involves adding some made-up cancelling terms to get the exploding masses back down to where we know they should be. With this change, those particle masses are no longer predicted by the theory, but rather become free parameters of the theory. In this way, the standard model becomes internally self-consistent. It doesn't predict very large masses, but that's by construction. it's the unconstrained, unrenormalized quantum field theory beneath the Standard Model that predicts large masses. During the development of the Standard Model, some physicists had hoped that the quantum field theory on which the model is built would be able to fully explain the masses of the particles. They were not pleased that this feature didn't make it into the release version of the theory. Richard Feynman, who led the development of quantum electrodynamics, the electromagnetic part of the Standard Model, called renormalization a shell game and a dippy process. He said, "Such hocus pocus has prevented us from proving that the theory of quantum electrodynamics is mathematically self-consistent." Paul Dirac said he was very dissatisfied with the situation because this so-called good theory does involve neglecting infinities which appear in its equations, ignoring them in an arbitrary way. There are two takeaways here. One is that the underlying mechanics of the Standard Model does lead to confusing stuff about the particle masses if you remove the hocus pocus of renormalization. And some would argue that sans hocus pocus, if you take this mechanism seriously, there appear to be finely tuned cancellations in order to get the masses reasonable. The other takeaway is that the Standard Model fails to realize the dream of Einstein and of Feynman and Dirac. They, and perhaps we, want a singular ultimate theory, one from which every property of the world should be derivable in a non-dippy, non-arbitrary and mathematically self-consistent way. The Standard Model isn't that. And so we can imagine a more true general theory, perhaps a theory of quantum gravity, of which the Standard Model, general relativity and everything else are slightly crappy approximations, each one with only a limited range of validity. We talked about this stuff last time, how we have these layers of theory, with theories describing larger scales and lower energies being coarse grainings of deeper theories. But all of those so-called effective theories are entirely defined by the theory at the bottom. At least, that's how the world works in the reductionist paradigm. We like to call the more coarse-grained, the more zoomed-out, more emergent theory the infrared or the IR theory, while the deeper, more fundamental theory is the ultraviolet or UV theory. The reason is by analogy with the ultraviolet catastrophe, which was in the last episode. So let's say we have an IR theory that's a coarse graining of a UV theory. Both are defined by their own set of parameters. For example, there are 19 free parameters in the Standard Model that seem arbitrary in the context of that theory alone. The free parameters of the IR theory, however, are not free in the context of the UV theory from which it comes. Instead, they are calculable in principle from the parameters of that UV theory. So what are the parameters of the deepest UV theory? We don't know. Knowing that fully means knowing the theory of everything. But we can at least imagine that the UV theory of our universe lives in some sort of platonic space of all imaginable such theories. The UV theory that generates our universe has a specific location in that space, defined by its specific parameters. If we locate that specific UV theory, we should be able to calculate the precise parameters of the IR theory that inevitably emerges from it. At least if Einstein has his way. Einstein would also like the UV theory itself to be inevitable, but we really have no idea how those parameters were chosen. Okay, so how does naturalness play into this picture? Imagine making a new universe by choosing a random spot in this theory space. The resulting UV theory defines the IR parameters like the Higgs mass, etc. You haven't chosen your UV theory with any intention to get specific IR parameters, so you probably wouldn't expect them to be unusual or interesting in any way. If they are, it would seem unnatural, not as random as you imagine. Let's actually try an analogy. You shoot an arrow into a barn wall, blindfolded. You look to see where you hit. Just some random patch of wood, it turns out. Do you act surprised, like, what are the chances that I hit this square inch in particular? How lucky? No, you had to hit somewhere, and that's just where you hit. It's perfectly natural. On the other hand, imagine if there was a target painted on the wall with a very tiny bullseye. you hit the bullseye by chance without even knowing that the target was there, you'd be justified in thinking it was a crazy fluke and not just some spot on the wall. In case you missed it, in this analogy, the barn wall is the space of all possible UV theories. Each point on the wall is a different set of parameters for that theory, each a different underlying master theory leading to a different universe with different IR parameters. The bullseye is a very particular UV theory, and it's special because it happens to lead to a very special IR theory, in our case a small Higgs mass and small cosmological constant. And the blind archer? God, perhaps? Or perhaps we should think of it as representing the mechanism by which the parameters of the UV theory are set. This could be random, meaning the whole barn wall is fair game, or those parameters could be set by some mechanism that's intrinsic to the UV theory itself, a mechanism that only permits a single outcome. Only one spot on the barn wall was ever possible in the first place. And once you know the UV theory, you see that no other set of UV parameters are possible. That seems to be what Einstein preferred. God has no choice. But whether the UV parameters are set randomly or are unique and inevitable, the archer is still blind, and we still do have the problem of fine-tuning. How so? Well, the blindness of the archer doesn't really represent the freedom of the UV theory to have different parameters. What it really represents is a combination of two things. One, our own lack of knowledge of those parameters. We know nothing about them, so they could be anything. The whole barn wall is open as far as our prior knowledge is concerned. And two, the fact that the UV theory is blind to the IR theory. So even if the mechanisms that set the parameters of the UV theory have no choice in where they land, they aren't doing that with the emergent IR theory in mind. At least that's the default assumption of reductionism. So that's the situation we're in. We find an arrow in the bullseye, and it seems that the arrow was put in place by a process that had no idea that the bullseye existed. We can talk about all of this in terms of Bayesian reasoning, by assessing likelihoods relative to our prior knowledge. When physicists talk about a prior distribution for a parameter space for the UV theory, they typically aren't talking about some real process that sets the parameters of that theory. Instead, they usually mean a probability distribution that quantifies our degree of knowledge and ignorance about some aspect of the world. It's the possible range for the parameters given what little we know, what we call a Bayesian prior. In reality, the true parameters of the UV theory just are what they are, presumably a set of well-defined values. But with little prior knowledge, their possible distribution with respect to that knowledge is vast. In our Bayesian reasoning, we'd use a wide Bayesian prior because its job is exclusively to represent our knowledge. Now, let's say we know that this wide open UV theory space maps to some as yet unmeasured infrared parameter. We go to measure the parameter and ask, how much of the theory space in our Bayesian prior could produce an IR parameter like the one we just measured? If the answer is vanishingly small, then we might be suspicious. That's the case with the Higgs mass and the cosmological constant. It's the arrow being suspiciously in the bullseye. We would be justified in assuming that the archer actually peaked, or that there's some powerful collusion in the UV theory that propagates down to the IR theory. In this case, working to make the IR theory the low energy theory that it is. And it doesn't even matter if the mechanism for setting the IR parameters, such as the suppression of the Higgs mass, is quantum cancellations or anything else. As long as our UV theory natively lives at much higher energy than the IR theory, either collusion between the high energy mechanics or extreme chance is needed to yield that stable low energy theory. So that's why it's reasonable to wonder at things like the smallness of the Higgs mass and the cosmological constant, not because they're actually unnatural, but because they seem unnatural given the mechanisms that we think are at work behind them. Nature is obviously being perfectly natural, and so it means we're missing something. Either the archer peaked, that's the UV theory being influenced by the IR theory, it sees the target, or The archer shot many, many arrows, and the whole barn wall is a pincushion of alternate universes, and of course we're in one of the extremely rare bullseye universes with survivable Higgs masses and so on. I keep saying that we'll come back to these ideas, the idea of UV-IR mixing and anthropic reasoning, and we still will. But for today, let me just say that the choice between these two options may be our answer to Einstein's question. Did God have a choice in creating the world? If no, then there was only one arrow, and that seems to demand a connection between the fundamental and the emergent that we don't fully understand. If yes, then the arrow could have landed anywhere on the barn wall, and perhaps it did, solving naturalness but generating a multiverse. Of course, in that case, we can just redefine the multiverse as the world and say that it is singular and inevitable, and Einstein gets to be right again, just like he was with all that stuff about curved spacetime. Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. AnyDesk was created because whether you're in a remote location or just working from home, the need for reliable, secure communication and data transfer remains important. With AnyDesk, secure direct file transfer bypasses the cloud entirely, allowing you to move large media files, benchmarks, logs, or firmware updates between systems. And if you need to run complex systems, AnyDesk offers remote server monitoring and CMS access that allows you to control dashboards and monitor web servers directly from your phone or tablet. Or if you need to set up remote 3D printing access, you can combine AnyDesk with computer modules to run, monitor, and print farm from just about anywhere in the world. AnyDesk is available for personal use, but if your research requires a lot of global coordination, AnyDesk offers custom-tailored business plans. To learn more about AnyDesk, go to anydesk.com/spacetime or check out the link in the description. The holy grail of theoretical physics is to come up with a quantum theory of gravity. But after a century of trying, we really have no idea how close we are, or if it's even possible. But we shouldn't feel bad, because it turns out that the universe is doing everything in its power to make this as difficult as possible. Or perhaps it's just telling us that quantum gravity isn't possible. Should we take the hint? Our modern theory of gravity was discovered a little over a century ago with Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity. And then just a little under a century ago, we discovered quantum mechanics, which would become our modern theory of everything except gravity. It was an exciting decade or so for physics, but then things slowed down. We've spent the following 100 years trying to reconcile these two theories and bring them together into a single master theory of everything. The most common approach to this reconciliation has been to try to make gravity quantum. After all, we got a theory of quantum electromagnetism by quantizing the electromagnetic field. The result was quantum electrodynamics, in which the force of electromagnetism can be described by the exchange of a single quantum of this field, which turns out to be the photon. The same basic procedure led to the discovery and quantization of the strong and weak nuclear forces, with their associated particles, gluons carrying the strong force and W and Z bosons carrying the weak. So if 3 of the 4 forces of nature are quantum, surely quantizing gravity is an essential step on the path to a final theory. And if the gravitational field is quantized, then it should be made up of quanta. Gravity should be mediated by its own force-carrying particle. We call this hypothetical particle the graviton. Detection of the graviton would allow us to confirm gravity's quantum nature and even test our theories of quantum gravity, such as string theory and loop quantum gravity. We've talked about these theories in the past. They are mathematically very dense and involve quite a bit of speculation, and some have argued that we are getting way ahead of ourselves with these theories. So today, we're going to get right back to the basics. To do that, we'll follow some of the thinking of Freeman Dyson, who helped shape quantum theory from near the beginning and thought about the most fundamental questions for all his long life. We'll see what he had to say about whether it's even possible to detect a graviton, something we need to do in order to verify that gravity really is quantum. But first, we're going to follow another musing of Dyson's, in which he asks whether the same trick that told us that electromagnetism must be a quantum force can also be applied to gravity. The quantum nature of electromagnetism was the very first clue that led to the quantum revolution. It first showed up in the mathematical trick that Max Planck used to explain thermal radiation, and this inspired Einstein to take the quantization of electromagnetism seriously in order to explain the photoelectric effect. Now, we understand that the electromagnetic field and electromagnetic waves, aka light, can be described as being composed of countless tiny and individual packets of energy called photons. Planck and Einstein's discoveries were clues that led to the full development of quantum mechanics in the mid-1920s, which was followed quickly by our full quantum theory of electromagnetism, quantum electrodynamics. But even before electromagnetism was properly quantized, Niels Bohr and Leon Rosenfeld came up with a strong argument that this force must be fundamentally quantum. I'm going to go through this thought experiment, because maybe if it works for electromagnetism, we can also use it to argue for gravity being quantum. Let's start with a simple particle in motion. At any point in time, a particle has a position and a momentum. If this is a quantum particle, then it's impossible to simultaneously measure both of these properties with perfect precision. If we try to measure the position very precisely, then the uncertainty in the momentum increases. If we try to measure the momentum as perfectly as possible, then the position becomes undefined. And it's not just that we lost the certainty in one property by bumping it or whatever when we tried to measure the other. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle is a fundamental limit to the knowability of the quantum world, and we talk about this fundamentalness in this video. This trade-off between the knowledge we can possess about a quantum system applies to many pairs of properties: position versus momentum, energy versus time, one axis of polarization or spin versus a perpendicular axis, and many more. So, if the electromagnetic field is quantum in nature, the uncertainty principle should apply to our attempts to measure this field. Okay, back to our particle. In fact, let's have two particles and give them both a negative electric charge. We start them off moving towards each other. We know that like charges repel, so these particles will interact by the electromagnetic field when they get close and be deflected back. We know that there's a quantum restriction on how precisely we can measure the position and momentum of these particles. But we also know that the particles' motions are entirely defined by their interactions via the electromagnetic field. So Bohr and Rosenfeld argued that the same restrictions on measurement of particle motion have to apply to the field that governs that motion. After all, measurements of the electromagnetic field can only happen by observing its interactions. If those interactions are subject to fundamental quantum uncertainty, then the field must be also. And if that's true, then it's reasonable to think that the electromagnetic field is truly a quantum entity, as indeed it turns out to be. Okay, so if this argument applies to electromagnetism, why can't it also apply to the gravitational field? If we can only measure the gravitational field through the interaction of massive particles, and those particles are subject to quantum uncertainty, then surely our measurement of gravity is subject to the same. Here, it's important to pay attention to the details of the Bohr-Rosenfeld arguments. They realized that in order to confidently state that the Heisenberg uncertainty principle applies to electromagnetism, we need to consider only a pristine electromagnetic interaction between the two particles. The interaction needs to be mediated by the most quantum possible influence of the EM field, a so-called quantum of action. That's the part of the EM field that we're trying to measure. If there are any extra bits of electromagnetic field, then they'll add to our uncertainty in measuring the field responsible for the interaction.
This is making no
But
sense right here. What the hell have I
electromagnetism is
done?
pretty messy. For example, we know that
done,
moving
buddy.
charges create magnetic fields. Those extraneous components of the EM field prevent us from concluding that our knowledge of the EM field is limited to the same degree as our knowledge of particle motion. Only with a pristine interaction can we show that electromagnetism also obeys the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. But Bohr and Rosenfeld came up with a clever trick to clean up the EM field in their thought experiment. Instead of individual particles moving towards each other, they imagined pairs of particles, one positive and one negative. That cancels out any electromagnetic field emerging from the particle motion, allowing us to describe the most fundamentally quantum interaction via the EM field. And it allows us to show that the EM field really is subject to true quantum uncertainty. But this is where we get stuck with gravity. Particles with electric charge are subject to the electromagnetic force. The analogous charge for gravity is mass. We can imagine a pair of massive particles moving towards each other and interacting via a quantum of gravity. Our ability to measure that gravitational interaction should be limited by our ability to measure the motion of those particles. But in order to show that the limit is truly the Heisenberg limit, we need to rule out complex interactions for the gravitational field, just as we did for the EM field. So why not apply the same trick as Bohr and Rosenfeld? Just add an opposite gravitational charge to each particle. But that means adding negative masses. And as far as we know, negative mass doesn't exist. And it's not just that we haven't discovered it yet. There are very good reasons to believe that negative mass is fundamentally impossible. Its existence would lead to major paradoxes. So it seems that the very nature of gravity forbids us from using Bohr and Rosenfeld's argument. That might on the surface sound like a bit of bad luck, but follow me through the next thought experiment, and it starts to feel like the universe is really conspiring to prevent us from finding evidence of quantum gravity. Perhaps the most direct evidence of quantum gravity would be the observation of a graviton, or at least of its effect. After all, the observation of the influence of individual photons in the photoelectric effect was a pretty clear demonstration of the quantization of electromagnetism. So, on to the next thought experiment from Freeman Dyson. He figured out what it would take to detect an individual graviton with a gravitational wave detector. Gravitational waves are ripples in the fabric of spacetime caused by massive objects undergoing certain types of motion. When a gravitational wave passes by, it causes distances to change as space is alternately stretched and compacted by a very tiny amount. At least, that's how gravitational waves look in general relativity, Einstein's very unquantum theory of gravity. In classical electromagnetism, electromagnetic waves are caused by accelerating charges, but we now know that those waves are really made up of individual photons. So if gravity is quantum, then a gravitational wave should be made up of many gravitons. In 2015, we detected our first gravitational waves caused by the merger of black holes with the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. The two LIGO facilities sensed the extremely tiny relative changes in the lengths between their 4-kilometer arms by bouncing lasers many times along each arm and watching for subtle changes in how those beams recombined. So, what would it take to measure a single graviton? Probably is quite a bit more difficult than measuring a single photon, but there must be some far future gravitational wave detector that could do it. That's what Dyson wanted to find out. So we'll start by estimating how many gravitons are in a typical gravitational wave like the ones detected by LIGO. If we wanted to do that for an electromagnetic wave, we take the total energy of the wave and divide it by the energy of a single photon, which is just the Planck constant times its frequency. That tells us that a piddling 5 milliwatt, 630 nanometer red laser pointer blasts out 10 to the power of 16 photons per second. The typical gravitational wave detectable by LIGO has an energy density of approximately 10 to the power of minus 11 joules per cubic meter, with an angular frequency of 1 kilohertz, that's 1000 hertz. According to Dyson,
the energy density of a single graviton in this frequency is at most 3 by 10 to the power of minus 48 joules per cubic meter. And that gives us around 3 by 10 to the power of 37 gravitons per cubic meter in these waves. So what would it take to detect just one of these? Well, if the gravitational wave that I described has around 10 to the 37 gravitons, and that's just at the edge of LIGO sensitivity, then we need to improve that sensitivity by a factor of 10 to the power of 37. That sounds challenging, but surely not impossible, even if it would take some science fiction level device to do it. To see just how science fiction-y, let's simplify our gravitational wave detector. We're going to detect incoming waves by measuring the change in the distance between two masses. We'll assume the masses are free-floating in space, but the argument also works for masses that are fixed to a device. Dyson argues that in order to say that we detected a single graviton, we'd need to be able to measure a change in distance on the order of the Planck length, and that this requirement is actually independent of the frequency of the graviton. You might recall from previous videos that the Planck length is essentially the smallest distance that we can consider before the meaning of distance and space breaks down. It's a pretty small distance. So what sort of device could measure a change on that scale? For our simplified gravitational wave detector, the question becomes what combination of masses and distances between them would we need? As our lonely graviton passes our detector, the masses move in and out by a tiny amount. In order to be sensitive to that tiny change in distance, we need to measure the positions of each of those masses with a precision equal to half of that change. But the precision with which we can measure those mass positions is limited by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which by now you're very familiar with. While a mass is being moved by a graviton, its speed changes. It changes roughly by the distance it travels divided by the time it takes for a single graviton to pass by. That time is just the separation of the masses divided by the speed of light. That gives us the variation in the speed during our measurement. Multiply that variation by the mass itself, and we get the change in momentum due to the passage of the graviton. So now we have an estimate for the uncertainty in the position needed to detect the graviton, and that's just around half the Planck length, as well as the uncertainty in the momentum generated by the motion of the masses caused by the graviton. If we plug these into the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, we get a relationship between the masses and their separation in order to be able to detect a single graviton. It's a simple enough equation. The mass separation has to be less than or equal to the gravitational constant times the mass of the masses divided by the speed of light squared. But that expression is familiar to all physicists and is very bad in this context. It's the expression for the Schwarzschild radius. Any mass compacted to a size smaller than this radius becomes permanently trapped by its own gravitational field. It becomes a black hole. This is really strange. We found that a gravitational wave detector capable of detecting a single graviton inevitably forms a black hole. That means even if it detects the graviton, it swallows any information about that measurement and so prohibits us from confirming the graviton. Really, any attempt to measure distances smaller than the Planck length threatens black holes, as we've discussed before. So it seems that nature isn't just conspiring to thwart our theoretical arguments for quantum gravity, but also to stop us from building the detector we need to test these theories. None of this means that gravity isn't really quantum, or that the existence of the graviton can't be ever proved. There are several proposals for how to do this, like searching for the extremely rare interactions with particles of matter and gravitons. But these events are going to be so rare that it may be practically impossible to see enough of them to confidently confirm their nature, unless we could come up with a clean source of gravitons, immensely more powerful than is currently known, like a laser of gravitational waves. But that's really in the realm of extreme far future technology. There are also indirect measures of quantum gravity in the same vein as the Bohr-Rosenfeld argument for electromagnetism. For example, if we could cause two particles to become quantum entangled through a gravitational interaction, then that interaction itself would have to be quantum. This is more promising than direct graviton detection, but has not yet been achieved. And who knows, perhaps nature will continue to conspire to make new tests of quantum gravity impossible. And maybe that's because gravity isn't quantum in the same way that the other forces are. Not that this is going to stop us from continuing down the rabbit holes of speculative theories in the hopes that one day we'll find a way to test and maybe verify the quantum nature of space-time.
It's that time of year again where we ask you to take the annual PBS Digital Studios audience survey. The Spacetime audience has always been amazing at filling out the survey, and we'd love to continue that trend. By doing so, you can help us pick out what new shows should be made and what types of topics you'd like to see new shows cover. It'll only take a few minutes, but it's extremely valuable to us. The whole network really dives deep into the data, and it helps give us tremendous insights into what you're thinking. There is a link in the description. Thanks in advance.
Today's video begins on the morning of April 28, 2004, when the police find the body of Tommy Hope lying on his kitchen floor, covered in stab wounds. Tommy was a known drug addict who would use drugs to cope with the trauma he suffered as a youth and while he was in the military. Despite initial efforts, the investigation quickly stalled due to the lack of witnesses, suspects, and no clear motive. The case would remain cold for more than 9 years, until April of 2013, when Pastor Jerry Sousley made an unexpected call to the authorities, requesting a formal interview. He claimed that he was being threatened by a member of his own congregation, a woman named Clara Rector. What the pastor revealed next would uncover a decade of buried secrets.
Well, I'm the pastor at Campbell Bible Baptist Church. Okay. And Clara and her husband, Jason, her 3 children, are members there. I knew Claire kind of was, she was different. I know she struggled with some things. I was able to help her on some things, her and Jason together. I'm real conscientious about pastors and women. In other words, it was him and her, when we would talk and do those types of things. And Claire showed up about 9:30, something like that. And she said, Pastor Jerry, I need to tell you something. And I said, okay. So we kind of went over to the side and she began to tell me about this. She told me his name. I know it's Tommy Holt now, but I don't remember if that's the name she used. Okay. But she did talk about where he lived behind where Taco Bell, that area is. And anyway, she said that she had, got on drugs again. She's had substance abuse problems and put in with this guy and left her husband and kids and all these things. And then she just was telling me these things and then she just kind of stopped and put her head down and she said, and I killed him. Just kind of matter-of-factly. And I said, what do you mean you killed him? And she said, I stabbed him. I didn't really know what to say. I don't remember exactly what I said. It was 4th of July. She said, and I know that it wasn't the drugs. You know, she said, I knew what I was doing. I was mad because he wouldn't give me the drugs that I wanted, and I killed him. And Jason said, we went and saw the lawyer. He said that we don't have to say anything, that the burden proves police, so we just kind of need to forget about it. And I was like, I said, what? And Claire, she was sitting on the pastor's side. She said, now, Pastor Jerry, if you feel like you need to do what you got to do, you go ahead. We won't be, you know, I always felt like she was wanting to, but her family was holding her back. And I didn't really know what to do. Now I wish I would have went ahead. I called the Christian Law Association just to see, you know, they said, well, you don't have a legal obligation to.
The pastor explains that Clara had told her husband and her family what she had done, and after speaking with him and their lawyer, they decided it was best not to go to the police. The detective wants to know why the pastor decided it was time to report the murder, and he is shocked by what the pastor tells him.
Now, in the meantime, during all that, she began to, like, leave a note on my desk, and they were, I don't even remember the subject matter, but it was just like maybe a Bible question, but I didn't like it. And again, I told Jason, I said, Jason, Claire leaves me these little notes. I said, I don't want people getting the wrong idea, and I'm real uncomfortable with her doing that. So I appreciate it, you know, she wouldn't do that. He said, you know, and this kind of went on, and it wouldn't happen for a while, then I'd get another one. And then I got one time, and they were, it's almost like a teenage kid, you know, it's just a joke. And she would sign it with a heart and love CJ. And again, every time I'd tell Jason, you know, and finally I got where I could talk to Claire. And I said, Claire, you can come and talk to me. I said, but you can't do this. One morning I got up real early to go deer hunting. It's like 4:30 in the morning, and there's a note taped to my car door, you know, and I don't remember what it was about. And she was complaining about something that happened in the church. I don't remember, you know, letting my wife kind of know these things too, you know, as it was going on. And these were sporadic, you know, several weeks, a month or two would go by, nothing would happen, and those types of things. Then I got a note from her. She came to church on a Wednesday night, which she don't do very much. And I noticed when I was teaching that she spent her whole time writing, the whole time. And I had to take, the bus driver wasn't there, so I took the kids home, and I come back, and there's a letter on my desk from her. And she's complaining about how she feels left out of the church, and that her and her family are probably going to go find another church. And then she wrote that, plus, you're a big distraction to me. Something along the lines, you're very attractive, I think was the word she put. I don't have it anymore, but, and she came in, and my office has windows, you can see in the window, and I left the door open, and I told her, I said, Claire, I said, that was very inappropriate. You cannot do that. And I'm a pastor. I'm looking at these things from a spiritual standpoint. I said, that's of the devil. It's right out of the pit of hell. I said, that destroys churches. It destroys families. I'm married. I got a family. You have a family. I said, it's uncalled for. You need to stop doing that. And she said she was sorry, you know, and that she wouldn't do it. But it was Tuesday. I came in, and there was this little spiral notebook that opens this way. Not like yours, but something like this. Yeah, like that. But yeah, about that size. About like that, with a paper front. And on the front of it, it just had random stuff written all over it. This is my book. This is a story. Read it. Tell me what you think. So I opened it up, and I kind of skimmed through it because right away I knew what it was. And it was about a woman who was in love with her pastor. And she's talking about his big feet, his big hands, and his dark, dreamy eyes. And I know I can't have him, but I can't sexual encounters that she wants to have. Because first of all, she just laid it on my desk where my wife could have picked it up, or my little girl, she's 11, she could comprehend what was being written. And so, that really made me mad. So I called Jason again. Okay. I said, Jason, here's the thing. I said, this has got to stop. I said, you guys are going to have to find another church. I said, because this is, I can't deal with this.
You felt that crossed the line?
Yeah, I said, that's it. I said, I cannot help her anymore. Okay. And he said, I understand, Pastor, I don't know what I'm going to do, and so forth, so on. And so I said, now I want to throw this book away. And he said, well, I would like to have it. So she started texting me, why won't you talk to me? I just need somebody, I need a friend, and you're the only one that I talk to. But I wouldn't answer her. Then Jason called me, and I guess she was having some type of meltdown. I think she's doing drugs again, or something, some kind of substance abuse. Well, then I think she actually texted me back a little later saying everything's okay now, I'm taking a nap. And, I was like, well, whatever. Started texting me again and talking about how, I just need somebody to talk to, why are you don't seem to want to help me and these types of things. And I'm not responding to her, because I'm just trying to distance myself as much as possible. The phone rings, and I started yelling again. Anyway, I answered it, and it was her. And she said, hey, and I went, hey, and she said, so what'd you think about my book? Now, a couple of days has passed, and I was kind of surprised she didn't, I guess Jason hadn't told her. I didn't tell her I gave Jason the book, but I said, Claire, I didn't like the book. I think it's inappropriate, and I don't want you to do that anymore, And so she hung up on me and then texted me back and said, it was just a fantasy, it's not real, it's all fiction, I'm just writing a book, I just wanted to share it with you. And then I didn't answer it, and then she texted me back again, you're right, it's not fiction. Which, that's how she does. She's just all over the place. Okay. She said, Jerry, and she's never called me by my first name. She said, Jerry, if you tell the law what you know about me, I will destroy you. I will effing destroy you. She used the word. And I just hung up.
After listening to the pastor's story, the detective has a few questions for him. While they finish up, the detective has already told the other officers to find Clara and arrest her for stalking.
And she said, I want to turn myself in. Now, something else that she said that I didn't tell you was very important. She also talked to me about how she went home and was covered in, and I think Jason, I want to say they went back there for where I don't remember, but I do know that she told me that they had burnt her clothes, burned them in a barrel.
Did she tell you that they both went back to the house, or Jason?
I for some reason, I don't specifically remember her saying that, but I believe that she did. I believe that they went back to where it happened. If you talk to her, she acts like about a 15, 16-year-old girl. In other words, I've watched her interacting with her kids, okay. And she runs and like a kid, she's just silly. When she said she would destroy me, that's when I said, okay, we gotta take care of this.
Okay, so when she says, I will destroy you.
Effing destroy you.
Okay, what is it that she can do to you that you can possibly think of?
Other than destroy my reputation, I think she's street smart, and she knows she knows the right words to say. Okay. Like she probably knew if she said I'll kill you, that would be, very serious. That's kind of an ambiguous remark. Mr. What do you mean by that? And I didn't ask her. I wish I had, but I didn't. I just took it as like my reputation, and she probably would say things that aren't true. But one one fear was, is what if she went crazy again and killed somebody else?
Right.
And me know.
Imagine the guilt.
So it's just kind of come about, it's time to.
Oh my.
Well, I think we all agree that this is the right thing to do. It's a hard thing to do, but sometimes, and I think I've heard you say it, the right thing is hard to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And sometimes you just got to do it, and because it's just escalating, and I think she would have used this later on down. It wasn't going to go away.
Yeah.
She would have been hounding me from now on with it. So.
I think you're right.
The pastor was allowed to go home, and no charges were brought against him for knowing about the murder and not telling the police. It wouldn't take long for Claire to be found and brought in for interrogation. The detectives decided they didn't want to scare Clara away, so they tell her she's being investigated for the incident with her pastor. This tactic is used to deceive the suspect into waiving their rights, because the suspect believes they are being questioned about a minor crime. If the suspect knew they were involved in a murder investigation, they may ask for a lawyer. By the time the detectives bring up the murder investigation, the suspect will usually forget all about their rights.
I think the reason why you're being held here is because I guess there was an issue with your pastor with this notebook. This whole thing came up, okay? The man he's frightened. I don't know what it is you said to him, what you remember saying to him, or what was in that book, but the man's frightened. And so there's a reason why you're being held here right now until we can determine exactly what's going on. Probably goes back a lot deeper than this book that we're talking about. Apparently, Jason, your husband, has the book right now. And we know the contents of what was in it. Understand that it was a fantasy. We know that that's the way you explained it to the pastor, that it's fantasy, that we don't know if it was a crush or if it was just a simple fantasy, but you did take the opportunity to write some stuff down and gave it to him and that sort of thing.
I had feelings for him that I wasn't going to act on, and I knew that it was wrong to have them, and I couldn't explain it to him any other way. So I just wrote it in a story, and I wanted him to know that I would never do that. The man didn't trust me, and I just wanted him to be able to understand where I was coming from, and that I wouldn't, that's how I felt, but I would never do anything about it, and that's all I wrote.
Okay. We're just trying to understand what your intentions were ultimately, because like I said, the man's frightened. You kind of frightened him.
I just wanted him to know how I was feeling, and so that he wouldn't be scared to help me, because he's so worried about his image that he won't even come and visit and pray with us or help us. And so I just want to tell him how I felt before I left. I never threatened him.
Claire,
I never hurt the man.
Did you tell him when I think he called you, it seems like he said he called you.
His wife called me.
And said, I think he told me that he didn't want you to come back to church that something about the book was inappropriate.
Yeah.
And then you said something about, I'll ruin you.
No,
Did you say, what was it that you said that triggered
all I
him?
said, if you tell a bunch of people what I said in that book, then I will make you pay with the tip of my pencil. And all I meant was that I'll let other people read that book. That's all I meant. All I meant was I will... But I didn't want to let anyone else read my book except Pastor Jerry, because it was about him. And if he couldn't handle the truth about that, then I wasn't going to write at all. And he couldn't handle it. Now I'm in jail. I didn't mean it. It was partly true and partly made up. It was just a story. I don't understand why I'm in jail for this long. Why I didn't mean to make him feel scared. I was trying to tell him that I wouldn't. He didn't need to be scared of me. He's a chicken, He's a kind of a wimpy guy. He calls the police for anything.
I can't remember the exact threat. You say it again, what you told him.
I said, if you tell anybody what I wrote, I'll make you pay with the tip of my pencil.
Okay.
Because I didn't let anybody else read it. And I told him that nobody's read it except me and you.
Okay.
And so it's not really a threat. To him, what's in the book, if it's something that is only between me and him, and nobody else even knows about it, how is that threatening? So So I didn't want him to go telling everybody about it. I didn't know he was going to get so upset. There's nothing worse in my book than what's in the Bible. There's nothing worse in what I wrote than what's in the Bible.
Bible full of murder and all kinds of other crazy
For
stuff.
40 years because of this, and I didn't know that I was doing anything wrong.
He kind of inferred, Claire, that you'd, like in the past, that you'd had a drug problem.
Yeah.
Then,
Yeah.
was that a long time ago, or was that?
Oh, it's pretty much been pretty consistent with different things over the years.
What were you into?
Oh, I used to do math, and at first I did coke, and then I got into math, and then pain pills, pot.
Oh gosh.
Just whatever I could get my hands on, but I was doing better until recently.
The detectives decide it's time to tell Claire the real reason why she is being interviewed. As soon as the detectives begin implying that they have more to talk about, Claire's expression changes and she appears very worried.
Part of the reason we're here today, Claire, and that's why, I wanted to talk to you about it, but I wanted to be honest as well, as far as what's going on and why we're here. We've talked to the pastor, and he's been, from what we know of, honest about what he said with his understanding of the things you said in the notebook, and he told us some other things too, and things that we already kind of knew. I've been working this area 16 years, mainly homicide, and so I've been around here, been doing this a while, and we go to different churches, but I'm a Christian too. And I believe in...
All right, be 30 seconds.
I believe in God, and I believe that He places things in our path at certain times of our life when the timing is right, when we need to see them. And so...
I think I know what you're referring to.
What do you think it's about?
I lied to Pastor Jerry last summer because I was tired of working at the fireworks stand. I told him a bunch of stuff.
One of the reasons I wanted to come in here, and Eric and I needed to speak with you about all this, is because what I see is kind of a gathering together of pieces to where it's like the timing is right. And I feel like somebody's trying to tell me something, and if you're a believer, I think you would see that somebody is trying to tell you something. But what we do know, because I talked to you a long time ago, many, many years ago, and what you told me back then was that, you had had an affair with Tommy, and that you and your husband were having problems, and that he's the one that got you addicted to drugs. I'm the one that interviewed your husband Jason also. Went out, he was working back then, because he was on the job site. And a detective, Mike Schmidt, and I talked to Jason, and he said the same thing. He told us flat out, he said, guys, there was a time when I wanted him dead. He got my wife addicted to drugs. The whole reason she was in drugs is because of that man, and he flat out told us, I'm glad he's dead. I'm glad all this happened because I didn't like him. And you know what? Had I been in his shoes, I would have said the same darn thing. I would have had the same feelings.
The detectives knew that if they let Claire believe that the only evidence they had was the pastor's testimony, she would either deny telling the pastor or say she was lying to him to get his attention. With that in mind, the detectives spend the next 30 minutes explaining to Clara that DNA investigation has come a long way and they are able to put her at the scene.
For whatever reason, things happened that day and got out of control. Because the only options for guys like us when we look at this is either a person is cold-blooded and they're evil and they planned it, or it happened by accident.
It was an accident because I didn't think about it before it happened. It just happened.
That's what I believe.
But it doesn't matter because I deserve to be in jail for the rest of my life. And that's what I told Pastor Jerry. And he didn't care.
You tried to tell him. You did. And he said that. And I scratched my head why a man of God didn't help you there. I wish I had an answer for you. But we're here now, Claire.
Well, what do you want me to do?
And here's what I think you need from this too. More importantly, it's not about what I think what you need is to, I need you to just tell the truth.
I want to.
Okay. I'm going to be quiet. Just tell me how and what led up to this and what happened. Just tell the truth.
He was supposed to get some coke. He's like, we'll come back to, you know, later on, sneak out and come back and we'll get high. So I did. I snuck out of my house in the middle of the night because I really wanted to get high. And I showed up down there and the door was locked and he wouldn't let me in, so I had to crawl in through the window and I talked to him for a while and then like he didn't save me and except just a little bit. And so he gave me enough that I got really, really high. But then there was no more. And we just started fighting and arguing. And he was going to ruin my life. And I thought that the only way that I could get my husband to not be mad at me for sneaking out and doing drugs and going back to Tom's, I couldn't see any other way out. I was desperate. All I wanted to do, I wanted to be free from it.
Okay.
And we just started fighting, and I just grabbed the first thing that I saw and jumped on his back and started fighting with him, screaming at him that I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. And then all of a sudden he just fell over. At first he was walking around and he's like, you know, he went to the bathroom and he looked at his neck and he grabbed my arms and he made me throw the knife out. And I thought, you know, you're going to be okay. And then he just fell over and I just kind of sat there. I'm like, what the hell just happened? And I didn't know what to do, so I just grabbed the knife and then I grabbed his wallet because I thought it'd make it, I didn't want to get in trouble. So I just jumped out the window and I ran. I knew I did something wrong. And I knew I was going to get in trouble, but then Jason, I told him what happened and
he didn't want you to get in trouble.
He didn't want me to get in trouble, and I don't want him to get in trouble. We got kids, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's why you need to tell the truth.
I burned my clothes and I used a grinder and ground up the knife so it was gone. And he just waited.
Okay.
And he didn't turn me in. Because he didn't want Tommy to ruin my life too, forever, and his and my kids.
You can understand that though.
And I know I deserve to go to jail. Can you just not make Jason go to jail for anything? He didn't do anything. That's why I told Pastor Jerry, because Jason didn't do anything wrong.
Here's the thing. You're being honest about what happened. And we're going to make sure we get to the truth of that. But to protect Jason, as far as doing the right thing, we need to make sure we're completely truthful about it, because we're going to go back. We're going to have to go back and ask Jason, talk to him.
But he didn't do anything,
I know he wasn't there.
anything wrong. He shouldn't have to suffer for this. I did it.
So he got rid of it. Hey, I would have done the same darn thing. Who wouldn't if they loved their wife?
Kill me for saying anything. My mom and dad took me to a lawyer and they said don't say anything. And I'm going to get in so much, but I can't afford a lawyer, so I don't care.
But understand, this was coming anyway. I mean, even before the pastor, even before this came up, I mean, that's what I talk about. I was like, wow, this is meant to be.
I was losing my mind over this.
Clara explains that she would sneak out of her home she shared with her husband and 3 children to go use drugs with Tommy. She confesses that she killed Tommy and then fled the scene. When she got home, She told her husband everything, and he helped her dispose of her clothing and the murder weapon.
When this happened, I do have a couple questions that I hope you can remember back when this happened.
I knew Jerry was gonna finally say something and help me find him.
But this wasn't about understanding. I mean, Jerry was one tiny piece of this. This was coming. How did you get in, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
I knew that the bedroom window was unlocked.
Yeah, that one on if you're facing the house, the one on the left?
Right.
Correct?
Yeah,
okay.
on the side.
Yeah, okay.
I knew it was unlocked because I had unlocked it earlier.
Okay.
When I was in there smoking dope.
Okay, yeah. And did you get high then?
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you guys use?
Needles.
The ones that were in the kitchen?
Yeah. And
over there by the sink? And there was a cutting board in the kitchen?
Yeah, in the kitchen, that's where we did it.
Okay, was it coke?
Yeah.
You guys got high, and then what happened?
We ran out.
Okay. Okay. And
it was gone, and he was...
Did you think he had more and he was holding out on you?
No, I knew he didn't, but I got mad at him for not saving me more since he told me that he would. But I never, ever went over there with any intention of hurting him at all. I never thought about it before.
Well, I believe you.
It just was like a desperation thing. I was high and I was like not thinking. And that was the only way that I wouldn't get in trouble for sneaking out of my house and going to Tom's. If I took care of the problem.
Was Tom threatening to tell Jason about you guys or anything? Or?
Yeah, he was threatening to tell Jason about us, and he was threatening to tell people that I stole money from him, but I didn't. And he was threatening to tell somebody that I stole his pills, but I didn't even know where they were, and I didn't take them.
Where did the knife come from? And where did you get it from?
I was just laying in there on the stove. I don't know, I saw it.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
What kind of knife was it?
Just a big butcher knife. It had a wooden handle.
How long was it, do you?
About that long.
Okay.
It had a wooden handle. I actually have the same exact set of knives at my house.
Okay.
They're like a Chicago cutlery, but me and Tom had the same exact set of knives.
Okay. So were you guys in the kitchen when you stabbed him first?
Yeah.
Okay, was he standing up?
He was standing there at the freezer getting ready to get something out, and I just jumped him. I just jumped on his back.
Which came first? Did
the throat.
The throat? So that was the first one?
That was the only thing I was gonna do, and then he just kept coming at me like he wanted to hurt me more than I was hurting him. Like he was gonna kill me. And so I just was like going like this, get away from me. And he stopped and he grabbed my arms and he threw me on his bed, and then he went in the bathroom to look at his neck. And when he did that, I ran in the kitchen and grabbed the knife again because he was coming back after me because he was pissed off that I cut his throat.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kept doing it until
he was gone?
Well, no, not totally. I mean, I did it a couple more times, and he, a few more, I guess, and that's when the second time was when I started like, I hate you, and he was standing there against the wall, and then he's like, I think you're killing me, I think I'm dying, and he just fell over.
Okay, and so then what did you do once he was down there? What did you do?
And I just kind of sat there for a second and looked at him, thought. I didn't know what to do, so I grabbed the knife, and grabbed his wallet, and...
Were there drugs in there, or why'd you take his wallet? Was it drugs or money, or what?
Well, there's money.
Okay, so you took it for the money?
Kinda.
Took it for the money?
That's not why I did it, but afterwards, I thought that...
How much did he have in there?
Like, not that much. He had a check and like a couple $100.
Okay.
But I thought that that's not why I did it.
Okay, so why did you do it?
I already told you.
No, the wallet. I mean, you said you took the, maybe I misunderstood.
Because I took it because I thought that it would, I wanted the money, I guess, so I could get more drugs.
Wanted the money, get more drugs. Okay.
But that's not why I did it. It just occurred to me afterwards.
Okay.
I know that's going to get me more time.
No, not necessarily. I mean, I don't know that. But so you took the wallet and the knife, and then you said you went out the window?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just jumped out and did a barrel roll and landed on the tires on my back and just ran off, got my car.
So you get home, walk me through step by step. What happened when you got home?
I walked up to him and I told him I did something really bad, and he didn't believe me at first. But then I showed him the knife and the wallet, and he said, I don't know what to do. I guess take up all your clothes. Yeah. And he took the wallet and the knife and all my clothes, and he burned my clothes and the wallet and everything.
Yeah. Where did he burn it at?
In a trash can, a metal can.
Right there at your house?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the knife? What happened with the knife?
I don't know what he did with it. He left. He went over to his work.
Okay.
I think, but I don't know what he did with it.
Before wrapping up the interrogation, the detective wants to know, after nearly a decade, why did Carla finally decide to tell her pastor what she had done?
Why do you think after all these years, I mean, you went to your pastor, in July is what he said, the week of July 4th.
Right.
What do you think led you up to the point where you decided it's time to tell somebody?
I had been asking Jason about every 3-4 months if he would let me please just tell the truth about it, and he just kept saying no.
Ever since it happened?
Yeah.
You mean back, so every 3 or 4 months, ever since it happened, you've been saying, let me tell the truth.
Right.
Well, that shows a lot about your character. Well, no, it does. I mean,
Right.
everybody makes mistakes.
I'm a murderer.
Now,
I have a character problem.
Here's the difference, though. Somebody doing a murder and saying, you prove it, I'm not going to tell you anything, and somebody saying, I made a terrible mistake and I've been trying to make it right for years.
My life is over anyway. It doesn't matter.
What it matters, I think, is between you and God.
Right. That's why I told Jerry, because between me and God, if I don't tell the truth,
you're right,
before I die, I'm going to be a liar when I get to heaven, and I don't want to be. I wanted to be honest. I wanted to tell the truth because I did something wrong.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter to me what happens to me. I just don't want my children to get hurt for something that I did when I was just being stupid and getting high. No, I'm actually pretty relieved that I don't have to hold that secret anymore.
Okay.
I'm fine. I knew eventually I was going to be institutionalized. I'm just glad it's not in the loony bin like my mom.
In the end, Clara was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Her first eligible parole would have been in January of 2024. Her husband, Jason, was initially charged with felony tampering with evidence, but the charge was ultimately dropped, as the statute of limitation had run out.
Thank you, Pastor Jerry. You finally helped me. You should have done that last year. I was ready.
What are your thoughts on this case? Do you believe 15 years was enough for Clara? Should the pastor have been obligated to go to the police? Please share your thoughts in the comments below.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video, we're going to a place, right? Where the beer flows like wine, where beautiful women flock like the salmon of Capistrano. I'm talking about a little place called Aspen.
California. Beautiful.
Does all my knowledge of Aspen come from the movie Dumb and Dumber? Hard pass. Like Harry and Lloyd, we're traveling to Aspen to investigate the case of a wealthy woman. Though in their case, it was more of a brief kind. In Aspen lived Nancy Pfister. and she rented out her house to a couple, you know, maybe she shouldn't have, right? So, we're gonna give it a go. Let's do. Aspen is located high in the Rocky Mountains, a skiing town, a long way from its mining roots. Its population, it's quite small, less than 7,000. But those 7,000 are not doing too bad, well, make that tree bad, as it's one of the most expensive places to buy, simply for its beauty and outdoor activities. Aspen, you know, famous for, those trees, what are they called? And also skiing. And one of those, you know, not doing too bad people was Nancy Pfister. Hey, you know, I got dinner first, am I right? And she was, you know, woman about town. Nancy was born in 1956, and she was like the self-nominated face of Aspen. She was born into a family, I believe the term is rich as shit. Her daddy-o made his millions by turning their mountainside ranch into a ski resort, and so, well, you're kind of set for life there.
Rather boring, but I'll leave the demo playing for y'all. Not a whole lot going on in the
games, which Accursed Farm says are categorically false. So he also said he didn't even want to do it since he felt it was a bit internet drama-y, but he felt he had to since it was hurting the initiative.
Okay, I really don't want to do this next part, but it's become a liability for the campaign for me not to. Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer Pirate Software, who goes by Thor. If your only exposure to Stop Killing Games has been this video, then you've been misinformed. This video is by someone who does not understand the campaign, has been trying to stop it, and has been making up what it is about.
So he goes on to give examples of how he says that Pirate Software is fundamentally getting things wrong about Stop Killing Games, with this being one example.
Thor does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them. And as much as they want it to be about specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists, instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. This is what I mean. It's harder for gamers to understand this because they come with so many assumptions. It's like that saying about doctors being the worst patients. So let's clear this up. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games as a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers.
With the shorter version of that being that Pirate allegedly made straw man arguments about everything that Stop Killing Games wants to do. Now, despite this, you have people reaching out to Accursed Farms to work with Pirate on something, since Pirate is allegedly pro-developer and consumer, etc. But Accursed really didn't appear to want to because of how rude Private Software was when speaking about the project. Which, regarding that, you have people noting, if you just watched the 2 videos that Pirate made on YouTube, you'd think that he was being pretty reasonable and calm because, he was in those videos. But you have people saying when he's on stream, he had a whole different tone, saying things like,
oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass.
And so there you have people saying you can see why Accursed Farms wasn't thrilled to talk with Pirate Software and frustrated that the guy he thinks fundamentally doesn't understand the initiative is the dominant voice about it online. Also, it's not like creators hadn't tried to defend Stop Killing Games in the past. Where streamer Josh Strife Hayes made 2 videos that got about 400,000 views totally reflecting on the situation and some of Pirate Software's claims. But then what you saw is things really taking a turn this week. Right, and that because a huge voice in the community, Moist Critical, came to the defense of Stop Killing Games, and now it's actually the most viewed video on the topic. Right, and one important thing that he does is near the start of the video, he tries to make it very clear what Stop Killing Games is about.
I'll pause right there. The simplest bare bones birthday suit butt-ass naked explanation for what this is. Stop destroying things that people have paid money to own. I think that is a very understandable, very reasonable take. Very agreeable.
Right, and then you see that he's also highly critical of Pirate Software's explanation of Stop Killing Games, saying,
he didn't even get the Cliff Notes summary right. He missed all the QTEs and got the bad ending on understanding the initiative from the jump here.
Right, and then you see him make sure to clarify that
it is about the whole practice of destroying games that consumers have already purchased and having no end-of-life plans for games that are being sunset.
And you had Asmongold adding on to that while reacting to this clip, saying,
it's consumer protection laws. This is effectively what this initiative is, at its very core, is consumer rights advocacy. It's not about video games. It's not about Ubisoft. It's not about what's in a terms of service of a video game or not. It's really about consumer rights and people having the ability to choose what's going to happen with their own stuff.
And those two are hardly the only ones who have come to the defense of the initiative. Right? Mutahar, for example, Some Ordinary Gamers made a similar video and largely bashed Pirate Software for getting things wrong about the initiative or how infeasible it would be for consumers to set up things like their own private servers. However, he did agree with Pirate Software about one thing.
Now, one thing that I will agree with Thor on over here is sometimes it may not be easy for a game to cut itself off. So for instance, let's say that you're designing an MMO game, right? And I'm going to make this as simple as possible. Whenever you connect to an MMO game like World of Warcraft, you launch a client. Your client communicates with a server. Now, sometimes on that server, there could be other technologies that don't belong to Blizzard, for instance, that they need to, license, they need to interface with in order to run their game. So obviously, it may be a problem down the road when World of Warcraft ends, if it ends, that to release that binary, they have to start calling up some of these companies, like calling them and being like, hey, by the way, can we distribute some of your code? Can we distribute like whatever you've licensed with us? And that company may or may not agree, right?
And so taken together, all of these videos over the last few days has meant millions of views, and most of them critical of Pirate Software. So of course you'd expect a response, and he's touched on it over on Twitter. With his first tweet about it seeming to have been deleted, but his other response is still up, and it's a dissertation. Even though I would make this video longer, and we just love that watch time, I'm not gonna read it all out loud, so here's the short version. He explains what he said in his 2 videos about the topic, and then writes, my main issue with this initiative is that it is broad in its approach to change the industry, and the exact language of the initiative, not the FAQ, requests that all games stay in a functional, playable state. Saying this is not feasible for all games at a technical level and could potentially restrict developers from making online-only games like MMOs, MOBAs, and user-generated content games in the future. Saying that list is not exhaustive and it doesn't matter if you do or don't like those kinds of games. Saying effectively, this is the potential to restrict future developers from making kick-ass experiences because it locks a weight on their designs. He then also addressed claims that he was opposed to stop killing games because of his professional life. Saying in addition to streaming, he makes a game and is the director of strategy at Ludwig's Off-Brand Games. Saying that he's paid minimum wage for the gig because he cares more about helping games succeed. Additionally, he says that the games they make are all offline anyway, so this wouldn't even affect them, but quote, not all games are like this and not all games can be like this. And this post has driven this all even further, but one thing that people like Josh Stripe Hayes pointed out was that, quote, one of the main issues is when you go from attacking the argument with reason source counter arguments to attacking the person with demeaning bullying insults. Saying even if people wanted to listen to your side and even support you, your attitude is driving people away. Right? And that then led to a bit of a back and forth where Pirate Software argued that people shouldn't be supporting a legal initiative based on whether they like the person bringing it to the table, but based on what it says. So still, many have felt that Pirate's just being stubborn about his positions, and that's causing a ton of friction. All of which actually led to Moist Critical making an update video yesterday where he said,
no one hates Pirate Software because he doesn't agree with Stop Killing Games. The reason so many people are angry at him, myself included here, you can disagree with the movement all you want. If you don't like the initiative, I'm not your dad. You make your own choices there. But the reason so many people, myself included, do not like how Pirate Software is handling all this is he is refusing, outright refusing, to just admit any level of fault.
And he then claims that the tweets we just covered sent him off the rails. But apparently, Moist, alongside Josh Stripe Hayes, had some DMs with Pirate Software that caused him to at least issue a kind of apology, saying just talk to Charlie and Josh Stripe Hayes for a bit in DMs. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. I should not have lashed out, but I had an emotional response due to how important this subject is to me. He then also went on to say that this is a personal topic for him, and that, quote, if you want all games to be left in a functional, playable state, then you need to listen to people when they talk about how infeasible that will be in a lot of situations. And saying, since this is the initiative's primary goal is listed on the ECI page, it's kind of important to resolve that. With many then noting there that it still looks like he hasn't admitted getting anything wrong like people have claimed. But then, with all this, the coverage and the conversation, there's the question of, well, has it helped the initiative? And there, the answer is kind of. Right? It now has 55.5% of the signatures that it needs in the EU, which is a pretty drastic rise in just a couple of days. But still, it's really far off from its goal of 1 million by the end of July. Which is why I'll say, if you're an EU citizen that's watching this and you want to support, I'll include a link in the description. And again, just to remind you, this is an initiative. It's urging lawmakers to start a conversation about how to deal with games when companies want to shut them down. You've got people like Pirate who are concerned that the language is too vague and will steer lawmakers in the wrong direction and actually hurt developers. But that is, you have supporters thinking it's a great start to actually getting some protections for consumers who spend money on the games and then lose access to them. And all of this is, if you got something passed in the EU, it would be a very big deal because it's a big enough market that it would essentially change the gaming industry worldwide. Ultimately, with all that said, whether you're an outsider to this situation or you've been in the weeds on this whole thing, I'd really love to know your thoughts and reactions to what we've been seeing play out. And then you've got more news we need to talk about in just a minute, but first, you know what I love doing? eating. Whether I've been bigger Phil, leaner Phil, I'm a certified eater. You know what I hate doing is manually logging every calorie like I'm prepping for a nutrition final that I didn't study for. And that's why Cal AI is kind of genius. It lets you track your meals by just taking a picture. That's it. Point, shoot, log. Right, no more typing grilled chicken breast, skinless sadness edition into some clunky app. And thanks to today's sponsor, Cal AI, this AI app, it breaks down your calories and macros right from the photo. And it does it faster than your brain can say, is that sour cream or Greek yogurt? And if you're the precision obsessed type, it's got a built-in barcode scanner and food database for 100% accuracy. I've tested it myself. It is very accurate, but also, yes, I always double check in case my nachos get confused by the robot. It's super convenient, especially when I'm eating out, and it's incredibly user-friendly, right? Cal AI does the heavy lifting and makes it simple to stay consistent. And the best part, it's affordable, and you can try it for free for 3 days using my code, DeFranco. It's great for accountability, and it also makes me feel better about the choices that I'm making. Like for me, having a system, it keeps me from going like crazy and feeling random guilt. We've talked about me and food for a long time now. And so, hey, stop guessing and start knowing. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description to download the app and use code DeFranco for a 3-day trial. But then next up from that today, we gotta talk about this Pete Hegseth press briefing that a ton of people are calling deranged. And notably, he seems real mad at a journalist from, of all outlets, Fox News. Right? And so this briefing, it was about the bombing of Iran's nuclear plants on Sunday, and specifically the question of how effective it actually was. Right? Because, well, Donald Trump has claimed that they absolutely obliterated the plants, and some reports do support that claim, others have cast doubt. And in addition to that, you had a Iran Supreme Leader going on state TV today to dispute Trump's claims, saying they attacked our nuclear facilities, but they were unable to do anything important, and adding they could not do anything, they could not achieve their goal, and they are exaggerating to cover up the truth. And that, as you had CNN reporting that an early assessment by the Defense Intelligence Agency suggested that the attack did not destroy the core components of Iran's nuclear program and likely only set it back by a few months. And then you had CNN reporting that preliminary intelligence assessments in Europe suggest that the enriched uranium was moved out of Fordo before the attack. And so you had people left wondering, okay, we probably can't trust Trump or Iran and the credible evidence is mixed. What actually happened in Fordo? And so in response, you had Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth scheduling an early morning press briefing today to clear the air.
President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history. And it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities.
With Hegseth then undercutting the credibility of the assessment drafted by his own DIA and stressing there that it was only preliminary.
It points out that it's not been coordinated with the intelligence community at all. There's low confidence in this particular report. It says in the report there are gaps in the information. It says in the report multiple linchpin assumptions. And yet, and still, this report acknowledges it's likely severe damage.
You then have Hegseth quoting statements from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, the Israel Defense Forces, the UN Atomic Energy Agency, the Iranian Foreign Minister, Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe, all saying that Iran's nuclear facilities suffered significant damage. Though also the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, gave the caveat that the Joint Staff does not do battle damage assessments and they leave that to the intelligence agency. But regardless, he offered what he claimed to know about the attack, including that the bombs were built, tested, and loaded properly, that they were released on speed and on parameters, that they hit their targets, and that they all exploded.
All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go.
With him then going on to play a video that purported to show one of the bombs detonating in slow motion, sending a huge fireball up through the ventilation shaft. Right? And I'll say all of that, it was part of what I would call the relatively normal parts of the briefing. Because in the other moments, it went completely off the rails. With Hegseth using the pulpit to bash what he called the fake news, CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and even Fox News at a couple of points.
Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard. It's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump. Because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful.
With Hegseth then going on to say that the media should instead be writing stories about how hard it is to fly a plane for 36 hours, or to shoot a drone from a fighter jet, or to man a Patriot battery, or to refuel midair. But essentially saying the media should do whatever I guess would be the journalistic or propaganda equivalent of the America Fuck Yeah song. With Hegseth then also seeming to suggest that the media reporting had harmed the valor of the soldiers who carried out the attack.
And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots, and incredible F-35 pilots, and incredible refuelers, and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission.
Now with all that, what we've seen in response is many countering that the media did cover all the things that he talked about, from the details of the mission to the reports and statements suggesting that the bombs caused significant damage. That in addition to reporting the fact that the DIA report was very early and might be revised as more information comes out. But also, some of what Hegseth claimed lacked key context, which is something that he accused the media of. Right, so for example, like when he quoted the UN Atomic Energy Agency as saying that Iran's nuclear program, quote, suffered enormous damage, he just so happened, a little whoopsie, to leave out that it also said that claims of complete destruction were overblown. And notably, during his initial speech, Hegseth addressed the DIA report, but not the European report suggesting that the uranium was moved. And so understandably, during the Q&A, Fox News' chief national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin brought that up. But there, what you saw was Hegseth just playing the Trump playbook. He ignored the question and instead honed in on the reporter.
Jennifer, you've been about the worst. The one who misrepresents the most intentionally. What the president says. I'm familiar.
About the ventilation shafts on Saturday night. And in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging that this was the most successful mission based on operational security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that.
With then, bizarrely in their reaction to the briefing, Fox and friends fawning over Hegseth, but then bringing on Griffin herself to talk about it as if nothing had happened. Right? Nobody acknowledging that she had just been scolded like a puppy who shit the rug by the Secretary of Defense. So then separately, to be fair to Fox, an hour later, senior political analyst Britt Hume said that Hegseth's attack on Griffin was unfair and undeserved. Right? And for sure, you had many arguing that Griffin is the last person you could actually accuse of disrespecting the military. Because for years, she's reportedly taken heat from the far right for defending service members. With, for instance, during his first term, Trump calling for her to be fired after she confirmed the Atlantic's report that he had disparaged veterans. And then in 2022, she was a target of what some perceived to be veiled jabs by Tucker Carlson for her fact-checking of anti-Ukrainian talking points. And then more recently, right this month, you had Trump supporters getting mad at her for criticizing ICE for arresting a former U.S. Army interpreter at his asylum hearing, writing, "This should anger every American." And actually, a few days ago, Carlson renewed his attack.
She's a shill, obviously, for the deepest of the deep states. Jen Griffin is a liar, but also very liberal. Wow, true Trump hater.
And then finally, this morning, without naming Griffin, Trump took aim at the press, writing on Truth Social. Rumor is that the failing New York Times and fake news CNN will be firing the reporters who made up the fake stories on the Iran nuclear sites because they got it so wrong. Let's see what happens. But also, notably, Trump did more than just gossip about the media. He went after the legislative branch, with Axios reporting that the White House is planning to limit how much classified information it actually shares with Congress going forward. And that because, according to sources, the DIA assessment was leaked one day after it was put on CatNet, which is the system that the administration uses to share classified information with Congress. Meanwhile, you now have the FBI reportedly investigating the leak, with a senior White House official stating we are declaring a war on leakers yesterday. And then with that, while you have many Democrats agreeing that the leak should be investigated, they're also outraged by the Trump administration's move here. With, for example, Chuck Schumer saying, this isn't about national security, it's about Trump's insecurity. Saying President Trump is cutting off intelligence to Congress, raising one clear question. What is he hiding? And that is, you had House Intel Committee Ranking Member Jim Himes adding that it is unacceptable for the administration to use unsubstantiated speculation to justify cutting off Congress, and saying the law requires the Congressional Intelligence Committees to be kept fully and currently informed, and I expect the intelligence community to comply with the law. Right, in all of this, it comes as lawmakers were already furious with the White House for not informing certain Congress members ahead of Sunday's attack. But Thursday afternoon, several top White House officials were scheduled to brief the Senate on the attack, with those including Hegseth, Kaine, Rubio, and Ratcliffe. Though very notably not included was Tulsi Gabbard, who provoked Trump's criticism early on by claiming that Iran was not close to developing nuclear weapons. But then also, with all that, you had Representative Himes cutting through all the noise with a thread on X saying, all this caterwauling about whether the Iranian nuclear sites were obliterated or not completely misses the point. The only question that matters is whether the Iranian regime has the stuff necessary to build a bomb, and if so, how fast? So the smart questions are, 1, did the regime move or retain the uranium? 2, did they move or retain centrifuges? 3, did they preserve the metallurgy and other engineering required to build a bomb? 4, if yes, is all that stuff at an unknown location? If the answer to these questions is yes, it's possible that Iran's nuclear program was barely set back. In that case, the Iranians will be thrilled to abide by Trump's, quote, ceasefire. The Israelis probably less so, to say the least. But then also, later in the day, you had Trump writing on Truth Social, the cars and small trucks at the site were those of concrete workers trying to cover up the top of the shafts. Nothing was taken out of facility, would take too long, too dangerous and very heavy and hard to move. And then you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt hitting on that in an afternoon press briefing.
So we were watching closely, and there was no indication to the United States that any of that enriched uranium was moved prior to the strike.
From any of the sites?
Correct.
So you have a lot of claims and counterclaims, and hopefully with time a clearer picture will start to emerge. In the meantime, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts and what are your reactions to everything we've seen thus far? But then next up from that today, we've got to talk about how the Supreme Court just paved the way for states to gut funding for Planned Parenthood. Because while today's ruling centers on Planned Parenthood and therefore involves conversations on reproductive care and abortion, the case itself actually hinges on Medicaid and the rights that Medicaid patients have when selecting providers. You see, because the Federal Medicaid Act allows patients to choose their doctors so long as they're considered qualified and willing providers. But in 2018, you had South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster claiming that the state had the right to disqualify providers, and he ordered officials to block Planned Parenthood clinics in the state from receiving Medicaid funds, arguing that because the group provides abortions, this forced taxpayers to cover care that they might not agree with. And that, even though federal law already prevents Medicaid funds from covering abortion in most cases. That, and South Carolina currently has strict abortion laws banning the procedure after 6 weeks. You had Governor McMaster arguing that any taxpayer dollars going to a clinic that provides abortions, no matter the reason, results in the subsidy of abortion and the denial of the right to life. And so that meant that Medicaid patients in South Carolina who turned to Planned Parenthood for a variety of other reasons like pregnancy planning, STI screening, vaccines, and other preventative care were shit out of luck. And so then Planned Parenthood South Atlantic and a patient whose contraceptive care was disrupted by this decision sued the director of the state's Department of Health, and a federal trial judge initially blocked the directive. Now, the reason we're talking about this today is that it worked its way up to the Supreme Court, and the court voted along ideological lines, ruling 6-3 that Medicaid patients do not have the right to sue states for disqualifying providers like Planned Parenthood, with Justice Neil Gorsuch providing the majority opinion, saying that the law does not clearly and unambiguously give the right to sue in these matters. Also writing that private suits to enforce federal statutes require clear congressional authorization, and then further adding, private enforcement does not always benefit the public, not least because it requires states to divert money and attention away from social services and toward litigation, and saying balancing those costs and benefits poses a question of public policy that, under our system of government, only Congress may answer. And so you then had Governor McMaster celebrating the ruling, writing, 7 years ago, we took a stand to protect the sanctity of life and defend South Carolina's authority and values, and today, we are finally victorious. The legality of my executive order prohibiting taxpayer dollars from being used to fund abortion providers like Planned Parenthood has been affirmed by the highest court in the land. But obviously, you've seen pushback to the decision, with Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson writing the dissenting opinion and saying, today's decision is likely to result in tangible harm to real people. At a minimum, it will deprive Medicaid recipients in South Carolina of their only meaningful way of enforcing a right that Congress has expressly granted to them. And more concretely, it will strip those South Carolinians and countless other Medicaid recipients around the country of a deeply personal freedom, the ability to decide who treats us at our most vulnerable. Because it's worth noting that the stakes of this case, it extends well past South Carolina, because the ruling overall makes it easier for any state to cut Planned Parenthood from Medicaid funding, so there's a lot of concern that red states are going to do exactly that. And in fact, you have Axios reporting that some have already made that move. And you have Planned Parenthood South Atlantic accusing Governor McMaster of using this case to weaponize anti-abortion sentiment to deprive communities with low incomes of basic health care. And that, as you had Alexis McGill Johnson, the president and CEO of Planned Parenthood, releasing a statement saying, today, the Supreme Court once again sided with politicians who believe they know better than you, who want to block you from seeing your trusted healthcare provider and making your own healthcare decisions. And adding, the consequences are not theoretical in South Carolina or other states with hostile legislatures, saying patients need access to birth control, cancer screenings, STI testing and treatment, and more. And adding, currently, 20% of South Carolinians, over 1 million, receive healthcare services through the Medicaid program, and approximately 5% of those recipients sought sexual and reproductive healthcare services at PPSAT so far this year, with her then noting that this comes as lawmakers in Congress are already trying to defund Planned Parenthood in a larger effort to shut it down and ban abortion nationwide. And you have many here pointing to the current budget bill in Congress, which would cut Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood, and the Associated Press reporting that this could force around 200 centers to close. And so with all this, you had a law historian and professor writing that this case, on its own, will likely make it harder for plaintiffs to enforce other civil rights in federal court. And adding, as far as Planned Parenthood and comparable providers are concerned, this case could be part of a 1-2 punch if Trump's big, beautiful bill passes. And so with all this, you have tons of Democratic Congress members speaking out against the decision, with the likes of Senator Amy Klobuchar, for example, writing, Planned Parenthood provides life-saving medical treatment to millions of women, from reproductive health care to cancer screenings, and I strongly disagree with this decision. And adding, we will continue to fight against Republican attempts to defund Planned Parenthood in Congress. You then also had some governors of blue states vowing to protect Planned Parenthood and reproductive care for residents of their states. You know, this is a monumental decision, and we're very likely going to see this play out very, very quickly. And in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts here. And then you've got even more news in just a minute, but first, you know, you might be savvy enough to spot a scam, but is everyone in your life? Though also, are you and I actually above that? Because fake websites are popping up that look so real. I mean, they could win design awards and still steal your info. They've gotten so sophisticated that even the most skeptical people I know, they've been fooled. For me, my biggest concern isn't just my own info, it's making sure my wife and the kids stay safe too. And I think that's why you gotta use today's sponsor, NordVPN, right? Your digital bodyguard in the chaos that is the new normal. And I've got the whole family on it. The kids love unlocking international Netflix. I use it to hide from targeted ads because I'm Googling crazy stuff for this show. And NordVPN, it hides your IP like a magician on incognito steroids. It encrypts your data with military-grade tech. Your ISP, block that shady dude in the coffee shop, block Big Brother, back off. You get access to thousands of servers across the globe, and so you can be virtually anywhere while physically in your hoodie and sweats. You can stay safe, you can stay private, and you stay binge watching that one show that's only on Canadian Netflix. So hey, scan that QR code or head to nordvpn.com/Phil or click the link in the description for a massive discount on a 2-year plan plus 4 bonus months. And hey, it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, so try it. That's nordvpn.com/Phil. But then, shifting gears from that, we should talk about Trump now reportedly planning a victory tour to celebrate the passage and signing of the big, beautiful bill. And if you're thinking, wait, what are you talking about? Has it passed both chambers? Well, no. Not yet, it hasn't. In fact, the legislation's still facing some massive hurdles in Congress. But apparently that doesn't matter because according to Axios, a White House source has said that Trump's team met this week to discuss a victory tour shortly after the 4th of July. Right in that, because that's the deadline the Republicans have set for themselves to pass the bill. And according to reports, Team Trump is planning, quote, a whole of government mobilization with the president, vice president, J.D. Vance, and top cabinet officials doing a lap around the country, visiting target states and congressional districts. But that is, there are still a number of things that need to happen before the Trump administration can spend taxpayer money parading around the country. Because as you correctly remembered, it has not been passed by the Senate at all, and while a version has been passed by the House, because the bill is changing a good deal in the Senate, the lower chamber is going to have to vote again, which is something that's expected to be tricky given the fact that it only passed by a single vote the first time, and since then there have been a number of changes that House Republicans have objected to. But even putting that aside, just passing the Senate version, that itself has been a challenge, right? Because Republicans, they're using the budget reconciliation process, and they're able to bypass a 60-vote filibuster normally required for passing legislation. So that means that they can only afford to lose 3 votes to pass the bill without support from any Democrats, which is expected. And already you've had at least 4 senators, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Tom Tillis, and Josh Hawley, expressing some objections to the Medicaid cuts in the bill. Which also, a very key thing, is they are even more extreme than the already steep cuts that were proposed in the House version. With Hawley even going as far as to sprint to reporters like it was January 6th to tell them he doesn't think that the current version of the bill has enough votes. And that beyond that, some of the Republican fiscal hawks have also voiced concerns about the massive amount of money that Trump's tax cuts and border security increases will add to the deficit, which they argue needs to be cut more deeply. And there, some of your most vocal critics are Rand Paul and Ron Johnson. You know, it'll be very challenging, if not outright impossible, for leadership to actually reconcile those 2 major concerns because so much of the cuts being made to fund this bill would come from Medicaid. And while they can nickel and dime around a bit, it's very unclear where exactly they would get substantial enough cuts to appease the fiscal hardliners. And that, as the already tough negotiations are just further complicated by the fact that there are very strict rules about what can and cannot be included in the bills being passed by the reconciliation process. Rules that have resulted in several key provisions being forcibly removed by the Senate parliamentarian, who is the official in charge of interpreting the rules and procedures. And specifically, what we've seen is the parliamentarian striking down a measure that would shift some of the burden of food stamps, aka SNAP benefits, from the federal government to the states, which is especially significant because it's been estimated that that provision would have saved the federal government more than $128 billion over the next decade. Though also, notably here, it's since been reported that the parliamentarian has expressed openness to a revised version of that measure. Beyond that, though, the parliamentarian has also cut other notable provisions, with that including, among other things, measures that would have gutted multiple environmental regulations, limited the power of federal judges, and eliminated funding for the Consumer Protection Agency created after the 2008 recession. And all of that, as you have reports saying that the official has, quote, carved a category of immigration-related provisions out of the Senate Republicans' bill, including a restriction on grant funds for sanctuary cities. Adding, the loss of these and other items complicates the already difficult endeavor for Republicans. And then, just this morning, you had Democrats cheering because the parliamentarian ruled out 2 big Medicaid provisions. The first being cuts to the Medicaid provider tax, which includes a fund to aid states' efforts to improve healthcare access for rural residents. And the second being provisions meant to block the use of Medicaid for gender-affirming care, as well as to prevent adults and kids whose immigration status can't be immediately verified from getting healthcare coverage. And so that, that's now $250 billion off of the table unless Republicans can retool these provisions in a a way that would satisfy the parliamentarians' guidelines. And in fact, you're seeing Republicans so pissed off about this. You have people like Senator Tommy Tuberville calling for the parliamentarian to be fired. And so, yes, you're looking at a situation that appears to be pretty massive as far as a setback for Republicans. But also, as you have outlets like Axios explaining, it's a bit of a double-edged sword at the same time, right? Noting that on one hand, it removes a thorny political problem for the Republicans who were opposed to such deep cuts. But then on the other, it'll also force the Senate to find additional spending cuts to pay for the tax cuts that are the centerpiece of the bill. But then also, if the Senate Republicans work it out, they still face many of the exact same problems in the House. But you've got several lawmakers in swing districts echoing the same concerns about cuts to Medicaid that go further than the initial House version of the bill, with a group of 16 House Republicans writing a letter to leadership warning that deeper cuts to the program would jeopardize their support. And that also, as you have conservative fiscal hawks in the lower chamber also raising warning flags about the Senate version of the package. And in particular, you're seeing that from members of the far-right Freedom Caucus. While many have echoed the concerns of their hardliner counterparts in the Senate about dramatic increases in the federal deficit, it also goes beyond that. In fact, you have Fox News explaining to their readers that this faction is also wary of additional dollars being spent on raising the debt limit, which they claim has been increased from $4 trillion to $5 trillion in the Senate's proposed version. And those are just the concerns being shared by Republicans in both chambers, right? The GOP members in the House, they've also raised a whole host of other issues, with it appearing like arguably the biggest wedge between the two chambers being the state and local tax deduction, aka SALT, which lets itemizing tax filers deduct state and local taxes from their federal returns. In the House version of the bill, lawmakers approved a $40,000 deduction for filers earning $500,000 or less, a provision that was very hard fought and almost tanked the bill altogether. But the Senate proposal that would keep the deduction at its current level of $10,000, which was set under Trump's 2017 tax cuts. And what we're seeing in reports is that blue state Republicans in the House say they will vote against the legislation if it arrives back in their chamber without the $40,000 deal. And then, beyond that, some more right-leaning House Republicans are pissed about the Senate's decision to postpone the elimination of certain green energy tax credits that were approved during the Biden administration. You know, all of those, they're just some of the main overarching issues. There's still plenty of other smaller problems that could arise from any number of individual lawmakers who could functionally tank the bill. Because, for example, you have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene who, openly admitted that she didn't read the bill in full and didn't realize there was a provision that would ban states from regulating AI for the next decade. But they're even saying that, if she had actually fucking done her job, she wouldn't have voted for it. And also, I flagged that specifically because in a surprise move, the Senate parliamentarian found that it didn't violate reconciliation rules despite widespread conjecture that it wouldn't be allowed to stay in. And then, just to add a whole other layer to all of this, numerous different polls, including by conservative media outlets, have Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill being overwhelmingly unpopular with the public, or with at least 5 different surveys finding that on average, just 1 in 3 respondents actually had a favorable view of the bill. So there, I will say the numbers did have quite a range, right? Fox News found that 38% approved of the legislation, whereas a poll from the Washington Post and Ipsos put the number at just 23%. Those horrible polling numbers, it's not lost on Republicans. So it's hard to imagine that it wouldn't potentially influence at least some of them. But all in all, I guess you could say things are up in the air, which is also likely why we've seen Trump repeatedly weighing in over the last few days and urging Republicans to just pass the bill, with him notably ramping up his demands in a post on Tuesday where he wrote, "Now that we have made peace abroad, we must finish the job here at home by passing the great, big, beautiful bill and getting the bill to my desk ASAP," with him then calling on the Senate to get the deal done this week and adding, "Work with the House so they can pick it up and pass it immediately. No one goes on vacation until it's done." So you have many looking at this situation of, okay, he's laying on the pressure to not disappoint dear leader or else risk his wrath. But right now, it's unclear if that's going to be enough to actually speed up the process and deliver Trump this win. That said, despite everything that we just talked about, you have seen some Republican leaders brushing off what are objectively major issues. We've got Senate Majority Leader John Thune telling Axios that he is confident that Congress will meet the July 4th deadline to get the bill on Trump's desk, with him also saying that he expects the voting to start tomorrow, which would carry the process through the weekend. While House Speaker Mike Johnson has begged the Senate to not change the bill too much because it barely passed his chamber the first time, he's also downplayed concerns that the House wouldn't be able to agree on a new version, with Johnson arguing that it would be premature to judge a product that hasn't been delivered and adding, "We remain on the same page about where the red lines are on all this. I'm very optimistic that we will have a product that both chambers can agree to." So for now, we'll have to wait to see if they can keep their timeline, if this will get passed, or if they're trying to downplay a situation that is going to be impossible to overcome. But then, switching gears from that to a different kind of news as we're starting to wind down today's show, I want to talk to you about 12-year-old Ramir Parker, because he is a rising 7th grader and his hometown of Petersburg, Virginia is now calling him a hero. And that is because earlier this month, he was at home with his 2 baby brothers and his grandma when he heard a strange noise. So he went downstairs to investigate, and there he found a thick cloud of smoke covering the lower floor. And so immediately he rushes to the couch where his little brothers were napping, saying,
They was on opposite ends of the couch. I grabbed them. I grabbed my 2-year-old brother, and then I grabbed the 1-year-old because the 1-year-old smaller. and I fit him inside my arms, and we ran out the house.
But that also wasn't the end of Ramir's heroics for the day, because he also had to work to get his grandma out of the house as well, all while running through thick smoke and a rapidly spreading fire. With then firefighters showing up within 4 minutes of getting the call, but really, there was no doubt in the chief's mind that Ramir's quick thinking, it prevented the story from having a tragic ending.
The bottom line is he saved his family's life.
Right, and the department even highlighted him on their Facebook page, saying, Ramir saved lives today. His quick thinking and selfless bravery are nothing short of heroic. In a moment where seconds matter, he stepped up just like a firefighter would, just like a protector does. And with that, they also named him an honorary Petersburg firefighter, with the chief even offering Ramir a job when he turns 18. Though also, the accolades don't stop there, because Ramir was also honored by the Petersburg City Council with a special proclamation recognizing his bravery. But for Ramir, the title of hero, it doesn't feel like it fits for him, with him saying that he was just doing what he had to do.
It's my little brothers. I don't care. Because the only thing that matters is that I got my little brothers out the house.
Yeah.
And my grandma.
And so then with all that, I gotta say, Ramir, you are absolutely our BAMF of the day. And not just for your epic heroics, but also just because you're a humble king. Keep being who you are, because honestly, the world needs more of that. But then finally, today, I want to end our time with a congratulations and then talk about your comments. Starting with a congratulations to Ruben L. SeatGeek's latest weekly winner. I mean, he's gonna be using his $500 prize to treat his sister to an Indiana Fever game for her birthday. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, imagine being the next winner and snagging $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you gotta do, just add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. But also, the code will even save you money on your next purchase. So yeah, just do it, it's a no-risk win-win. But that said, let's talk about y'all's comments from yesterday's show and some commentary. Because on Monday, y'all were sounding off on Trump, Iran, and Israel, and specifically the threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon, with Leaf saying Iran has been months away from nuclear weapons for the last 3 decades, with then Silent Night noting the difference between governments and the people they represent, saying what sucks about this is that the citizens of both countries are going to suffer the fallout. These politicians don't fight, the soldiers fight and lose their lives. I was in the military during 05, 08, and no one I know wanted to be deployed. With the Brit call outing there, the people of Iran also don't like their regime, much like much of the US doesn't like ours. It's important to separate the people of a country from their corrupt leaders. We, the people of the US, did not drop any bombs on Iran, and the people of Iran did not retaliate. Though finally, regarding the Monday show, I'm gonna ask for an update on this comment since, things have been playing out this week, because you had Pearl Cute Sparkle saying, guys, my very MAGA mother who has supported Trump for the past decade has finally caved. This Iran situation is what broke the camel's back. She didn't even waver during January 6th. I'm very wary still, but I had a 3-hour conversation with her, longest conversation I've had with her in years, and not once did she accuse me of being brainwashed. And so Pearl, I'm gonna make a guess, I could be completely wrong. Did she just completely go back the other way after the past few days? And I ask because I've heard similar stories where just in the past 24 hours they went, well, actually, he's a genius. Then on Tuesday, a lot of people were sounding off on the Donald Trump Ariana Grande situation, with E. King saying, I'm tired of people saying you can't have a political opinion because of your job. You're a voter, you have a right to an opinion. With then Goodbye Mish chiming in on Megyn Kelly, saying the way that woman talked about Ariana was disgusting. Can't believe there's still women willing to bring other women down talking about their bodies and or health just because they disagree with their opinion. With others then saying the irony of Megyn Kelly saying Ariana Grande isn't qualified to talk about politics while supporting Trump, the reality TV star. With many then just generally disgusted by Megyn Kelly and noting that even Donald Trump years back called her an aggressive lightweight. But then finally, regarding the Wednesday show, you had a lot of people sounding off on the Mamdani situation, with many finding it hilarious that Eric Adams decided to go on Fox and Friends to question Mamdani, saying Adams calling Mamdani a snake oil salesman is a great example of the pot calling the kettle black. And then largely you had a lot of people agreeing with the notion of Zoran's win being a breath of fresh air at a time when being a progressive feels like drowning in despair. Though again, a reminder, it's not a done deal. That was a Democratic primary in a very unique state and a very unique situation. I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen in the full election. That is gonna be the real ultimate test. But also, I gotta say, based off of the reaction from part of the internet, I hope that man has security. But that, my friends, brings us to the end of today's show. And let me just say, thank you for watching, thank you for subscribing, and I'll see you right back here on Monday, because remember, I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Love you, mean it, bye.
Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo Mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance? Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium was moved?
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst, the one who misrepresents the most intentionally what the president says. I'm familiar.
About the ventilation shafts on Saturday night, and in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging
You
that
have
this was the
issues.
first the most successful mission based on operational security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that. So
Absolutely.
we're looking at all aspects of intelligence and making sure we have a sense of what was where.
Man, more like the Secretary of Defensive. When Pete Hegseth is this touchy, even with reporters from one of the most right-wing networks in the world and his own former employer, do you think that might just mean he's not giving us the full story? The new issue on the right is that reporting from a leaked intelligence assessment suggests that the U.S. attack on Iran might not have, quote, obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, as Donald Trump keeps insisting, but rather that they had plenty of advance notice of the attack and they were able to move their enriched uranium to a different location prior to the strike, meaning their nuclear ambitions were only set back a few months rather than years. And instead of being honest or even acknowledging the existence of that intel assessment, the White House is now engaging in a face-saving campaign, breathlessly insisting that they totally, definitely, bigly obliterated Iran's nuclear ambitions, and anybody who says otherwise is a traitor to this country who hates America, as was evidenced by Donald Trump's own response at the NATO summit yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've made clear your position on what impact the strikes had. I wanted to ask you what is next with Iran. For instance, is there any indication from U.S. intelligence that Iran was able to move any material, including
No, we
enriched
just the
uranium?
opposite. We think we hit them so hard and so fast they didn't get to move. And if you knew about that material, it's very hard and very dangerous to move. It's called in many people they call it dust, but it's very, very heavy. It's very, very hard to move. And they were way down. You know, they're 30 stories down. They're literally 30, 35 stories down underground.
I think you got it all.
Oh yeah, we think it's covered with granite, concrete, and steel.
And if you're wondering why Donald Trump is so defensive, why he is so insistent on shoehorning this narrative into existence, it's because the whole reason that Iran knew to move their enriched to 60% uranium is because a certain American president, to put this diplomatically, did not know how to shut the fuck up about the impending strike. According to the New York Times, Mr. Trump seemed almost gleeful in telling reporters that he could make a decision 1 second before it's due because things change, especially with war. All the while, Mr. Trump was making blustery statements indicating he was about to take the country into the conflict. Everybody should evacuate Tehran, he wrote on Monday last week on Truth Social, the social media platform he owns. The following day, he posted that he had not left a meeting of the Group of Seven in Canada to broker a Middle East ceasefire, but for something, quote, much bigger. So, he told the world, stay tuned. These public pronouncements generated angst at the Pentagon and U.S. Central Command, where military planners began to worry that Mr. Trump was giving Iran too much warning about an impending strike. A small group of top military officials at the Pentagon and U.S. Central Command in Tampa had already begun refining attack plans at the Fordo facility and other Iranian nuclear sites that military planners had drawn up years ago, but even as the military planning was being conducted in secrecy, each of Mr. Trump's social media posts seemed to be telling the world what was coming. The president, said one military official, was the biggest threat to OPSEC, or operational security, that the planning faced. In other words, if there's one thing that actually ensured that this plan would not work, it was Donald Trump himself. He was the reason that the Iranians had plenty of time to prepare for the attack because he is incapable of knowing when or how to exercise a modicum of discretion and not make himself the center of attention. So now, given the fact that reporting suggests that Iran was able to avoid obliteration, for Trump, it's about saving face for himself and protecting his own reputation. He doesn't want to be blamed for the screw-up that he himself caused, so his sole goal right now is to offer up the talking point that Iran's facilities were 100% obliterated, and if you push back on that even a little bit, then not only are you a liar, but you hate our military. That's why he tweeted, "We just caught the failing New York Times, working with fake news CNN, cheating again. They tried to demean the great work our B-2 pilots did, and they were wrong in doing so. These reporters are just bad and sick people. You would think they would be proud of the great success we had instead of trying to always make our country look bad. Total obliteration. See, if you dare question the God King, then you're a traitor to this country. Instead, you have to toe the Trump line and just keep saying obliteration loudly because, as we all know, real victory comes from saying words strong and nothing else, a point that Pete Hegseth seemed to have taken to heart."
Hello, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. There's a reason the president calls out fake news for what it is. These pilots, these refuelers, these fighters, these air defenders, the skill and the courage it took to go into enemy territory flying 36 hours on behalf of the American people and the world to take out a nuclear program. is beyond what anyone in this audience can fathom. And then the instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times, is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons, to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. Of course, we've all seen plenty of leakers. And what do leakers do? They have agendas. And what do? Do they share the whole information or just the part that they want to introduce? And when they introduce that preliminary report that's deemed to be a low assessment, you know what a low assessment means? Low confidence in the data in that report. And why is there low confidence? Because all of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment of what happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel and go really deep, because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, oh, with low confidence, we think maybe it's moderate. Those that dropped the bombs precisely in the right place know exactly what happened when that exploded. And you know who else knows? Iran. That's why they came to the table right away, because their nuclear capabilities have been set back beyond what they thought were possible because of the courage of a commander-in-chief who led our troops, despite what the fake news wants to say.
So look, I want to make it clear, I'm not rooting against the military or the United States. I want us to succeed, and I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I also happen to think that this entire strike was illegal because it's Congress's power to declare war, not the president's, and that's important. And I also think that diplomacy would have gone further than a reckless strike that may very well drag us into yet another protracted war in the Middle East, one that is especially unpopular. But my objections aside, it happened, so I'd at least hope that I could trust what the government is telling us about what did happen, and yet those people seem more interested in holding a campaign rally and praising dear leader than being honest about what happened. And when even Fox News starts pushing back, it becomes clear that this administration might have just lost the plot. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like critical coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of a few tech billionaires who are already making it clear that they are willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a way for me to reach you directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link right here on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's free, but there's also an option to do a paid subscription if you'd like to support me and my team. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching.
At Sarah Toyota, service is more than just keeping your car in top condition. It's about valuing your time with online scheduling so we're ready when you arrive. It's about using technology and telematics to address your needs and be prepared before you even step inside. And when money's tight, we offer financing options right on the lane to keep you moving. Scan the QR code to experience service at Sarah Toyota today. Sarah Toyota, servicing the community for over 35 years.
The Trump administration has nothing but respect for the press, as long as they shut their dirty little mouths. This is just another day. While the war with Iran, according to our extremely trustworthy president, is now officially over, the war with the press rages on.
You and NBC, fake news, which is one of the worst, and CNN, New York Times, are all bad. They're sick. There's something wrong with them.
And then the instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times, is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons, to try to hurt President Trump or our country.
Well, if these news outlets did spin that story, it looks like they spun it 360 degrees because all of their information came out of your Defense Department. Yes, it appears that no matter how far Trump and his colon-dwelling henchmen may travel, the press corps still somehow finds a way to annoy the hell out of them with pesky questions. You know, questions like, why are you contradicting your own intelligence assessment regarding the strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities? Trump and his administration are working around the clock to stamp out any mention of a leaked Pentagon report that says that the strike on Iran merely delayed their nuclear ambitions by months, rather than Trump's assertion that, like his gastrointestinal system, it was totally obliterated. Now, maybe it's just me, but I think the best way to get an accurate assessment out of what happened is to inspect the evidence. Unfortunately, not everyone sees it that way.
All of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment of what happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel.
Is it just me, or is Pete Hegseth about to get into a bar fight with the press corps? I'm sorry, but man saying words toughly doesn't change the facts of what actually happened. It is alarming how much this administration vehemently wants everyone to simply shut the hell up and praise dear leader for finally bringing peace to the Middle East, mostly because shutting down anybody who dares question the facts as presented is incredibly dangerous. When the executive branch of the United States sees the quest for truth as its enemy and pushes a narrative based on lies, they create a fake reality and lull anybody who actually does believe their narrative into a false sense of confidence. True confidence would be willingness to know exactly how much uranium Iran still has and telling the American people about it, instead of pretending that you and your boys totes crushed it and we've got nothing to worry about, bros. But apparently, not only are questions about the validity of our military strike being deemed offensive and unpatriotic, they're also hurting people's feelings.
Did you know, I got a call from Missouri, great state, that I won 3 times by a lot. And I got a call that the pilots and the people on the plane were devastated because they were trying to minimize the attack. They were so devastated when they heard this news. And you know what they said? One of them, I spoke to one of them, he said, "Sir, we hit the site. It was perfect. It was dead on," because they don't understand fake news.
Ah, yes, a Sir story that definitely happened. So, you're telling us that the very real pilots who called you, who have trained for years to fly billion-dollar stealth aircrafts across the globe, and are skilled enough to drop multiple 30,000-pound warheads onto targets buried 250 feet under a mountain, are not equipped to handle some bad press and needed to call you to complain about it? Got it. The level of vitriol coming out of the White House right now is not surprising at all, because trying to quash dissent is pretty much a go-to move for autocratic regimes, as is million-dollar military parades and outfitting your office in gold. It's kind of like being surprised when there's a dead body in the first 5 minutes of The White Lotus. Kind of their thing. And when you need someone to quash dissent back home, they know exactly who to call.
This CNN story got it completely wrong, but that reporter is a sheep, and she's a mouthpiece for people who don't like Donald Trump. No other president in history could have ever dreamed of such a success, and that's exactly why the fake news media is now trying to demean and undermine the president.
Personally, I think whining about not getting enough credit for how much daddy kicked a mountain's ass is undermining the president, but that's just me. And shutting down access to facts and information is not simply being done through hostile press conferences or appearances on Fox News. It is systematically being done by this administration every step of the way. And at the forefront of this fact-killing mission is one of Donald Trump's most loyal soldiers, Kari Lake. Kari Lake is a former broadcaster from Arizona and a fellow election denier, so that made her the perfect candidate to oversee the U.S. Agency for Global Media, an independent federal agency overseeing media networks that provide unbiased news in countries where the press is restricted. And today, as she testified in front of the House Oversight Committee, she showed us that she is well-versed in all the countries.
Do you happen to know, Miss Lake, I come from the land of William Saroyan, and I assume you know what language the Armenian people of Armenia speak?
I've actually heard it. It's a beautiful language. I can't name it. Can you please tell me?
Yeah, it's Armenia.
Trick question.
If she thought that was a trick question, she would have hated his follow-up. What are those guys who fight fires called? I feel like a better trick question for Kari Lake would be, what body of water pretends to be deep but is really incredibly shallow? That would be Kari Lake. Amidst all of this shutting down of facts, Lake was on Capitol Hill today to answer questions about the recent termination of 85% of the staff from the government-funded news operation Voice of America, an operation that she clearly loves.
This place is rotten. It's rotten to the core. President Trump has asked me to go in and help clean it up. And he's also issued an executive order to reduce this agency down to its mandate, to what is mandated, statutorily required. That's exactly what I'm doing. I don't care if they attack me. We're going to make it right for the American taxpayers.
And how will we know if it's made right if there's no journalist left to report it? I guess we'll just take their word for it. I have to say, it is mildly amusing that for an administration that despises communist regimes and their state-run TV operations, they're doing a pretty bang-up job of creating their own.
The American public are smarter than this, and they should know the truth. President Trump completely and totally obliterated the capability of Iran to produce a nuclear weapon, and the world is safer today because of his historic efforts.
These are legitimate enterprises. I'll take care of the books, you take care of the problem. Old school. Bold.
The only thing missing from that clip of Caroline Leavitt is the North Korean pink kimono. This administration is desperately trying to put their boot on the neck of anybody who dares question the validity of what they say and label them as a treasonous hater of our military and our nation's freedom as a whole. But guess what? Multiple things can be true. The soldiers who courageously flew B-2 bombers under the cover of night can be heroes, and also Donald Trump and his entire administration can be making a concerted effort to willfully ignore intelligence reports from their own Department of Defense and silence any media outlets that dare question the inconsistencies in their statements. Again, multiple things can be true. Kind of like how you can appreciate those who've engaged in public service and also recognize that some of them are a huge disservice to the public. One thing does not negate the other. Despite what Donald Trump may believe, the silencing of information and repeatedly bragging about how right you are about everything does not make you look strong. It makes you look weak and insecure, and frankly, not smart, which seems crazy considering...
I took 2 cognitive tests, and I aced them both. I wanted to be a little different than Biden. I took a cognitive test, and I don't know what to tell you other than I got every answer right. And by the way, I took my cognitive exam as part of my physical exam, and I got the highest mark, and one of the doctors said, "Sir, I've never seen anybody get that kind of a, that was the highest mark."
Exactly. Smart people do not spike the football after their cognitive test. You know why? Because it's stupid. Almost as stupid as bragging about how much they totally, completely, and supremely obliterated Iran's nuclear program. For being so damn smart, it is shocking how little Donald Trump has learned from recent American history. 20 years ago, we watched a sitting president, desperate to seem tough, strut out onto an aircraft carrier to declare our mission accomplished, only to spend the rest of his time in office trying to justify spending trillions of taxpayer dollars and losing over 3,000 American lives in a war that was, again, totally, completely, and supremely accomplished. So Trump can bash all the intelligence reports he wants, brag about how as many cognitive tests as he like, and throw as many million-dollar military parades as he sees fit. But if his goal is for the world to see him as the embarrassingly weak president that he really is, well, mission accomplished. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like critical coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of a few tech billionaires who are already making it clear that they are willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a way for me to reach you directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link right here on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's free, but there's also an option to do a paid subscription if you'd like to support me and my team. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching. I'm joined now by the U.S. Senator from Minnesota, Tina Smith. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much, Brian. It's great to be with you on, even though it is such a sad, sad moment for me and my state of Minnesota, and I think the whole country.
Yeah, and that's what I want to speak with you about, because we are right now in the horrific aftermath of this senseless and tragic shooting where State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were killed, and also Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette were shot and are recovering right now. And this was all at the hands of a gunman who posed as a police officer and basically entered these legislators' homes in order to assassinate them. And that was immediately followed by Senator Mike Lee of Utah effectively becoming the main character on the internet this weekend because he used the opportunity not to mourn their deaths or speak out against the senseless violence, but instead to post a couple of tweets onto Twitter, and I'm going to put them right here on the screen. One says, "Nightmare on Wall Street," and the next one says, "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way." And so that was followed today by news that you had actually confronted Mike Lee. So can you explain first and foremost what you discussed with him when you spoke with him?
Well, so I come back to Washington after having experienced just this huge tragedy, a personal tragedy, because Melissa Hortman and John Hoffman are both friends of mine. And to know that Melissa and her husband were gunned down at their doorsteps by this assassin who was impersonating a police officer, we have been grappling with the reality of that. And it's so painful. And of course, here we have Mike Lee in the United States Senate posting this horrible picture and this terrible tweet. And I just feel like so often we respond to one another on social media. And I wanted to look him in the eye and tell him what I thought and how it made me and so many other Minnesotans feel that he had done this. And so I'm waiting for him. I'm trying to track him down. And I kind of honestly have to chase after him a bit because he is, doing that old thing of talking on the phone. And so I chased him down into a room where the Republicans were about to have a caucus meeting and pulled him out. And I told him, I said, "I want you to know what you did is you put a picture of the man who killed my friend. And then you said, this is what happens. And think about the consequences of that." I wanted him to think about those consequences and what it means. And what it means not just to me, but to all of the people that are in so much pain because of this loss. I honestly, Brian, I don't think this is a man who is frequently confronted by anybody. And I will tell you, he seemed a little shocked to have anybody challenging him, let alone one of his colleagues. But I think it's so called on. We need to speak directly to one another in this moment about the impact of what people are saying and doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big difference between somebody who views himself as a keyboard warrior and can hide behind the computer screen all day. Did he seem receptive to what you were saying to him? Did it sink in at all, or was it just, did he just take in the information in one ear out the other?
I mean, I think my clear sense is that he was listening to what I was saying. As I said, I think he was sort of stunned to be coming face to face with somebody who was really calling him out on his bullshit. But I also, my approach to him was not like yelling at him, but like, I want to have a conversation with you about what this really is, what's really happening here. And I believe that he heard me, but I don't know that he honestly knew exactly what to do with that. And I hope that he will think about this. And, ultimately this way in which people take advantage of, even the people like Mike Lee and others on the right take advantage of the worst kind of human tragedy and political violence to sort of use it as further fuel for this fire is just unacceptable.
Can you speak about that in the broader context of a lot of this right-wing violence that we're seeing kind of bubble up in the ecosystem? Because it would be bad enough unto itself if this stuff was happening just in a vacuum, but then to have it be validated at the highest levels of the U.S. government. I mean, this is a United States senator, to your exact point, saying this is what there should never be a moment where this is what happens. There's never a justification for assassination, especially in an instance where he's outright lying about who this assassin was. There's this talking point on the right that this is some longtime Democrat. I mean, this guy had a list of Democratic officials that he was looking to kill. That's not usually how it works.
No.
So can you speak on this broader idea of kind of the normalization of violence in right-wing circles?
Well, there's two things happening simultaneously that are both very, very dangerous. The first is this sort of, as you say, normalization of violence and political violence. So using violence to quell or stop or intimidate or even kill your political adversary. But the other thing that's happening amongst these right-wing folks is that they're basically saying, this kind of political violence, it happens on the left as well as happening on the right. And they try to pretend that this violence, in this case in Minnesota, was actually driven by left-wing ideology when, that is clearly not what is going on here. And we see this over and over and over again. It's a little bit like, well, they did it. Or on the one hand, on the other hand, thinking that allows Republicans in positions of leadership in the United States Senate and in other places to basically say, this is just happening and it's not just us, which of course is not what is happening in our country right now. And let's be honest, here we have Donald Trump, our president. One of the first actions that he took was to pardon the insurrectionists who injured police officers, who did damage to our democracy and to the people's house of the U.S. Congress. So yeah, it's just unacceptable.
I should have asked you this at the very top, but how are you doing? I mean, these were your friends. I mean, how are you doing? How is this community of people doing? Especially, I mean, this would be difficult enough unto itself, but then to also layer on top of it just a whole, I mean, having people at the highest levels of government just use this as a basically a political punching bag to score some cheap win over the weekend.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm so full of grief and anger and confusion, honestly, about what is happening in our country. And we were in Minnesota, we have a big party dinner every year. And Friday night was the evening of our big party dinner. So we were all together. I was there with Melissa and Mark, her husband, and John Hoffman and Yvette. We were having a big celebration and kind of a call to come together for the work that we have ahead of us. And then just a few short hours later to know that they were murdered, assassinated. Honestly, I'm still trying to process that it's really happened. I can't quite believe that she's gone. And I mean, you would have loved her. She was just like such a no bullshit, tell it like she saw it. She called out people, even if they were people in power, on their nonsense. She worked to get things done. She wasn't just a talker. She was a doer. She was so funny. And I can hardly believe that she's gone.
Well, you know, I can at least say that I'm sure that, you know, everybody is grateful that we've got folks like you who are making sure to preserve their memories as for who they actually were. You know, there was another instance, I believe it was last week, in the immediate aftermath of the ICE raids, where a Democratic lawmaker approached Mike Johnson and basically had like a quiet moment with him that wasn't intended for the cameras, although the cameras caught a glimpse of this moment, where he was told to speak to Donald Trump to tamp down the rhetoric. And so we have the ICE raids, for example, where innocent people are being terrorized because Donald Trump, I don't know, needed a distraction from his bad week of press with the fallout with Elon Musk and this budget bill that's going to strip healthcare away from 14 million Americans. And so, you know, looked at the punching bag that is Los Angeles and decided to rip families apart so that we could talk about that instead of his bad political fortunes. And now we have this instance. And so do you think that there's any sense among the very small sliver of people in the Republican conference who can actually get through to Trump? Possibly. I mean, if anybody's going to be able to get to it, it might be nobody, but if anybody could, it's probably these people. Do you think it's beginning to sink in with these people? Maybe not the Mike Lees of the world, but is there a sense of we have crossed the Rubicon here, and if we don't get our shit together at some point, things are going to go from bad to worse really quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, and I ask myself that all the time. And my view is that right now in the job that I have, I need to leave space for that. And I need to also use my power to put pressure on that and try to do that in a smart way and in a way that will maybe have some impact on the people, on the folks that could be influenced. Because I mean, we don't need, you know, there's 53 members of the Republican caucus in the United States Senate. We don't need 50 of them or 40 of them. We just need a handful of them to say, this is not the way we're going to do things. No, we're not going to go along with this. We're not going to go along with your bullshit. No, we're not going to put up with this. And in a way, they are really standing up for themselves. They're standing up for their own power and their own prerogatives of representatives of their states. They're standing up for what the United States Senate should be. And I will never give up hope that will happen, even though I see only faint hope as I look at these folks that just seem to be walking in such lockstep. I don't know whether it's out of fear or whether it's out of, just fun, lack of political courage or what it is exactly. I can't see into their minds, but
see all of the above.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Well, let's finish off with this. I know that you had touched upon this before, but is there anything else that you'd like to say about Melissa and her husband, again, so that we have some sense of, okay, this is, who they were, and that you have the opportunity to offer folks a little bit of insight into who they were, as opposed to those who are trying to pervert their memory.
Well, maybe I'll tell just one quick story that I love. When Melissa was a minority leader in the Minnesota House, there was an evening when Democratic women were giving speeches on the floor of the House. In the back room, the floor was kind of empty, and in the back room was a small group of legislators. And Melissa came out on the floor and she said, there is 100% white Republican caucus in the back room playing cards while these women are out here talking about their stories and talking about their lives. And it created a huge hullabaloo. And the Republican men all were like, she must apologize. She should resign. This is outrageous what she did, calling us out on the Senate floor. And Melissa basically said, sorry, not sorry. I'm just going to tell the truth. I'm just going to say what I think is real. I'm going to call bullshit when I see it. And it was a great example of how sometimes it takes a little bit of courage, but actually when you're telling the truth, I believe you do get rewarded.
Yeah. Well, look, I know I speak for a lot of people in thanking you for the courage that you had to confront Mike Lee and to share, some memories you have of her. And I appreciate you taking the time tonight.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for giving me a chance to talk about my friend Melissa.
I'm joined now by New York City Comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Brian. Great to be on with you.
So you made some news today as you were the latest in a long line of Democratic officials, Democratic candidates, or just people who the Trump administration perceives as political enemies to be arrested by this administration. So what preceded this arrest?
No. This is actually the third week in a row where I've gone down to immigration court hearings with a group called Immigrant Arc to observe the proceedings and then accompany people as they try to leave the building. Starting about 3 weeks ago, they started stripping people of their status. It's a new thing that the Department of Homeland Security is doing. To what they call dismiss people's cases, but what that really does is dismiss their asylum applications, renders them with no status, and makes them subject to expedited removal. So what we're doing is observing and then just trying to walk out of the building with people. And over the last 3 weeks, I've been able to walk out with 5 families who got reunited. But in this case, that is not what happened.
Well, isn't the whole point of what the Trump administration came into office promising is that they would go after the hardened criminals, the people who weren't following the rules? Aren't these inherently the opposite? These are the folks who are showing up to their hearings. Aren't these the people that are following the rules, the people who the Trump administration claims are actually doing the thing that the Trump administration claims are actually following the law?
Yes, every one of these families, checked in when they crossed at the border, showed up for their hearing. Most of them have submitted asylum applications and deserve under international law what's called a credible fear hearing to understand whether they have a grounded credible fear of persecution if they're deported. And what is happening here is they are being stripped of their rights to that due process hearing. And yes, these are not folks who have been accused of any crime. These are not folks who try to sneak around ICE at the border. They have done everything right, and the ground is just being ripped right out from under their feet.
Right. I mean, presumably you are not walking violent criminals through these courtrooms just as a matter of politics. I mean, you're running for the mayor of New York. That's probably not the people that you are going to align yourself with, and yet even that fact seems to be ignored by this Trump administration, who is going after everyone indiscriminately.
They are trying to strike fear. I mean, Donald Trump is coming to strike fear into immigrant families and just fear into cities. I mean, he's coming for LA, he's coming for New York, he's coming for other cities, and he's trying to both stoke fear and provoke conflict. And so what I was trying to do, what we're trying to do as volunteers, is bring a little clarity. These folks have no idea what's going on. To say, we're dismissing the case sounds good. And the case actually before the one that I got arrested for, where I also tried to walk the gentleman out of the building, his native language is Yoruba. The translator that was provided to him speaks French. And when the judge was trying to explain, when I dismiss your case, you'll have no status. And he looked and he's like, and then she said, do you understand? And he's like, no, what do you mean I'll have no status? And, so yes, what we're trying to do is give people a little understanding, allay that fear, and then just help them have the due process that they're due. But yes, what Donald Trump wants is for everyone to be afraid, for conflict to be stoked, and for those due process rights, for the rule of law to be undermined. And that's why I thought, as an elected official in New York City, starting 3 weeks ago, when I heard about this, I should, get my ass down there and do what I can for for these families and for the rule of law in New York City.
I agree with you that Donald Trump's whole goal here is to stoke fear. He wouldn't do this if that wasn't the goal, because that's clearly the result of this. Why do you think it is that in a situation where he could choose to do this in a way that is, even with a modicum of empathy, he's instead going this route?
I mean, he is trying to destroy our empathy. That's what authoritarians do. The compassion that we feel that makes New York City and LA great places, that makes America a great place, that we feel some empathy for people, that we've got that Statue of Liberty out in the harbor saying, send me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. That is what American democracy is built on. In my mind, that's what New York City is built on. That's why I love it. And he hates it. And what he wants to do is erode our empathy, give some folks, give people someone to blame for the troubles they're actually feeling, being able to afford a place to live, or the other challenges folks are facing. And that's what fear does.
Do you think it was a distraction that really this came to a head in the immediate aftermath of that really bad week for Trump politically, where he had his fallout with Elon Musk? The budget bill was becoming increasingly unpopular. It became clear that it would add trillions to the deficit, also that it could offset a tax cut for millionaires and billionaires while stripping healthcare away from 14 million Americans and food assistance away to the tune of $300 billion. Suddenly, then, we have ICE getting sent in to LA, knowing full well that in a city, the city that I live in, it's about a third immigrants, and so clearly that's going to incite some protests. And then he immediately used that as a pretense to be able to federalize the National Guard and send in the Marines. So to what extent do you think that was a coincidence, or this is just a purposeful distraction technique by Trump?
Look, this is where Trump goes, when he is at his most visceral. 10 years ago, when he came down that staircase, it was by attacking Mexicans, and so I don't think it's surprising that at a moment when, yes, Americans are waking up to what that quote big beautiful bill would do and how it would strip away healthcare and give tax breaks to billionaires, and he's thinking, what do I do to have people focus on what I want, that he ratchets up, sends in the National Guard, tries to ratchet up aggressive deportations. Yeah, I think that's probably right.
In the immediate aftermath of your arrest, what happened next in between the time that you were taken away, and that video has been swept across the internet today, but between the time that you were taken away and the time you were released, what happened in between that period of time?
So I was in DHS detention for about 3.5 hours, mostly just waiting, sitting in a detention room without my phone, so I didn't know what was going on out in the outside or in the world. And then about 3.5 hours later, I was informed that Governor Hochul was there, and they released me. I connected with her, and we walked out of the building. They have not brought charges against me. And, my understanding is that the case is under review by the U.S. Attorney's Office. But look, what I think is really the most important to say is, I'm going to be fine. I have a good lawyer. I know my rights and my due process will be protected. I'm going to sleep at home in my bed tonight, safe with my family. But Edgardo, who I was trying to accompany, he is in ICE detention. God knows where he's going to sleep tonight in an ICE detention.
My lord. My lord. It's hard to concentrate on two things at once with my ADHD brain. Brain, 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 brain. I have to keep on searching and searching and searching for the same things because I can't hold it in place. All right, so I think that's finally correct. That looks correct. I don't know about this. That don't look correct.
You can go low.
My girl, my girl. Where did you sleep last night? In the pines, in the pines, where the sun don't ever shine. I will shiver the whole night
Hundreds of people have been killed, more than 1,000 wounded while looking for food at the private militarized so-called aid sites, which replaced UN distribution centers in May. The entire population of Gaza, 2.1 million people, experience prolonged shortages of food. 500,000 are in a catastrophic situation of hunger, acute malnutrition, starvation, and illness, according to the World Health Organization.
Well, aside from the fact that Palestinians continued getting slaughtered at these humanitarian aid hubs by the IDF, and the IDF admits that they would fire warning shots, Israel has also decided to halt aid deliveries into Gaza again. And that's according to the Israeli station Channel 12 News. Apparently, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is justifying further starving the Palestinian people by doing what Israelis always do: blame Hamas, even when they're the ones responsible for the behavior. Now, Netanyahu's office announced that he ordered the military to present a plan within the next 2 days on how to keep Hamas from stealing humanitarian assistance. So that's the cover story. Oh, we don't want to deliver aid to starving Palestinians because we're worried Hamas is stealing it. In reality, the Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Aid Foundation was luring desperate Palestinians to these hubs where they were supposed to get the aid that they so desperately need. And then you'd have IDF soldiers firing on them, as, by the way, Israeli Gideon Levy said on Piers Morgan's show just yesterday. Take a look.
I must remind ourselves that when the UN's agencies distributed the aid, there were no killed people. It all started with this monster organization of putting 2-3 stations in the Gaza Strip for 2 million people, almost as an experiment in human being, in starving human beings. None of them was killed in purpose, all of them by chance, all of them potential threat to the soldiers. How dare you to spread this propaganda knowing that you are lying?
Again, that was Gideon Levy, who is in fact Israeli and has been critical of the Israeli government in the past. Now, at least 103 Palestinians were killed by Israeli fire over the past 24 hours, local health authorities said, including some shot near an aid distribution point, the latest in a series of such incidents. The Israeli military had no immediate comment. That is the real issue here. And this whole notion that, oh, Hamas is stealing aid and Israel wants to investigate this in order to find a better way to deliver aid is complete bunk. It's nonsense. In regard to halting that humanitarian aid from entering the Gaza Strip, the Prime Minister's office came after, or his announcement came after, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, who wants to starve the Palestinians to death, by the way, threatened that he could no longer remain in the government if immediate action wasn't taken to prevent aid from reaching Hamas. Now, any normal person who's not a sociopath would say, good day, sir. Go ahead and leave the government. You're not wanted. But of course, there is a fragile coalition that makes up the current Israeli government. Without that coalition, Netanyahu knows that he'll no longer be in power. And of course, he's very much concerned about that. And if there's any evidence that's being shown to prove that Hamas is stealing the aid, what the Israelis are circulating online is this video that shows dozens of masked men, some armed with rifles, but most carrying sticks, riding on aid trucks. Okay, well, what is that about? Turns out the Higher Commission for Tribal Affairs, which represents influential clans in the territory, said the trucks had been protected as part of an aid security process managed solely through tribal efforts. The commission said that no Palestinian faction, a reference to Hamas, had taken part in the process. The clans came to form a stance to prevent the aggression and the thieves from stealing the food that belongs to our people. Abu Salman al-Magani, a representative of Gazan clan, said, referring to a Wednesday operation. And look, I don't trust Hamas at all. Hamas says they've done no such thing. They've never stolen any humanitarian aid. I'm sure that there's been instances where they have. But in regard to the video that they're circulating, you have to keep in mind, we're talking about starving Palestinians. They've been intentionally starved for months and months. And so when they see a humanitarian aid truck come through, they're going to rush toward the truck because they want food. They need sustenance to feed their families. So the argument here from the Higher Commission for Tribal Affairs is that they're providing security to ensure that chaos doesn't break out. Although these humanitarian aid hubs, Cenk, as you know, have been chaotic and have led to dozens of Palestinians getting shot and killed on a daily basis since late May.
So the UN and other groups used to do this aid system where they would hand out the food. And to Anna's point, to Gideon Levy's point, no one ever got shot at those stations. People got the food, it was orderly. Largely speaking, Hamas did not steal the food, certainly not systematically. There's always bad actors in any given situation. I'm going to come back to that because I'm going to knock down a propaganda point of Israel that it's important to knock down. But so now that Israel's running the centers, the problem is if you don't have anyone guarding the food on the other side, since people are starving, there's going to be mayhem. And that's just on one day alone, would I kill 103 innocent people to maybe put pressure?
I don't even like the Young Turks.
He can't just coast through on this one. There's real things happening. They're terrible things, and I wish they weren't happening, but they are. And you can see them starting to catch up to him. I'm seeing that now in real time.
He wanted to be able to outsource his presidency to like Stephen Miller and all these people around him, and he is in a lot of ways. But there are some things that you can't avoid because you're the president, and
so right now, I think there's a ceasefire that is holding as we speak on Tuesday afternoon. If that holds, and not everyone, the people who have been dealing with being bombed on because of this, but the governments, did they all get what they wanted? That, Iran, the regime, gets to keep the regime intact. Trump gets to pretend that he did this and he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. And Netanyahu gets away, and he got to bomb Iran, and he gets to keep shooting people in Gaza, which he did today, right? 25 people trying to get aid.
A very important point. While all of this is going on, the killing is continuing in Gaza. Horrific. And no one's talking about that, needing to stop that for some fucking reason. Yeah. But Yeah, I genuinely don't, and I suppose that remains to be seen. More information keeps coming out. Like, I don't understand what was accomplished, though. The stated goal of taking away nuclear capability doesn't seem to have maybe delayed a bit, but
for a couple months, but also like the idea that like, oh, the 60% can get to 90% really quickly. That's why they have it at 60%. So then they haven't been doing that.
so they haven't.
They just didn't do it, this whole thing. And so like, it's just, if it holds, it seems like it's just kick the can down the road in a few months.
Exactly.
Like, oh, they're like, they look at the chart again. They've got the weapons or whatever. Like, it's gonna,
that's essentially
it's not,
what I'm getting at.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. Netanyahu is not going to be happy until there is no Iran or tremendous regime change, someone that they feel they have control over. I would say, though, the other countries that are coming out looking great are probably China. Russia and China, they look a lot more reasonable internationally. They're going to be a better, softer power. People are going to look to them a little more favorably for trade. This, I think, all of this makes us look bad. Again, it's Trump creating a massive problem, then fixing it maybe 80%, and the rest of the world sees that. And like, I think that those other people are going to come out looking a lot better. I think the long-term effects of this, that's going to be a big one.
Yeah. Well, it also just shows he's so untrustworthy and like for anything. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's war, so you always come back to what was the point. But this was a very truncated version. As we said, we were speed running this whole thing. Like, okay, what was accomplished in this? What did we?
Well, I also don't. I mean, it's still really early, and I am very curious to know how this plays out. And by the time this comes out, there'll be something crazy, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But even if things hold for now, or minimal damage from here on out, I mean, the long-term effects, I don't know. I mean, is Iran just going to forget about it? I think it's unlikely. Maybe the regime is going to be like, okay, finally we can breathe, and they're happy for a while. But there's going to be other elements, the guard, the other parts of the hardliners that are not going to forget about it. I don't know. I got to tell you guys, we can hold the grudge. I'm a nice guy mostly, but even I have grudges from like elementary school that I have a list. If you're on it, I will get to you. So like,
we're friends,
it's
right?
not. I don't know. Yeah, you guys are cool for the most part.
Not on Kevin's list. All
Well,
right.
but I mean, that's what, like,
Now he's on the list.
it feels like what we should want, and I don't mean to say, oh, everything would have been perfect if the nuclear deal under Obama stayed intact. Although if you look at the chart, it sure looked like what we wanted with
like
no
it was
uranium.
working.
It sure looked like what we wanted there was working, but I am not sure, as you said, Kaveh, like, I don't think Netanyahu wants that. Netanyahu wants them up to 90 so he can go in.
Exactly.
Netanyahu wants them up to 90 so the U.S. will go in. Maybe there's a lot of people in the U.S. who want that as well. So, like, the ostensible goal that we are publicly saying of, like, oh yeah, end your nuclear program, the thing that we were doing, they kind of are like, but if you don't, we can have some more disastrous
do this
fun.
more,
You know?
I mean, and that's always Netanyahu's play anyway. It's like provoke,
Well, yeah, he wants to be in
so
power
that you do
forever.
the thing. You do the thing that I have been accusing you of all along, so that we could have a justification. Blah blah blah. But yeah, the long-term picture of this, I agree, does not seem rosy. What you're ostensibly setting yourself up for is less oversight, less communication about what they actually are up to, more secrecy, lack of trust. But also, this isn't in defense of this regime in any capacity. But like, why wouldn't they want to be set up where they could quickly produce weapons with all of this hostility? And you look at other places that are, that get bullied. Why wouldn't they? Sorry, Cody, you've got something.
Oh, no, I mean, I just, to your point, like, no one's ever like, we got to stop them from getting nukes. And also, we should all have fewer nukes. Maybe we should all not have, like, there are reasons that nations have them, and it's as a deterrent, usually. And this idea that like these everybody with their nukes, like, but no, it's I don't want anyone to have them, but the idea that we can sort of police that and without any sort of reflection of that dynamic.
No, I that does exactly what you're saying, and you both of you. They're going to lose. There's going to be no inspectors from now on. They're going to withdraw from the Proliferation Treaty, I'm sure, if they haven't already. So they still know how to make them, even if there's even if they've destroyed most, if not all, of these structures, there's still people there that know how to make them. So we are just delaying the inevitable thing that we could monitor better.
Okay, Cody's gotta run, but before he does, we all want to enjoy this Joe Rogan clip as a palate cleanser and transition to other topics.
Yay.
Joe Rogan, a palate cleanser. Who would have thought? All right.
Isn't that funny?
Nah, it's not real. Here it is.
ICE raids are fucking nuts, man. Watching this protest on television, it's like.
You think the raids are nuts?
All of it's nuts.
I think both sides are taking it a little too hard.
Well, I don't think if the Trump administration, if they're running and they said, we're going to go to Home Depot and we're going to arrest all the people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction sites and we're going to just tackle people at constructions. I don't think anybody would have signed up for that. They said, we're going to get rid of the criminals and the gang members first, right? And now we're seeing Home Depots get raided. That's crazy.
Okay, so real quick, thank you, Joe, for getting on board. We did mention
Welcome
this
to the
was bound to happen in our episode about Joe Rogan. He's gonna realize this sort of stuff. I'm gonna ignore all the both sides stuff going on in the background and just sort of focus on, hey, Joe, everybody knew this was going to happen. They told you it was going to happen. They had signs that said mass deportations now, and everyone described to you what that would mean, and it's going to happen, and then it did, and here's what's happening now. Also, Joe, if you're gonna say, they said, if you said they do this, what he said was they're gonna go after the criminals first. Why did you say first, Joe? Who's second? Who did you think was second? Who did you think was third? If you in your mind said, but he said the criminals first, who was next,
The
Joe?
poem is one line. First they came for the criminals, got them.
Period. Got him. We did it. This is so absurd. Again, thanks, Joe, for admitting it. But listen to anybody else for once in your fucking life, Joe. Everybody is always right about this sort of stuff, and they're always proven right way too late, and then you're like, wow, if somebody had told me. Well, they did.
Wow.
What a frustrating clip to watch. My goodness, Joe. My goodness. Who did you think was second?
He's got Bernie on the show today.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll change all of his opinions about everything. But it's just a final thought, Joe. Maybe if Trump had told us he'd go to Home Depot, just consider that man is a liar. His entire life, he's a liar. He lies to you all the time. He lies to your face. When you have him on, maybe don't listen to what he says. Generally, anyway. I gotta go. Thanks for having me on the show.
Bye, Cody.
Thank you, Kaveh. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, Warren, both there. I believe Maggie's also over there.
Kaveh's trying to hug you.
Very much.
We're all
Hug back.
trying to-
There we go. Beautiful hug. Have a wonderful rest of the show. Goodbye. Ring, ring. Hello? Will you answer the call? Because the news is calling. I'm referring to Ground News, which you can find via the QR code on the screen. Ground News is a website and an app we reached out to, since they gather news from all over the political spectrum and compare coverage and analysis. The news that's calling as we record this is that the Trump Organization is launching its own mobile phone. That's weird, seeing as he's the president and all. Also, even if he wasn't, why? With Ground News, it's easy to see how right-leaning sources are referring to the phones as American-made, even though more honest sources, including somehow even Eric Trump himself, are confirming that no, there's no way to make those phones in the United States and sell them for $500. Oopsie! The corrupted call was coming from inside the administration! You can get super fun headlines like that and more at ground.news/SMN. With that link, you will save 40% off unlimited access. Ground News can break down the political bias of each source and give you a factuality analysis. What they're doing is more important now than ever, so I encourage you to go to ground.news/SMN to get 40% off unlimited access for yourself or someone you know. Surely you know people. The link is in the description. The call is breaking up because it's on a phone made by Donald Trump's sons. What did you expect?
Summer is about 3 things and 3 things only. Umbrellas and fancy cocktails, buying the umbrellas in bulk so that you don't have to scour Craigslist the day before your friends come over, and watching action movies. That's it. The summer gods demanded. And with Pluto TV, you've got those action movies covered all summer long with titles like Gladiator, Beverly Hills Cop, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, Umbrella Man, 4 Brothers, Stealth, Gunbrella, the umbrella that's also a gun, Good Burger Boot Gurger, the umbrella who went up a hill but came down a mountain, and, of course, Star Trek. Bring the action and those tiny umbrellas with you and stream for free on all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
There are new stories every week. We got like 5 or 6, right? I mean, there's just more in Twitter and Blue Sky and the news. Anytime you open any local news site around the country, there will be a horrendous story, and it's kind of glazing out. Like, I saw the video of the guy who has 3 Marine sons, and ICE was just pinning him down and pummeling him over and over again in the head. We're entering a really dangerous time where I think Stephen Miller and Trump's gambit is, yeah, this stuff's unpopular, but let's just push through and we'll move on to something else, and people will grow to accept that this is what happens in your neighborhoods.
Because it's not, yes, and couple that with the fact that there is just a barrage of news all the time. A number of 4-alarm fires happening at any given moment. Like, we haven't even really been paying attention to this fucking big beautiful bill act and all of the terrible I mean, we do our best, but there's constant existential terrors happening. I mean, last night I saw a video of a lawyer speaking on behalf of her client, and just like actual torture, like inhumane torture, lack of medical care, no anesthetic for medical procedures, threatening, but yes, I'm just agreeing with your statement, which is that this is happening all the time, exponentially faster all around us.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's absolutely happening, and it's happening to people who are supposed to care. I mean, I see it working. I see people on the left kind of just like giving up. I do. I hate to say it. I mean, I will say also, in the thing that we really have to sort of continue to celebrate and support and promote and give airtime to are these people who are out there, doing the work out there, like putting themselves on the line a little bit, to confront ICE when they're out there, to make them feel unwelcome, make them feel, unloved a little bit. Show
and they
them
are
a little
successful
bit.
sometimes.
Yeah, it works. And I think more than anything, I think it really, I have to believe it's affecting these people doing this. I see how much the communities there dislike them. I'm probably being optimistic, and it probably isn't. But I think just seeing how much vitriol you receive for trying to take away a member of the community from other people in it, I bet you it surprises them a little bit. I have to believe it does.
Mm-hmm.
I have to believe
it
that.
is heartening to see people who probably have not prepped for this situation, or maybe they have and maybe didn't think it would actually happen. They have the wherewithal to get out their phone, to film, to say, what are you doing? You're kidnapping this person. This isn't right. Like, that stuff is very heartening to see in the middle of a chaotic, horrendous situation. And I hope that energy keeps up and continues, or that it becomes so unpopular and there is such a cacophony around Trump that he backs off. Like, we have to hope this is a thing where he says, oh, I don't want to be that unpopular, tells Miller to back off. Miller will be a little upset, and then we can, not that the status quo was all that great because ICE was still like taking a bunch of people away from their homes and families. But what we have right now, still on the streets of LA and across America, is untenable, and it has to stop.
It's untenable. It is unfucking tenable. That is, we're psychic. I was thinking that word over and over as you were talking. You see reports, and I don't think it'll stay just targeted at the cities. I know that seems to be the directive right now, but it is happening elsewhere, everywhere, and they're going to run out of people. They're going to go to the other communities. So there's that. But entire swaths of Los Angeles are grinding to a halt, and I don't think that like the Flower District, I'm seeing videos, empty stalls, empty stands. People are not showing up because they're afraid. They shouldn't show up. They shouldn't show up to work. On Saturday in Pasadena, Parks and Rec, has canceled activities for children. Canceling soccer indefinitely, from what I understand, because of the threats. The stands that people run. It's just.
Do you think though that it might backfire a little bit on this whole Miller strategy to focus on these democratic cities and to really go after Los Angeles? Because I have to say, it throws the right-wing base every now and then some like of that raw meat when they see like a guy on a burning Waymo with a flag. But for the most part, I think they're making like LA look cool. Like the way that LA denizens are standing up and are trying to help their, the people in their neighborhoods. Like it's actually making, and I don't like to give LA credit for much other than it's Persian food, but LA looks like a cool place now. Like you see skateboard punks like standing up to like ICE agents. You see people like organizing. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to help them in the long run. I understand
I don't think it will. I think this is very unpopular.
Yeah.
He's underwater on immigration deportations. It has been this way for weeks. He has not been dissuaded yet, probably because he doesn't give a shit anymore as much. He does want to be popular, but I think he knows that he's not running for anything again. And if he is, we're cheating. We're not like doing the, I'm not going to project to 2028 or whatever the heck happens. But I don't think he's concerned about voter approval the same way he was, unless it comes to like the market, right?
You see he caves to pressure in the midst of it, or starts to, but then walks it back because Stephen Miller gets into his ear. It's hard to know what will or will not affect him or change his mind. Given the fact that as of right now, he can't run again.
We are dependent on the whims of a madman, to quote Speed 1994.
Nice.
Folks, here's a little niche hobby I've gotten into lately. Smelling good. I know, super nerdy. Look at Poindexter over here without his cartoon pigpen dust cloud. But I can't help it. I'm a smell good guy now. And it's all because of Mando Whole Body Deodorant and its affiliated products. I'm no longer playing D&D with a bunch of foul-smelling misfits, even if they were my best friends. Nope. Now I'm smelling it up in a good way, with deodorant that's clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 7 72 hours. That's like 16 D&D sessions or 1/50th of a campaign at the prevailing rates. God, I miss my friends so much. But it's a small price to pay for smelling like the scrumptious scents of bourbon leather, clover woods, Mount Fuji, and Pro Sport. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. As a special offer for our audience, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code MORENEWS at shopmando.com. Do you need me to spell that for you? Okay, fine. I know I'm your go-to nerd. Sometimes it's a little much, but I'll do it now, whatever. It's shopmando.com. Do you have to have me sing it for you? Okay, fine, twist my arm. No, never. Now, the ad's over, so I'm gonna go back to smelling good and being my own dungeon master. I don't need you anymore, Gordon, Elliot, Myra, Henry, and Warmbo plays sometimes, but he's kind of he's trouble. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando.
I want to talk or bring in this Supreme Court ruling from yesterday, this unsigned ruling, 6-3, where the Supreme Court says that Trump can remove migrants to other countries without them having the ability to say, hey, I might be tortured or enslaved there. I want to call out that this is different than the Alien Enemies Act stuff and sending migrants to the prison in El Salvador. The Supreme Court ruled that migrants do have the ability to challenge their detention in another prison in another country. But if the administration just wants to remove you to another country like Libya or South Sudan, you don't have to give them the chance to say, I might be tortured there. And they did this in an unsigned ruling, the kind of thing you don't really want to give an explanation of. And though it doesn't really amount to much in the long run, Sotomayor wrote a very strong-worded, blistering dissent, as they call it, but of course pointed out that even before the Supreme Court ruled on this, they had violated the rulings of lower courts that said to stop. So by giving them relief for something they had already broken, it was, I believe the quote is, rewarding lawlessness, given that the Trump administration openly flouted those court orders. So it's just saying, if you violate enough court orders, we might just say that it's okay because we don't want to have the showdown with you. Plus, we probably like what you're doing.
I'm kind of at a loss for words about this. It's just so depressing and pretty unbelievable to me. I wish I had something.
This is the little quiet things like this that I didn't even hear about until you brought it up. And I actually was trying to watch the news today before this, so I would be as up to date as possible. And I didn't even hear about this. And it seems like a pretty big deal. It seems like a pretty fundamental, American belief that we are sort of throwing away right now. And I don't think I've ever heard about it until now.
Well, and it's interesting because previous presidents, the United States government has had the ability to deport people to countries that are not their country of origin. That's not new. Trump doing it so quickly and not having to stop for these minor challenges, right? They've already gone through an immigration court process. I think what this is bringing to light for a lot of people is how harsh our immigration court system really is. It's not like a regular court. It's not like a trial by a jury of your peers. It's an immigration judge that works for the Department of Justice, and if their prerogative is to get you out, they're going to get you out. And we have kind of allowed that to become the system, and Trump and Miller and their team are just taking advantage of it and taking advantage of the Supreme Court's willingness to let them do it. So when this all ends, that has to change.
There's going to be so much. I mean, I hope someone's keeping track of all these things.
That's
assuming it ends.
So wild. Just to your point, Kaveh, of not even having this not even being on your radar, something that happens. There's so much happening all the time, but also in terms of these rulings, it's felt very chaotic to know when's my time turn to panic, or okay, there's an injunction. Okay, now this even this case, the judge, Boston federal court judge blocked rendition, claiming another element of the law protected them, but that's only in this one case that ended up before the Supreme Court. The ruling stands in general. It's just very chaotic and confusing and hard to know where we stand at any given point, is my point.
All that the plaintiffs in this case were asking for was for the Department of Homeland Security to provide written notice to the migrants about where they're going to be sent and give them the opportunity to challenge that deportation on the grounds that they feared being tortured. That's it. Not that
it's an exceedingly fair. It's not. It's exceedingly reasonable request.
I know that we're not. It shouldn't be that we only care if we're somehow getting involved as Americans, if it affects us, citizens. Already like 70 citizens have been found to have been deported at this point. That number is going to go up, and that could include places where like people who are citizens are being taken away and taken to some place where they might get tortured or be in really inhumane conditions, which is most likely the case. It's going to affect more and more people. And it's just I hate that goddamn poem now because it's so like it's every day now we live that poem. But it's a longer poem. I don't think the actual poem was only like 5 lines. I think this poem that we're living through is like maybe 300 lines, but we're still going there. Every new line, it's a new step in that direction.
Zuckerberg's at the bottom. The very, very end of the poem, he gets to Zuckerberg. I want to point out that the 70 U.S. citizens that a report said that ICE has deported, that was from 2015 to 2020. So that was like, that's been going on. ICE makes mistakes and deports U.S. citizens. Maybe it's a group that shouldn't exist.
A lot of this isn't new. We're paying attention to it. Our system has been fucked for a while now, for forever. I don't know, for a while now. And I have to hope, I don't know. Everything happens so fast in the news cycle and Twitter and the internet skewing everything. But when I talk to people, they don't like this. When I hear people, like something that I can agree on with folks in my life that I talk about different various issues with is we need immigrants, we need immigration, we actually probably need this to be a major overhaul where it's easier for people to come here legally, that there's actual conversations to be had, and this is not it.
Well, that does give me a little hope. I will say, because I agree with you, that is what people are saying now, but I feel like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and when I was younger, that wasn't the case where people would at least admit that. Like, I feel like now at least people are starting to be like, yeah, we do kind of need immigrants. So we do kind of need their labor for this and this. We do need them for the people are at least understanding that. So something about that has stuck. Something about that messaging worked.
I think people are also starting to realize, perhaps people in their own community, that they didn't realize were undocumented, or that they formed personal relationships with, and then it's like, well, those ones on the TV news are the ones that are killers and whatever, the gang members. But there is a disconnect between the reality of what this fear mongering meant. I am not justifying it. We're circling back around to that Joe Rogan quote. Cody is absolutely right. They said it. They said what they were going to do, but there's like a disbelief. I don't know. All I know, and I'm not even going to go so far as to say the conversations I'm having are happening everywhere. I hope they are, but there's a little bit of hope. I'm glad that you have felt that as well, Kaveh.
Yeah, I have. I think there are we have to learn why certain messages stick and why other ones do not. And that one, there's something about that messaging that worked. That being said, even though Trump's polling numbers went down a little bit, that June 15th poll that they were talking about, that 51% of Americans still approve of his handling of immigration, which seems like way too much, way far too much.
Well, I do think we need to separate the immigration policy from the deportation policy. People do
Right.
not like the
Right, yeah.
deportations. It's 15 points underwater. People like that the border's closed. Biden had the border wide open, and now it's closed, and that's good. And I think that's as far as some people think about it. And I think Democrats have a hard task ahead of them because they're so afraid of talking about it because they think everyone just wants everyone out. Everyone wants the border closed. What alternative can we give to that? But I think what we're seeing now is the texture of how immigrants enrich our lives. Not that that's the only thing, but like in order to talk to Americans about this, I think there is a way to talk about, how people can come in, make themselves part of America, bring their culture, bring their values for the future. It's a long road ahead.
It's a long road. That's why I say the sliver of hope, it just also feels very depressing.
Yeah.
Because there's so many obstacles, and a big one of those obstacles is Stephen Miller and people like him.
And he seems to be unshakable. Like, that's the thing. I mean, most of these people in Trump's inner circle, they seem to come in and out of favor, and I don't quite know. He's seemed to have figured it out. He's figured out a way to stay in,
No,
and maybe it's because
like
he's under the
black
radar. He never
mold.
takes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Hard
a
to
good
get
way.
rid of.
I mean,
yeah.
it's hard to get rid of and just kind of lurking around in corners that you don't expect.
He never steals. He never steals his light. I think that's a big part of it. He never steps out of Trump's shadow. I think he's smart about that.
No, you're right about that. There's a way to work Trump, and that is one of them. Be less of a showboat than him.
Right.
Also, not for nothing, but Stephen Miller apparently has disclosed that he owns quite a bit of stock in Palantir, somewhere between $100,000 and $250,000. So there is that.
So would that be like the fact that Palantir is getting all of these contracts and helping ICE use facial recognition technology to do the thing that Stephen Miller does? Would that present some kind of conflict, like of
One
things
would
that he's
think.
interested in? Would there be a conflict there?
Yes, to my opinion, but I don't know. I doubt the Supreme Court would agree with me.
It's like the ninth most odious thing about Stephen Miller, that he owns stock in Palantir. Like, yeah, that sucks.
know,
but have you
that's
seen all
pretty
this
low on the
other?
list.
I get that tracks.
Good news. I want to call out a few things before we wrap up. We haven't talked about it yet. Mahmoud Khalil got released after 104 days in detention. Missed the birth of his child. Very heartening to see that. Bunch of nasty stuff being said about him, including by Democrats, that I'm not crazy about. But it is wonderful that he could not be reasonably held anymore, again, for his speech. The Free Speech Brigade does not care. They don't care. We've established that. And also, we haven't talked about it at all because this is a LA-centric show, I guess. But the New York City primary is happening today. So by the time you hear this, you will know if Zoran or Andrew Cuomo or Brad Lander, I suppose, won the primary. Hopefully, if you're in New York City and you listen to this show, you got out and voted, and you appreciate that Cave said he doesn't like LA or doesn't have much to appreciate about LA.
Can we talk about the Stephen Colbert appearance with him and Landers?
Yeah.
We
don't have that.
I mean, I don't have a specific clip brought up, but go ahead.
I'll give you the break. I have to say, I was a little disappointed. Like, I know Colbert is, I don't know what the kids would call him, a shit lib. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. I probably am one. I don't know. But I kind of expected a little bit of better handling from him. So basically, Landers and Mamdani are on the show together. They're great. It's always cute watching them together. It's super fun. It's like a buddy cop film. You're rooting for them.
They co-endorsed each other.
They're super fun to watch, and they play the Muslim Jewish thing really well together, and it's cute and it's adorable, and it's good optics for Democrats going forward. It's a good way to show that you can be someone who's not a socialist, but you're kind of like left the center, and you can still like work together with like the Democratic Socialists. I think they're showing that there's a lot of potential there for the future of the Democratic Party, which I like. But they're being interviewed, and Colbert does the whole like, do you believe Israel has the right to exist? Because a lot of people are worried about things you've said. And I was like, what has he said? Like, what did that mean? What did he say that would make them worry about that? Because And they answered it beautifully. Both of them did a great job answering that. Super like affable and friendly, and weren't taken aback by it at all. They did a great job answering it. But it was a little bit disappointing to see Colbert do that.
But I do want to also agree with you. I think that they both handled it so well. Kind of a masterclass in eloquent, being gracious with an answer, putting aside fears, explaining. We should all pay attention. Politicians should pay attention to what, especially Mamdani, is doing this whole cycle. He's been very impressive and he's made a lot of headway. But I do understand your disappointment.
I just feel like I think it's a fair thing to bring up, to give Mamdani the platform to say, hey, can you address people's concerns? Tell them why they shouldn't be concerned. And to do it in that way but he could have just done it in a way that's smarter or funnier. Like, it just seemed beneath him to me. I don't know. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of his stuff. So yeah, I didn't think it was his best work. So I was like, is he back to Colbert? Is he doing the character again? Is he doing the right wing guy again? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah.
So it was a bit weird to me.
2008 was a different time. It's been a while since we've seen, Dr. Stephen T. Colbert bring that. And I think, we're not going to get into what globalize the Intifada really means and all these attack ads that they're throwing at Zohran Mamdani, and the fact that if he wins, the Democratic Party might abandon their candidate and back an independent Andrew Cuomo, a sex pest.
It's wild.
I don't live in New York, but I just follow all this stuff, and a lot of comedians and people in politics live there and talk about it all the time. And it's like, I wish I could vote. We don't get any exciting candidates out here. We're like, okay, Karen Bass or Rick Caruso, we got to go for Karen Bass. She's going to suck. She sucks. Great. Well, here we go.
Kaveh, thank you so much for joining us at the last minute. This was great.
Pleasure.
Please tell our listeners, remind them where they can find you and support you and all the things.
So I have a podcast. It is fun. It is a informal look at science and medicine, and we take aim at grifters and the wellness community, or we'll take a look at what's happening with RFK Jr. and the terrible things he's doing there. You can find it pretty much anywhere you get podcasts. It is called The House of Pod. And if you happen to be in the San Francisco Bay Area this coming weekend on June 28th, on Saturday at the Hotel Utah, one of my favorite bars in the city. My band will be playing. Show starts around 8. I think we'll probably go on around 9 because I'm old and I want to go home at a reasonable hour. And it'll be a super fun night. So if you're around, come out and say hi and tell me if you know me from this show or from another show, let me know. Those are the two things that I want to plug. Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it, guys.
Of course. That's exciting. The show's coming up. You guys should definitely go check him out.
I think so. We're a good $10 to $15 band. We'll give you your money's worth for that range.
That's
that
money
price
well
range.
spent.
So I'm sorry,
sure.
It's in Utah at the Hotel San Francisco, you said?
Yes, they have one hotel there, and they decided to name it the San Francisco.
Got it.
Hotel Utah in San Francisco.
All right, that's it for us today, but we will be back on Friday. How fun for everybody. Okay, cool. I know I'm supposed to say something. All right. We love you very much.
We love you very much.
Feliz Navidad.
Loneliness is a massive problem for autistic people, and I think there's a bunch of different reasons for that, ranging from judgment, trauma that we carry from previous unsuccessful social experiences, the differences in social communication between autistic and holistic people. So it feels like there's a lot of barriers to overcome. Do you feel like you felt lonely in your life, Molly?
Yeah, I think because of my difficulty making and maintaining friendships, I've always felt like I was like looking like from the outside in, and I never really felt like I was in that circle, especially like growing up undiagnosed. I didn't know what was kind of wrong with me. So yeah, I've always felt excluded from the peers in my school. So I never really understood why, but loneliness has been a huge struggle for me.
And do you feel like sometimes you might have felt lonely even when there were people in your life because of like issues around trust?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I could be in a room full of people and still struggle to feel that they actually want me there. And it's almost like I put myself on the outside. Although people want me there, I'm so used to being rejected and feeling like I'm the outsider, I automatically go to that feeling because I'm almost preparing myself for the worst, because I'm like, I don't want to feel like that again, as in like rejected. So I have that like setting that automatically just like switches on because I don't want to be hurt, and I put this barrier up. So when it comes to like social situations, I've almost like alienated myself out of fear of feeling rejected and not having enough people around me to make me feel like I've got friends and like I'm not lonely.
I can really relate to that. Like I've personally never really had a great deal of difficulty making friends to begin with, because I also have ADHD, I can be quite outgoing and I can be quite fun to be around. But because of previous experiences where I felt traumatized by social encounters, the minute something doesn't feel right, I have a tendency to run away. So I have a really close friendship group right now, and we have a WhatsApp chat group. But I'll have days where I feel so much like I can't cope with friendship in case it goes wrong that I'll just leave the chat group. And it happens so frequently that my friends are now like, oh, they're off, they'll be back soon, you know, because
Yeah.
I'm like, exactly like you said, I'm protecting myself preemptively from being hurt. In your work with autistic people, Leanne, is this something that you've come across as a common theme?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the major things is the society isn't set up for neurodiverse people, is it? You know, we have very high neurotypical expectations. You know, we expect people to look at us when they're talking to us. We expect people to take conversations in a very specific way. People might be like, oh, well, you can be outgoing but not too outgoing, or you can be introvert but not too introvert, and you have to kind of fit into this box. And then when you don't, it can be very hard to form connections maybe with people, or people might not get you, and that can be very difficult. And I think that the myth that people who are autistic maybe don't desire friendships or aren't very good friends are myths, and actually, you know, it's just that they're going to be your best friend in a completely different way. And I think it's kind of turning that on its head a little bit, being more accepting and not setting people up to fail, and you can only be a friend in this way, or you can only socialise in that way.
That's so true. And I think it's a really important point that you've raised there, that there is this myth about autistic people that we're cold and we really just want to sit at home on our own thinking about maths. And I know that for me personally, I do feel loneliness and I do need to have connection with people, but it's definitely that I need a lot less time with people than I notice my non-autistic friends seem to need. So for me, because I live in a house with my children and my husband, so every day I'm dealing with 4 other people, I only really need like a social encounter outside of that about once every couple of weeks, which means that maintaining friendships can be really hard because there are these expectations. Do you ever worry, Molly, about the expectations and whether you're getting them right around being a friend?
Yeah, I have like one close friend at the moment, but she's a lot older than me, and I find that really great. She's got her own kids, she's got her own life, and that has helped me as a person, like an autistic ADHD, because I know that if she doesn't reply straight away, oh, she has kids, she's dealing with her children, and I don't feel that pressure of like, they don't like me no more, they don't want to be my friend. And because they're older than me as well, and I'm able to like speak to them, it just helps a lot as well, like to know that someone understands you.
For me, I feel like as well as having difficulties around not getting responses to texts, I can feel like I've got to respond to texts. If someone invites me to do something with them, even though I know I've got a busy week, so I'm not going to have any social battery, I've got to go, because if I don't go, they won't want to be friends with me anymore.
Like, for example, this friend will ask me, do you want to come to soft play? And in my head, I'm like, no, that is absolutely a no-go. But I'll be like, yeah, sure. And I'll sit there for like 2 hours with like kids screaming at me, and I'm just like, but I don't want to be there, but I'll be there because I'm like, this is what friends do. They go places together. But in my head, I'm like, I do not want to be here, but I do it because friendships are, for me, very difficult to navigate.
So as a not autistic person, if your friends need you to reply to a text or want you to do something to help them or want you to go somewhere and you don't want to do it, like what is the expectation? Is it okay to say no?
I think it absolutely is okay to say no. If someone turned around to me and said, well, actually that's too noisy and I haven't got capacity, I haven't got the bandwidth for that this week, I'd be cool, absolutely fine. But I think when you're autistic, you are maybe feeling that you have to get everything right all the time, and that's which leads to autistic burnout, right? Which is very exhausting and things like that, you have to double your efforts when you're in these places. So I do absolutely think it's okay to kind of conserve your social battery and say no sometimes, but I absolutely understand why you would feel the need to always say yes and feel like, well, I need to give and take because that's what friendship is.
And it's exactly like you've said, if I do that, you can have like this most responsive friend for a month and then I'll burn out and you won't see me for 6 months. Or I can manage this in a way that actually works for me and we can have a more consistent friendship. And I think some of that comes from, I don't know about you, Molly, but when I was growing up, I would watch TV shows and films where people had a best friend, and that best friend would be everything to them, and they would share all their secrets, and they would wear wristbands that were the same, and they would merrily do happy things, and everything would be good. And I genuinely thought that was like a realistic expectation, and that I just needed to find this best friend, and then the best friend story arc would happen, and all would be well, and they would be my best friend forever and ever. I don't know whether I thought I was in an Enid Blyton novel or what, but in reality, that isn't actually true for most people, is it?
No.
Did you ever feel like you were supposed to have like a best friend?
It's never been anything like these Disney shows, it's never been like that. And I feel like that for me set me a false reality, and it almost set me up for failure as soon as I watched these films, because I automatically assumed that I was going to find that Austin to my alley and find that best friend, regardless a boy or a girl. I thought I was going to find that, and because none of them ever felt like that or looked like that, they aren't my friend. They don't like me. Like, I watch all these programs where they just walk in your house and your mum's like, oh, come on in. That doesn't happen. Like, I've never met a friend that can just like jolly into my house. And because of that, I always thought, oh, my mum doesn't like that friend, so they're obviously not a good person. Yeah, I'm realistic. But we grow up believing that that's what it's meant to look like.
Even as an adult, I found myself searching for a best friend, and eventually I found someone who defined themselves as my best friend, at which point I realised I don't want a best friend because A, it's a lot of pressure, and B, best in what scenario? Like, actually having a bunch of different friends who fulfil a bunch of different needs and you fulfil a bunch of different needs for them is a far healthier way to conduct your life, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like as you get older, the less bothered you become. Because when you're younger, I feel like it seems like it's the most important thing in the world to be like popular, to have loads of friends. But as you get older, I think it's important anyway to be okay being on your own and to like love being on your own. And although I have the desire to want loads of friends, I actually like to be on my own and I like my own space. And I feel like if I got a best friend, I wouldn't want that. Like, I have a close friend, but like no best friends, because I feel like that's quite a toxic term to have. It's not realistic. I set that boundary when I was diagnosed, and I was always putting the blame on myself. Like, you're the reason you don't have friends because you're weird, you're too much, you're this, you're that. As soon as I was diagnosed, I set myself, I'm not going to keep doing things I don't want to do, that don't make me happy. And making myself want to have best friends, feeling like that was the only thing that was going to make me happy, I thought, no, that's it. I'm not searching for friends anymore. And this one person came into my life, and she's a hairdresser. She does my hair for free.
That is a win. That is a win.
So for this, she is my best friend.
I think that also highlights like that maybe more unconventional situations for friendships are useful. Like, for me personally, I really enjoy a group situation where we're all going to do an activity together. I'm going to spend an hour with you, I'm going to feel socially fulfilled, and then I'm going to go home. And I'm not going to have to sit somewhere with you thinking, when do we get to leave?
Yeah, like the pub. I can't, like, at the pub people like to go to, like my age, I like going, and I'm like, no, that's too loud. The tables are sticky. And I don't like how intimidated I get. Like, I can't go up and order a drink because I'm like, no, I can't go up there. I feel immature sometimes because I'm like, I'd rather just go bowling. I'd rather go to the cinema. And I'm like, Molly, you're 25. You don't need to be doing that. But that's where I feel safe and where I feel like, do you know what? I could be myself a bit. But the bars and nightclubs, no.
Agreed. And I think I like to have a start time and an end time. And I have friends now, my main friends are actually autistic. And I will say to them, I want to hang out with you in the bubble tea cafe from 2 till 4. And that's fine.
Yeah, no later, no earlier.
And if people are your friends, that will be fine. So as an occupational therapist, how would you support an autistic person looking to start that journey of maybe having some social contacts?
So exactly what both of you have been talking about, thinking about what environment suits you, the boundaries, you'll know your social battery, you'll know whether you burn out after an hour, 2 hours. So having that time frame. I also love the idea and often recommend the idea of doing an activity, because when you're doing an activity, it's focused around that activity. So conversation becomes easier and you don't maybe have to necessarily make small talk, because you could be like, oh, that was quite a challenging climb, or, the water's really nice today if you're like, I don't know, swimming or whatever. You don't have to worry necessarily about eye contact, because it would be quite unusual to be kind of trying to maintain eye contact with people while you're going for a walk or run or things like that. So I would definitely advise finding an activity that maybe they're interested in, maybe starting off with their special interests so they can kind of find common ground with people, and be an activity based so conversation flows more naturally and you're maybe not so worried about your body language and your eye contact and things like that.
I think another aspect that's often considered like lesser friendship-wise is online friendships. And for me personally, I really enjoy my online friendships. I've got online friendships through my special interests. So for example, I enjoy collecting a particular type of cuddly toy called Jellycats, and there is a Reddit forum with other adults who enjoy collecting these toys, and we show each other photographs of the toys and we talk about the new releases. And for me, that gives me as much social contact as I need on an average day, and it's not challenging and it feels safe and comfortable. But some people would belittle those connections and say they're not real because I haven't met these people.
I think that's exactly right. And I think, again, our definitions of friendships is very neurotypical. A definition of a friend is someone you see in real life every week that you talk about X, Y, and Z with. And I think we need to move past the fact that online friends aren't real friends, and friendship is just as valid if you only talk via WhatsApp. A lot of us have friends all over the country, and that might be the only contact we have, or we FaceTime and things like that. So I think that's perfectly acceptable and fulfills that social need without having to go face sensory overwhelm by going to play area or a cafe or a pub and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and the notion that friendships don't have to evolve, they can stay just that. Do you have online friendships?
Yes and no. I mean, I struggle with people like reading people's like intentions and tones over messages, so I kind of steer away from it. But like with my Instagram, I have quite a big community online, and I do speak to people. Just uploading that video, those few comments I get, that can really burn me out, just having to like mentally prepare. I have to like script everything that I say and make sure that I'm not offending anyone, I'm not being rude. And it is really hard, but that is enough for me. Just replying to a few comments, like doing my comments on my like Instagram and YouTube, that validation that I need that my work is helping, and the community that I've built, it just really helps me. I
think that like really speaks to the nature of interactions. And actually I was reading a book called Neurotribes that is about like the history of autistic people, and in it they talk about autistic spaces that were created in New York when the first kind of adults who were autistic started wanting to create community. And so they would hold events where they would all get together in an autistic way. So they might stim, or they might not talk, or they might just sit in the corner on their own, but just being in a room with people was enough. And as a result of that, a friend of mine and I decided to try creating that for ourselves in my space. And so now we have a friendship that is very autistic, in that we can hang out together and not even speak for 2 hours. And I might be playing a video game and she might be reading a book. And then, so she'll come round, we'll do that, and then she'll go home. And people would say, well, that's weird, right? Why hang out and do those things? But it works for you.
It works and it's comfortable, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I read something on TikTok once that was like, that's the best type of friendship, when you can just go to someone's house and don't even talk for like 2 hours. it's the company, and it's like that's how comfortable and safe you feel in that environment with that person. So yeah, I think that's great because it obviously works for you.
One of the most difficult times for me around loneliness was when my children were really young children, and I was having to immerse myself more in the school drop-offs and friendships with other parents, and I just never felt like I fitted in. And that really massively impacted my mental health and my self-esteem and my perception of who I was, to the point where I was kind of crying a lot and just feeling like less of a person and not enough, I guess, really. And that was really, really hard. And I know that you've gone through some really difficult times with this as well. Would you mind to speak into how that impacted your mental health?
Yeah, so I was bullied at work and at school. I mean, and it gets to the point where you think like, do you really want to be here? Like, is it worth living a life where you feel so miserable? As you get older, you kind of get to grips with the reality of life, and you don't see people every day. Not everyone has a best friend, not everyone has this, not everyone has that. The feeling is deep and really intense. And I feel like when I was just diagnosed with ADHD and I didn't know that I was autistic, I went through this grieving stage because I was just like, this is my fault. You know, I don't know who I am, and how could I possibly make a good friend? I don't even know who I am. I went through this horrible stage, and it is really difficult because all throughout school, I just desired a friendship, just desired that friendship. And there were so many times where I was told that I wasn't good enough by teachers, you know, by people that should have been like encouraging me to be the best version of myself. But I was always made to feel like the best version of myself was never going to be good enough. So I grew up believing that, and that portrayed in friendships and in workspaces because I allowed people to make me feel less than I was. And that obviously like manifested in me not wanting to really socialise because I felt like I'm never going to be good enough. It's really difficult because it has caused me a lot of trauma, and I've gone to therapy about it. And really the hardest part was accepting that it wasn't me. And I feel like you have to learn to love yourself. And I know it sounds so cliche, but the hardest part is accepting yourself. And since I've done that, I'm like, if you don't like me, it's not my problem. You know, that sounds like a bit of a you problem. But getting there, it was a very, very lonely, dark place. But it's something that I feel like has made me who I am today. You know, life isn't all rainbows and sunshines. It can be really hard. It's just really difficult to express how hard it is if you haven't been through it. So, you know, if anyone is watching this and they're going through it, like, I totally sympathise and I know how hard it is, but you have to like go through it. And once you get through it, you will realise that those hard times have taught you a lot, you know, a lot about yourself, and you get to know how strong you are. And it's a horrible place, but friends will come and go, but you have to know that you're always going to be there for yourself. That's what I've learned along the way. You just have to know that the one person that's always going to be there is you. It's a hard place to be at.
I wonder whether loneliness is almost part of the catalyst for some aspects of our masking. Like, I feel like that for me, probably the big motivator in masking and learning more and more what I felt were efficient masks was being rejected. I spent a really long time thinking I needed to be fixed, or that I was fundamentally unlikable. And I'd imagine that there are people watching this who might see autistic people like us having made the progress and think, well, you get your diagnosis and then, you know, you're good to go. Going from recognizing that you're not the problem, and that you are dealing with this trauma and that you may have been mistreated, to being in a place where you can have a friendship that isn't re-traumatizing you, is a bit of a journey. Leanne, would you give any advice to someone who's like, say they're newly diagnosed and they're like, right, okay, I want to be in a relationship where I can be myself, but right now I don't have that. What would be some good starting points?
I work a lot diagnosing autistic adults, and that's often the question after diagnosis, well, what next? You know, now I know this about myself and know that this is why maybe relationships are difficult. How can I improve myself? How can I learn these techniques? And often what I say is, actually, there's nothing wrong with the way you communicate. There's nothing wrong with the way you socialise. And actually what you maybe need to do is surround yourself with like-minded people and people who accept you for who you are. And I would often say, start with your loved ones already in your life and say, you know, my communication style is different. I might not come in and say, how was your day? But I might say, oh, here's a fact about Harry Potter. And that means you're up there in my list of people because I'm sharing something with you that's really important to me. And I think there are people out there that will appreciate how authentic you are, and that you know lots about Harry Potter, and that you're a really good friend in lots of different ways, because actually when you ask someone how they are, you really do care about the answer.
Yeah, I would say that firstly, if you are feeling lonely enough that you feel like it's significantly impacting your mental health, you probably should try and see a medical professional to see if you need some treatment for that. But also, listening to you speak makes me think that maybe there's something around needing therapy, because where you need to be at is feeling confident and loving yourself enough to say, this is who I am, this is what I bring, it is what it is, and I am enough. And not everyone, you can't just kind of will yourself to feel that way. So if you're feeling like, wow, that's so far from where I am now, maybe some kind of therapy might help you reach that point, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Therapy helped me, it changed my life actually. Because at the beginning, like I say, when I was diagnosed, it was the end of the world. I knew that I was different in a good way, I knew that I was unique, but I never had an answer. But I was craving that answer. But once I got it, it was like, I don't want that anymore. It changed my whole life. But when I started therapy with a trusted person, I went through a few therapists. Some were good and some were quite patronising. I didn't vibe with them, but I didn't let that put me off. And I think that's a really good point to make, is that therapy isn't a one size fits all. Like cognitive, there's many different types of therapy, and I've done counselling, I've done behavioural therapy, they're all different types. And the one that works for me is just basic, simple, speaking to someone about my problems that I don't know. Just literally just speaking to somebody. Because when I start opening up, it doesn't sound as bad as what it sounds in my head. And people can give me little bits of, not patronising, but they can give me a little bit of an insight into this, if you do this, this could help.
So like a chance to feel heard and maybe given some practical solutions. I also wanted to just briefly touch upon how rejection sensitivity can impact friendships. So for me, I have really severe rejection sensitivity, which means that I feel it very deeply if I feel criticised or rejected. I've definitely gotten a lot better at that, but I think it'll always be something that I live with. And that used to make it, I think, quite difficult to get close to me, if I'm being honest, because there were so many ways in which I could decide that you no longer like me, that it must have felt a little bit like walking on eggshells, trying to be friends with me. I think that sometimes people might feel like they need to adjust their behaviour completely to accommodate my autistic needs with rejection sensitivity, but actually the only way for me to overcome that was for me to learn how to manage those feelings in a healthy way.
Yeah.
Which for me looks like understanding that these responses aren't the other person's responsibility. I know that you've experienced this too, Molly. How has it impacted your friendships?
Communication is a big thing for me, and body language. So I really struggle with that. So if someone doesn't text me back straight away, it's almost like, are you ignoring me? Or if they read it and they don't reply within a minute or two, I'm like, oh God, I've annoyed them, I've said something, and I'll unsend the message because I feel like, oh, it's not there. I kind of avoided that rejection. When I spoke to a therapist, they described it to me as, when you have trauma with rejection sensitive dysphoria, it's like a scab, right? It heals, and when you find a new person, a new friend, and you start feeling those feelings, it's almost like you're picking that scab, and that wound and that injury is coming back, and it hurts. You never let yourself fully heal, because you constantly are on edge and you feel like, no, that's going to hurt. It really did make sense to me, because I thought that is what I'm always on edge. I'm always if I say no, then they're not going to want to be my friend. Or, if I don't know, if I go out with somebody else, that person's going to feel jealous, not want me to be around them. And that's, I think, just because I feel like that, growing up, if I had a friend and they had another friend, I always felt like, well, they're going to want that friend more than me because I'm not as good as that friend. I think sometimes I push my own insecurities onto other people and expect other people to behave and act the way I do. But because they don't, I'm shocked. Oh, what? So you are still my friend? But people, it's really difficult because it's just the way my brain works.
I feel like it feels like a trauma response for me.
It is fight or flight.
Yeah, and I feel like for me, one thing that's really changed that is taking the time to think about whether I like them before I'm worrying about whether they like me, is actually giving myself the freedom to reply. Like you were talking about how you're scared to not reply quickly or to go out with someone else, giving myself the space to do the things that might trigger me, that I would be so quick to respond to a text message instantly. And then when someone wouldn't respond to me, I'd be like, but you have to. Now I don't respond straight away, and that makes it okay for other people not to. So giving myself the space that I think other people should have has kind of helped me heal that a little bit.
I'm actually going to use that. I think that's a good idea. Because I think I don't push it, but because that's my expectation, I almost think that everybody else has the same view. Like black and white thinking, like if you don't reply, you don't like me. But actually there's many different reasons. For example, this person has kids, this is my friend. But I sometimes forget that and I'm like, oh yeah, they do have friends. That kid might be ill, or he might need, I don't know, to be going out for a run or something. I forget that. I forget not everybody has the same like life and experience as what I do.
Or it's actually also completely valid to just not want to reply right now.
But that's it, yeah. And I feel like, yeah, no, that's totally normal and a valid point, yeah. I think sometimes it's just the rejection sense. You're just so sensitive to being rejected that you just also, even if it's there or not, you think you're being rejected. It's that feeling.
I think it's a kind of hypervigilance in response to past traumas. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Hypervigilance, absolutely a reaction to trauma. And I think it's, again, being hyper aware of your own actions. Like you're saying, it's kind of, I'm following the social rules. Why aren't you? I'm replying straight away. Why aren't you? I've been told that I'm supposed to do these things. And again, that black and white thinking, having that rejection in the past, that's where your mind's going to go. It almost becomes like an attachment issue, isn't it? It's because you have this pattern of behavior that you've been yourself, you've put yourself out there, and then a person's rejected you or they've broken your trust, they've spoken about you behind your back. So that's where your mind's going to go. And we're always hardwired to focus on the negative, right? So, you won't think about the 100 times that person has texted you back or has told you how much they like you. It'll be that one time where they haven't responded, or, it's like reading social media comments. You might have 100 positive ones, but you're so in on that one negative one. And that's a natural reaction. But if you have that past trauma and hypervigilance, it's going to be a lot worse.
But the really excellent news that I'm discovering is that if you can just make yourself take long to reply to the texts and consider the nice things that person has done for you, repeatedly make yourself do that, in time it does start to feel more natural. Like we can rewire these pathways, can't we? And start to instinctively react in a different way. It's not quick, it's not easy, and it takes years, but you're not stuck having to feel like that forever.
Yeah, you're almost modelling the behaviour for yourself. So you'll be more mindful, aren't you? It's like, well, actually, I'm acknowledging that now isn't a convenient time for me to respond to this text, or I'm not emotionally available to respond to this text, so I'm going to look after myself, and therefore it's perfectly okay when other people do that. And when you practice that, then you can kind of start to assume, they haven't responded, or they've read the text and they probably thought, I need to answer that, but no, right now isn't the time.
Yeah. If you found this video helpful, please like, consider subscribing to the channel, and check out the description box for more information.
These are legitimate enterprises. I'll take care of the books, you take care of the problem. Old school.
For autistic people, recognizing or identifying your autism or receiving a formal autism diagnosis is a really big deal. But the process of getting that diagnosis can be really arduous and time-consuming, and there can be a lot of mistaken, wrong diagnoses along the way. So I just wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about what your experience was of realizing that you might be autistic.
Hey there.
16 when I found out that I'm autistic. That was kind of following a fair few years of very, very high anxiety and OCD symptoms. Then that started affecting my mood a lot. So I ended up in a psychiatric unit when I was 16. While I was there, the question of me being autistic was raised, and my parents had kind of started to wonder a little bit because my cousin's autistic and my auntie had been kind of questioning it for a little while. But then my doctor, he said, I don't think you're autistic, I think you just have high social anxiety. And this was after he sat down with my parents to ask them about my childhood, and they also completed what's called an SCQ, social communication questionnaire, which is often a screening tool for autism, and I scored 4. Now I think the cutoff is 15 or something, 15 or 16 I think is the cutoff, and then kind of 10 to whatever is kind of a maybe, but I scored 4, so I was really low on it. So yeah, they didn't think I was autistic, and I was still very unhappy and very distressed. So I was fortunate enough that my parents kind of paid for a private assessment, and it was supported by my community CAMS team. The lady said to me at the end, she said, I think there's one explanation for everything that you've been through, and I think that's autism. And the moment she said that, I felt so relieved, because it had kind of been years building up to that of just feeling so lost and confused and everything. So that was kind of how I found out, and I think sometimes it depends on the journey that they've been on, depends on who they've been around, what their kind of understanding is of it. But for me, it was definite relief, and I was quite grateful to the person that diagnosed me as well.
I received my autism diagnosis significantly later than that. I was 36 when I was diagnosed, so I'd gone through the process of school, university, starting my career, getting married, having 3 children, all completely unaware that I am autistic. And that had been a really difficult journey for me, because I'd had a lot of mental health problems. I'd really struggled socially. I'd struggled to start my career because of discrimination that I was experiencing because of the way that I was behaving, without anyone having any knowledge of why I might be behaving that way. On 3 separate occasions, I was hospitalized because of my mental health issues. And I was literally color coordinating their cupboards for them, organising their shelves, and asking them if they could tell me specifically what was happening at what time each day. And still, I had doctors literally saying to me, we really can't work it out because you don't really fit a specific mental health criteria, but there is definitely something going on with you. In the end, they diagnosed me with cyclothymia, which is like a rapid cycling version of bipolar disorder, which I think they came to because I was having meltdowns and therefore was rapidly having mood changes. At some point, somebody also tried to give me a borderline personality disorder diagnosis, and I fully explored these diagnoses. I was like, great, give me the personality disorder questionnaire, filled it out, and they were like, yeah, you don't actually have a personality disorder. So I'd tried every psychiatric medication going, I tried many therapies, and I was still really struggling, and I did not know why. And then, in what is becoming quite a classic story, I had a child who was diagnosed with autism. Out for the day with my child, and I couldn't find a parking space, and I had what I now recognise to be an overload experience. And I honestly sat in the car, looked at my child in the back of the car, and went, oh my God, I'm autistic. So no doctor identified this, no one signposted me, I literally realised it myself. But then I went through a kind of like, am I insane? Trying to give myself labels or trying to grasp onto something else. So I spoke to my husband and I spoke to my friends, and honestly the general reaction amongst my social group was, oh my gosh, did you not realise? I waited a really long time for an NHS assessment because I didn't have the resources to go private, so I waited for around 3 years. And within 10 minutes of meeting me, the doctor who assessed me said, this is not going to be a tricky one. And I was diagnosed in that appointment, and that was incredibly validating initially. I think we'll talk a little bit more later about how that kind of got processed over the next few years, but it did feel like finally someone has figured out this mystery that has kind of really left me age 36 really, really struggling.
I often work with people who are coming later to a diagnosis or coming from a complex, what we call complex background. And if I have someone sat in front of me that's got multiple labels already assigned, then my alarm bells go up, my red flags go up, and I go, okay, we need to spend time here. The first thing is you validate the person and hear them and listen and say, okay, if this is what you're feeling and experiencing, let's explore that together, and let's go through this in an in-depth and proper way. So I think that's the first thing. And actually, if, in a sense, the later someone is coming to diagnosis or to explore the idea at diagnosis, there's going to be a lot of baggage, potentially trauma, but a lot of strategies that have been put in place as well. So you really need to give a lot of time and energy to exploring what their experience of life is, what they've had to do in order to fit in and get through life. So a lot of it is listening. I think, unfortunately, in a lot of assessments, it's a lot of asking questions, but actually we should, as clinicians, it's our job to really listen and ask more questions and listen again.
Because when I was asked about my special interests, for example, I explained that I was completely obsessed with dance. I wanted to be in a musical. And the doctor said, well, yeah, but I mean, that's quite normal. And I explained that I spent every waking hour thinking about dance and kind of went into the depth of that interest. But if I'd not been someone who is able to advocate for myself and explain the depth of that interest, I might have just gone, oh yeah, okay, right, and let that one slide.
So when you say interest, that's a really good one that I will spend a lot more time probing about in an assessment. So if a parent says, well, she's really into her Barbies, she's really into her Sylvanian families, that's what girls play with, or doing her makeup or doing her hair, then sometimes someone that hasn't been thinking outside the box and doesn't have the clinical experience to think, actually, we need to probe a bit more about this, or doesn't have someone sat in front of them like you, Ella, who's able to advocate for themselves, that might get fully missed. And again, around relationships and friendships, on the surface, it might look like they've got lots of friends, but when you go deeper, there's something else going on. It's not as straightforward, and it's a lot more tricky for them to navigate.
So I think it's really important, that being said, that we consider the role of self-identification and self-diagnosis in any video where we speak about autism diagnosis. And I think because of that kind of bias and difficulty once you're in the assessment process, because of the wait times, because of the fact that some people just simply aren't able to access an autism assessment, we need to find a way to support the aspect of our community that aren't able to receive the official stamp of you're autistic, if you like, but are autistic and have recognised that in themselves. Emily, how do you feel about self-diagnosed autistic people and how we could kind of include them in our community?
I think that having a professional tell you such an important part of your identity isn't necessary. You know yourself and you know kind of your journey and what you've been through. For people who are self-diagnosed kind of with autism or kind of ADHD or anything, it's a lot of time goes into that, and a lot of unpacking kind of themselves and trauma and everything goes into that. It's not just something that they randomly see a TikTok video one day and go, oh yeah, I've got ADHD. It's a journey, isn't it? I just think, who are we to tell other people kind of who they are and what neurotype they have? So yeah, self-diagnosed autistic people are more than welcome in the community. I just know that sometimes they don't always feel valid themselves, and yeah, I wonder what we can do more about that.
People come to me, because I talk about self-diagnosis quite a lot, and people come to me and say, well, what about people who are wrong? As if figuring something out about yourself and supporting yourself in a way that makes you feel better could ever be wrong. The burden of proof is not on the individual. The burden of finding out who they are and how to feel good in the world, that's what we need to be doing. So anybody that's watching this video that is self-identified, you are valid and we support that. When I received my autism diagnosis, I thought I'd be like, I'm autistic, great, on with my life, everything will be fine now. And what actually happened was the start of a processing time that I'm still in now, some 7 years later. Do you feel like the act of processing your autism diagnosis has been a journey for you?
So my initial reaction was relief, and I believed it. Processing what actually is autism and understanding what the diagnosis actually means. Then comes the whole of you just thinking about your life and about what's led you to that point. And with that comes a lot of things that you have to unpack, a lot of trauma. You think, is that because I'm autistic? Is that because I've misinterpreted certain things? Is it me that led to this kind of certain situations? And that's hard to have to kind of unpack all of that, especially when you start to share your diagnosis with other people, or even just from people's perspectives beforehand. So I had a lot of meltdowns every day in the unit because a lot of things were changed and routine was changed. And the doctor wrote that Emily has hysteric attacks when she does not get her own way. And that is a line that has really just stuck in my head from my notes, because that's so often how autistic people, especially autistic women, are perceived, as hysterical. And I was called that growing up when I got upset and overly emotional by whatever had happened. So being told kind of by a professional that actually my meltdowns were hysteric attacks when I did not get my own way, which, to clarify, were when things changed, routines changed, you never knew what was happening, so much was out of your control, that I felt like I was being made out to be a selfish, manipulative person, and I don't think that was the first time throughout my life. So once you kind of understand what autism actually is and what it means for you and kind of how you are as an autistic person, how you function, then it's, okay, well, what about all these moments that's led up to this? And that's hard. That's really hard. And I don't know if that journey ends. I don't know if it does. I mean, I'm kind of 6 years post-diagnosis now, and I know I've processed a lot in that time, but I don't know if that hurt and sadness will always be there. And obviously I was lucky to be diagnosed at 16 when so many people aren't, as you said yourself, till much older. So I try to be grateful that it only took 16 years, but I think about, what about all the stuff that could have been maybe avoided?
I think one aspect of receiving that diagnosis is maybe recognizing where you are camouflaging or masking your autism, and you might not have even been aware that you were doing that ahead of either identifying or being diagnosed as autistic, and then you learn about masking and you kind of go, oh, am I doing that? And I think when I was first diagnosed, I genuinely thought that my goal was to mask more effectively. Like, now I know I'm autistic, I know where I'm going to get it wrong, and therefore what I need to do better. And so for quite a while I was just trying even harder to overcome the autistic traits that I had. And then there was a period of time of being like, no, actually what I need to do is love myself as I am and be valid as an autistic human. So I just need to unmask. And now where I'm at is, I don't know what the heck unmasking means. I don't know when I'm masking, when it's safe to unmask, and who I even am at all, which is quite a realization in your 40s. And one of the things that I found really helpful once I've reached the point of I don't know how to unmask or who I even am, is looking at both books that have been written specifically by autistic authors about unmasking, contain like helpful exercises that I've been able to do to figure out when I'm masking, why I'm masking, and what impact that's having on me, but also reading books by other autistic people talking about their lives and the times that they've masked to relate to the experiences that they've had. Are there any resources, Hannah, that you have come across that you would recommend as great sort of tools for people newly diagnosed, being like, what does this mean for me now, to access and use?
Absolutely. So I'm a strong believer in post-diagnostic support. I'll offer what I call psychoeducation. So it's not therapy, because I'm not a trained therapist, but it's a very practical, supportive environment and a space where we look at what being neurodivergent means to them, because it is different for everybody. So we'll explore the aspects that might commonly affect people. Does it affect them? What their interests are? What does overload look like? Triggers. But also, particularly for older people that I've worked with, it is, I think, like Emily was saying, it's that unpicking of history. Because actually what can come afterwards can be depression, anxiety, anger, which is a very, very valuable emotion to have, because you're thinking, why did no one pick this up? And if it had been picked up, my life could have been really different. So that is a really important process to go through. So I think it is important that we share with people that, yes, it can be a eureka moment. I have a variety of responses when I do feedback or when we come to a decision of a diagnosis. Often it's quite emotional. It can be anger, it can be disbelief. Have to learn that actually it's a very complicated journey and it's not always that straightforward and that simple and that brilliant. We do sit and sometimes unpick things and have to go through the process of grieving as well for what didn't happen for them and it should have happened.
Sometimes when people find out they're autistic, they can then be accused of behaving more autistically, right? And I think that's partly because people are given permission to be themselves. It's partly because people recognise that if they don't behave more autistically, they are going to burn out. Do you feel like you became more autistic when you were diagnosed, Emily?
I don't think immediately, and I don't think it was a conscious thing, but my dad said to me, you seem more autistic now than ever seemed before. And he wasn't saying it in a bad way or anything, he was just making an observation. We've spoken about it, and I think that I just reached a point where masking was just too much. And actually, because I knew I was autistic, I was able to try to start to unmask. And I've learned from everyone else around me, all of my reactions, all of how I do things, I've copied other people. I thought everyone did that. So to learn that, no, actually, some people do just have an instinct of how to react in social situations without copying what they saw someone do on TV last week. Learning that not everyone did that, I learnt that from someone else, made me question, well, then who am I? And what is me? And what's not? What's other people? And what's masking? I don't really know how I did it. It was more just giving myself permission. And because I knew and my family knew and everything, at some point, I guess I was able to kind of react more authentically as how I just wanted to act and not how I thought was right. Because being a massive perfectionist and actually I have OCD as well, and I've often get really panicked about not doing things right, needing to do it right because I'm autistic, but because if I don't do it right, something else might happen, and it's a whole load of anxiety. So giving myself permission to not have to react correctly in situations, especially if you're with people who know you. And that was the first step to being able to unmask a little bit. But yeah, my family say it mostly, I think, now, but not so much other people. Just my parents say, yeah, you seem more autistic these days, but it's not, they're not saying it badly, which I think often it is said badly. It's said kind of, yeah, you're putting it on because now you think you're autistic and now you're putting it on, but I was lucky not to kind of experience that.
Often when people are first diagnosed, they can also realise that they're like on the brink of burnout, or especially for those of us that are diagnosed late and have been maybe masking heavily for a really long time, you can reach a point where you're diagnosed and you suddenly realise that being this exhausted and this unable to cope with stress has a name, and it's autistic burnout, and it's almost inevitable that you'll be experiencing it having struggled on for so long. And so I think there's this like period of time of being diagnosed where you can take the time within the amount of space and time and capacity that you've got to think about whether you want to unmask, to think about how you might want to change your life, and possibly also to give yourself some self-care and rest to recover from the effects of being an undiagnosed autistic person for whether that's 16 years or 36 years, because you're probably going to need that. If you found this video helpful, please like, consider subscribing to the channel, and check out the description box for more information. So I think that sensory sensitivities are a really key part of maintaining wellness as an autistic person, but they're also something that doesn't get talked about or kind of advised on a huge amount. So let's start by talking about what we're talking about when we're talking about senses.
When I started working with autistic people, senses weren't even talked about. There was a sensory room maybe, but no one really understood what that was for or what it was doing, what it was achieving. And now I'm really pleased that we are thinking more about it, but we're still not fully aware of what it is. Even people that have sensory differences might not know what it is they're experiencing and that it is a sensory difference. So when we think of senses, we think of touch, you know, the actual touch of things, how they touch on our bodies, taste, how food tastes, how drink tastes, everything tastes, smell, pretty obvious that one, sound, so that's noises, big or small, or ones that we think some people can't hear but can be background noises like buzzing and background chatter, and sight, you know, how something looks and how it affects our vision and what we see, whether it's colours or light and dark. So they're the main senses that we think about when we're looking at sensory differences or sensory sensitivities, or it's basically our experience of the world. It's how we take it in.
As well as the more obvious senses, which you kind of helpfully listed us through, there are some lesser known sensory sensitivities that people can experience, and I find them really fascinating to talk about. So let's do that. We're talking about proprioception, interoception, and the vestibular system. So let's start with proprioception, because I always get proprioception and the vestibular system mixed up because they are kind of connected.
They're interlocked, and actually, Ella, to be honest, it's good that you said that, because the thing is, if someone has sensory differences or sensitivities or likes the senses, seeks the senses, they can cross over. No one has one thing, like you said, they're all different.
We haven't said what proprioception is.
It's kind of the feedback we get from moving our body against something or on something.
So that's proprioception. And the vestibular system, I always like to think of as like a little pilot in my ear.
Like guiding you.
Like a guidance. It's kind of like a guidance system. Isn't it part of your inner ear?
What I understand it is where you understand where you're standing, where you are in the world. And actually that can lead to kind of your sense of what you're doing. So it is like that. It's like why do I move over here? I want to move over here. And that's where it leads into people struggling with things like sport. So a young person might just say they don't want to do sport, and the understanding of that is so different to what is actually going on. And it's actually a difficulty with like I got terrible spatial awareness anyway, but it's that kind of like idea of not knowing where you are in the world.
Yeah, I think that's really true. So my eldest child is a dancer.
Okay.
And when I go and watch her dance classes, the rest of the group are able to stay in their spaces in the room, and she's kind of bashing into everyone here, there and everywhere. And that would be because of the vestibular system being not quite performing how it should, right?
And you can see like how that could also get people into trouble as well without meaning to. It looks like you're not kind of being polite, and it's actually just part of that system that you're struggling to control or understand.
So would that impact that thing where often autistic people are told that they're standing too close or not, like getting that distance between you and the person that you're with?
Absolutely, that personal space thing.
And then the really interesting and most recently talked about sense is obviously interoception.
Yeah, my favourite.
Yeah, it's my favourite too. It's really fascinating, isn't it? So would you mind just explaining what interoception is?
So my understanding of it is that it's the internal senses, actually. It's what we're feeling inside. So, I work with a lot of people that don't know when they're hungry or when they're thirsty or when they're in pain even. And you can see how that can affect so many areas of life and start to cross over into other challenges and difficulties, eating, drinking.
And another thing that I experience with interoception is I really, really don't like being cold. And if I get cold, I really can't cope and I get really, really upset. So I always wear a lot of different, sort of a top tip really, I always wear a lot of different layers so that I can be at the temperature that I need to be.
That's a really good tip, actually. Yeah, temperature is a huge thing as well. With all the senses we've touched upon, the guilt or the shame or being kind of so self-aware of yourself because you're going through them and experiencing the world in a different way can then, lead into other difficulties with social interactions and work and education, especially if people don't understand them.
Yeah, so like if someone's in an office place where they're being expected to wear, a shirt, a tie and a jacket maybe, a lot of autistic people, because of interoception, find it really unbearable to overheat and probably wouldn't be able to do a job as efficiently if they weren't able to regulate their temperature because of restrictions around clothing and stuff like that.
So how about you say you can wear what you want to wear, because if you're going to do the job and you're going to be more comfortable. I worked with a young woman that in the end, she was actually a film editor, but she was made to then work in a kind of almost like hot desking suite situation. And it just became unbearable because, we talked about sight. Well, one of the things is sensitivity to lights and, those strip lights where they just slightly do that. It meant she could not complete her work, and there was a buzzing from them as well. Nobody else noticed it, and because nobody else noticed it, it wasn't real. And that's another thing I think that we don't do well enough of, is if we don't experience the world like that, then it can't be happening.
There are times, aren't there, in our life, particularly for people who are assigned female at birth, there are certain points in our lives where those sensory sensitivities can be extra challenging. So I'm like currently in that perimenopausal period, which we never talk about. I'm even like, am I allowed to talk about that? Yeah, we never talk about that. And I've also, obviously I've been through puberty, and I've also had 3 pregnancies and 3 births. And those are times, are there times, I'm not male, so I don't know what kind of stuff would be impacting.
Well, males can be hormonal too, and puberty with males and females.
Puberty, and they do have like a monthly cycle as well, don't they? Yeah. Hormonally men. And so there are times, like I notice at certain points in the month that my sensory sensitivities feel like they've been turned up to 10.
Someone turned up the volume on all of them. I don't know what your experiences have been, Ella, but I have a lot of young girls and females that can't go to work or school for that week every month, and some of them now have taken medication to cease periods altogether because they cannot handle the sensory overload. and the impact on health, but also the impact on how you feel about yourself. It's so confusing. And we don't talk about that enough. I mean, periods are not a pleasant experience anyway, but if you've got the sensories going through the roof and you just want to lie in bed and not talk to anyone in a darkened room for a week, you think, I had a 14-year-old girl that just stopped going to school for that week every month, and she was trying to kind of work towards her GCSEs and exams, and so the impact on education and then the social impact, it's just...
I mean, it could ultimately cost people their kind of careers in the end, couldn't it? And I think, I mean, I think for me, starting to think about that happened when I was working with a group of autistic women on a project, and we were sort of talking about periods, just as you do on the lunch break or whatever, and people started talking about the products that they used, and, you know, particular brands of reusable pads and stuff that were more soft. And I think it would be actually... That's one of the useful things about having other autistic people in your life, is that you can share those kinds of things, because yeah, even where we don't talk about periods with our neurotypical friends because it's just an awkward topic, there's like an extra level of nuance when you're autistic that is the kind of conversation you want to have with your friends.
You
really,
need it.
of
You
like,
need those tips.
what have you tried?
Yeah. And the more comfortable you can feel, the more likely, again, like we were saying before, be empowered. Make those decisions for yourself. Know that that is going to help you.
And the products that are available now have developed so much. So there's so much available that makes it more comfortable. And so I think, but I can't imagine in a scenario where someone was missing school, as you've mentioned, because of that. I can't imagine a scenario in which the staff kind of go, right, well, let's think about what we could actually do to make this person more comfortable, what products are available. But that is sensory needs.
Yeah, and that's an adjustment. And maybe it's that they understand the cycle, and those days maybe the person does extra hours other times in the month if they're willing, or works from home, has shorter hours. There are things that you can do to get the most out of somebody, and I just don't think people are, like, employers, general communities are not doing enough to understand the sensory differences and the impact. And like you said at the beginning, the wellness.
A really good bit of advice that I would give to adults in the situation where they're like, well, I don't know what my sensory sensitivities are and I don't know how to start to work with that, would be to maybe keep a journal of like when you're having anxiety and when you're having overload or meltdowns or shutdowns, and what was happening at the time, to see if you can find, like playing detective, isn't it? To see if you can find any links there.
100%. And the thing is, what really gets to me, and what my job when I've got my assessment hat on, I do other things, but when I'm doing assessments, I try to do very thorough, very, sometimes takes a long time, which can be frustrating, but I think we're not going to get enough in an hour's observation or an hour's chat, especially like you said, when someone doesn't know actually what it is. It's actually my job to help be detective and help understand and help know what those are, and actually just saying, like, what's it like when you drive in the car? What do you feel? What's it like when you walk to school? What's it like? Or like with adults, what's it like when you meet someone in a pub for a drink, or you have to go and meet someone in a pub? What's happening to you before you go there? Because I think that affects the sensory differences affect those interactions so much.
What I would say, like, if you're like, okay, I go into a workplace or I'm at home, how do I know where to start? I would say keep that journal like I mentioned, but then at the same time maybe actually go into your house or into your workplace as if you've never been there before and look around.
Observe it. Yeah, interestingly, I worked with another woman that was through her pregnancy, and the way she was treated at the maternity unit, because she asked to see where she was going to give birth first, because she wanted to smell it, she wanted to get the lights, she wanted to, and they just wouldn't let us sit because it's a busy unit, and they just kind of made her feel like a panicky first-time mum. And actually she was autistic and she had a number of sensory differences. And so they made what was already quite, a challenging situation for anyone, much, much worse.
Than it
so
needed
she's
to
trying,
be.
yeah.
I think what really strikes me as important to say as part of this is that everything that we're talking about when we're talking about sensory accommodations, like getting rid of those awful strip lights and keeping temperatures comfortable, would make life better for everyone. So, for example, major supermarkets often have autism hours, don't they, where they turn down the lights and they turn down the music and they get rid of big signs.
And no intercom.
Why does that have to be an autism hour? Does anybody enjoy going to the supermarket and having bright lights and loud noise
I
played
go
at
on a
them?
Saturday night sometimes because it's quieter and it's less intense, because it's...
So actually everyone would benefit, apart from capitalism. Capitalism wouldn't benefit, but everybody would benefit if we just did some of this stuff as the way that society worked. And that is the problem. The problem is that this was all designed without autistic people in mind, but the changes that we're asking for would positively impact everybody. So for now, we're left kind of playing detective and figuring out our own sensory needs. But in the long run, it would be great if the world just became a more sensory friendly place.
I think we'd find a lot more productivity and happiness.
Yeah. So my understanding is that when it comes to our sensory sensitivities, we can either be hypo or undersensitive, or hyper or oversensitive. Can you explain that for me?
Yeah, so what the interesting thing with all the senses that we've talked about, there is these two sides to all of them. And I think what we see more easily is over. And I don't like the term oversensitive or hypersensitive because it does sound a bit judgy. It's like, don't be so oversensitive. But actually what it is explaining is that someone's kind of very, very sensitive to that sense. So let's take noise. It's the loud noises. So quite commonly, neurodivergent people do not like sounds of hand dryers or vacuum cleaners or blenders, but they also could be undersensitive. But sometimes the complication is that something that we assume it's an oversensitivity and it actually could be an undersensitivity. So let's take somebody that has earphones on when they're on the tube or in class, but actually they might actually be blaring really loud music into their own ears to block out everybody else, but people will assume it's because they don't like any sound at all. So those are the things where we have to really understand what is oversensitivity and what's undersensitivity. What we've done for a long time is that only really looked at sensory avoidant. That's the kind of thing that I think a lot of clinicians have probably fallen foul of, is to be like, okay, do they hate noise? Do they hate light? Do they hate crowds? Yeah, that is relevant. But the seeking is really, really interesting, and it can be done in ways that we probably wouldn't always see or observe. It can be quite subtle, or it can be done in a way that looks like something else. So someone that maybe lies against the wall with their legs up against the wall and strokes their feet, I think a lot of people might say, oh, they just like the touch of the wallpaper, but they might also be getting some proprioception with the stretch and some pressure against the wall and their back against the wall. So from that
nice
one...
smell, nice down there.
Exactly, nice carpet, nice floor. So from that one incident, we can get a lot of rich information and like understand someone a lot better.
Just for people who might be like, right, okay, what can I actually grab hold of and try right now? Could you maybe give me, say, 3 things that might help if you're feeling oversensitive and 3 things that might help if you're feeling undersensitive to a stimulus?
I have quite a lot of young people, particularly actually those assigned female at birth, who struggle with eating and textures of eating, the sounds of eating, and it stops them from doing what we call group eating, which is eating in a canteen, eating with your family. So what I've suggested, one is that she wears noise-cancelling headphones, but what they don't understand is actually it's because she prefers the sound of her own eating, the chewing, likes to feel it. It actually comforts her. It's not actually as simple as blocking out the sounds of other people. So that's one thing where it can cross over. I think oversensitive as well, you know, clothes is a huge part of it. Some people like tight clothes, they like the pressure, so they'll wear really tight jeans, really tight leggings, tight tops, which sometimes might not always be appropriate, but it makes them feel more comfortable. And then you have people that can't stand labels, can't stand the tops of socks, so you have to cut all those off. So simple things that can be done at home that very day that you realise that's one of the differences. Go and cut everything up. Go and like make it work for you. Get bigger clothes, get smaller clothes. I think also, so sight's an interesting one. I think colours can really instigate a sensory difference, both over and under. So I think some people I know wear sunglasses when they're out and about, sunglasses all the time, or have glasses that change when they go into darker places or lighter places. I think that's a really good way that you can control your environment if it's an ever-changing environment. I think you can also, if you're at school or in a workplace, you can ask people to turn off the strip lighting, change the lighting somehow, because in that you'll both have the buzzing of the lights and those terrible flickering lights. So there are ways we can control. Some glasses as well would help with those lights, actually can sort of diminish that, or you can be moved to a room where you just don't have those lights.
I think that's really great, actually, that what you're saying is not. I think often when people get an autism diagnosis, they feel like they've got to go out and buy a bunch of specific, expensive sensory equipment, and everything that you've suggested is stuff that can be done or adapted from things you already have. I think that's really helpful. Thank you. So if you've got any advice for kind of equipment or different strategies to use when you're looking to implement a sensory diet or sensory accommodations in your life?
I think sensory differences are behind a lot of the challenges that neurodivergent people face every day. And I don't think we've been doing enough from the clinical side, the assessment side, to get to grips with that. Because in my limited experience, I guess, but I think that if we can accommodate, like you say, and adjust and equip people to understand what it is for them, then that will then lead into decreasing anxieties about going to work or going to school. I would get them to write things down, like a diary, or it could be lists. It doesn't have to be fluent, it doesn't have to be articulate, it can be thoughts, it can be noticing that you find meal times really stressful with your family, so it's stopping you eating with your family. I would ask them to collect those thoughts over a period of a week in different scenarios, being in the car, going to school, going to work. And then I would look at that, and it's like detective work. It's like, okay, so did you notice that after you had that meal, you were kind of very stressed, or you were upset, or you fell out with your mum, or you fell out with your partner? And now slowly we can start to build up a real understanding of that. If you find it easier, it kind of distracts you to fiddle with things in your hand. I have some younger women that don't want people to know, so they try and hide it. So I suggest put things in their pockets or put things under their jumpers or in their jackets that they can just play with, so that kind of it alleviates if they have to sit in a situation where they have to concentrate for a while.
Yeah, I think when I'm looking at accommodating my sensory needs, I kind of break it down into two parts. So there's like the stuff that you do to mitigate the sensory experiences you have in the world, and that's stuff like fiddle toys to concentrate, headphones, weighted blankets. And then there's stuff that I like to do every single day so that I'm staying regulated, which I think is referred to by professionals as a sensory diet. So even when I'm feeling okay, I'm still making sure that I do these things that are for my sensory needs, which is part of how I stay well. And I think often the mistake that's made is that people respond to sensory needs rather than having an ongoing input that means that they are staying well generally. So being proactive, I guess, rather than reactive.
Absolutely. And that's the thing I think I've learned has opened my mind, is that you can do an assessment one week and you're like, okay, I've got it. This is what's the triggering. This is what they like. And it's totally different the following week, because it does change every day. And then we have to accommodate to that, and we have to understand it's an evolving process, because something that could be really comforting one week suddenly becomes quite discomforting and upsetting. And I think a key thing is the predictability as well. If you know what's coming, if you know that in an hour's time you get to go and sit somewhere on your own for an hour, I think that's really helpful.
So if you found this video helpful, please like the video, consider subscribing to the channel, and check out the description box for more information. For an autistic person, there's obviously a lot of sensory processing differences that can impact your experience of eating. You've got the food itself, but outside of that, you've also got the environment that you're in, the sound, the temperature, if you're eating with someone else, what sounds they might be making, the cutlery, the chair that you're sitting on. It's a whole big sensory experience eating. So if you've got differences in that area, that's obviously going to impact the experience. As a clinician, what is your experience of the ways in which that can impact autistic people?
I think what's important to remember is a lot of autistic individuals experience sensory input at a heightened state, and they can have difficulties modulating their sensory input. So all sounds might sound at the same level, so it might sound really loud. So the sound of someone chewing might sound like a siren going off next to you. Different textures are maybe going to be more pronounced. And when it comes to food, often textures can be a bit unpredictable, especially around meat or fruit and things like that, where they can change and vary based on, time of year, how long you've had that fruit in for, that kind of thing. What's also really important to remember is that smell and taste are really, really closely linked, and that a lot of what we taste comes from what we smell. And again, if you're not modulating the smell of the food in front of you compared with the cleaning products used in that environment, then it could feel like you're tasting something that's chemical or unnatural, that your body's saying, oh, this isn't right, don't put this in your mouth, this is potentially poison. And it's really difficult to tease apart those connotations once they've been made.
Yeah, that's really true. I think that really impacts the sort of areas like hospitals or work canteens that tend to have those cleaning smells, and also that like generic food smell that just is like old, not good food, I became a vegetarian actually because as a child I found that meat was so unpredictable. You would sometimes come across like a bit of grizzle in a sausage, and then it was just really, really off-putting, and I just couldn't wrap my head around that. And also like my own emotional state around what this food was and where it came from started to impact me. James, you were telling me about some unusual connections that you'd made between foods and inanimate objects, and I found that really interesting. Would you mind sharing?
Yeah, so obviously like one of the things that makes autistic people interesting, it's one of the things that I think makes us great, is that we have these connections that we can make so easy. It's why we're a special interest, because we lock onto something and then we just want to know everything about it. But that means that that incident or whatever happens, it kind of can taint things sometimes. So for example, when I was watching Saved by the Bell when I was younger, there's like an episode where like a balloon sort of pops up and it's like a bit of a surprise. And I was eating like a chocolate bar at the same time. And as it happened, like all I could suddenly taste in my mouth was like the latex of the balloon. And it's something that just sat with me. Like it's something that I could never sort of shake off. So any time I go anywhere near that type of chocolate, like that latexy like taste in the back of my throat. And it's like nails on a chalkboard, because I can just like, it takes me back to that moment, even though it was, 20 years ago, like the connotation between chocolate and like a balloon just popping out in a kind of a shocking manner, it just sort of sits with me. And that's kind of something that will just persist, even when I see other people eating it.
People often don't understand that kind of thing, because there's also this thing, isn't there, where oftentimes autistic people prefer a particular brand. It's not just this food, it's this particular brand of this food that feels safe and comfortable to eat, and we can be kind of accused of being precious or special or extra, and then that comes with like an extra layer of awkwardness. So when this happens and you're struggling with eating, does the way that people react around you impact your experience?
If people are making efforts to try and sort of change the environment, or to trying to get something out of the way that might be a trigger for you, it means that you're more likely to focus on it and lock onto it. And it then means that you're not going to be able to get away from it. So by trying to do something, they're actually making it worse in the long run. A lot of autistic people, we eat all the time. Like we have to eat throughout the day. So we know what works for us. We know what's going to help us in these situations. Give us the space to do that and we will find our way.
Yeah, I'd rather people didn't do anything almost. Like when I eat a particular meal, I like to have this particular sauce with this meal, but it's this particular brand of sauce. And some well-meaning people got me the sauce from a different brand. And I ended up like crying whilst trying to eat this meal, because I felt not only like I had the wrong meal, but also like I'd let people down, like they'd gone out of their way for me, and then I hadn't been grateful, and I was being childish or I was being silly, and it made me feel really uncomfortable. And I'd actually usually rather that you just don't look directly at me and my eating stuff really, and just let me manage it the way I manage it. Like there are times when I can't eat at all and people are going, oh, would you fancy this? Would you fancy that? What about this? And that almost puts too much pressure on me. Do you ever feel like that?
Yeah, totally. When I go out for meals like at Christmas, it feels like it's such an important time that everything's got to be perfect and everything has to go exactly how, my family and friends want it to be. And I think that pressure to try and make it the perfect thing means that I'm more susceptible to sort of freaking out if something slightly goes wrong, because I'm so conscious of what's going on around there. And it means that I'm not enjoying the food, I'm not enjoying the atmosphere like I would do if it hadn't been made such a big deal out of it at the time.
There are going to be people watching who are supporting their autistic loved ones. If they're worried about their eating, what would you advise?
When it comes to supporting people who you love and their eating, I think what's important to remember is even if that person's eating the same thing all the time, they're still eating, they're still getting nutrients from that food. I think sometimes people can cling on to the fact sometimes that they're eating the same thing over and over again. I quite often would reflect and say, well, you know, are they having enough calories? Hopefully, yes. Are they still hitting kind of the main food groups? Hopefully, yes. So it's just taking back that judgment and that assumption that to enjoy food and to have, you know, a good quality of life, that you need variety. I think that's something that's a bit of a misconception. I think sometimes just being, like you say, not even drawing attention to it, you know, quite often it's really nice to eat kind of like buffet style or whatever, so you can like just lay the food out there, so you're not dishing up, you're not making assumptions about quantities or whatever, and then that person can just help themselves, and you know, and not having that pressure to eat at that point, and trusting that autistic person to look after themselves in their own time.
That's a really good suggestion. And it's something I do for myself, actually. If I am struggling to eat, I will put out a buffet as if I'm doing it for someone else. I'll just put food around me. I don't have to eat it. It's just there. And then eventually I might find that I do eat it, because I think you made a really good point about the pressure of a full plate. I think that can be quite overwhelming, because you feel like you've got to eat it all or something.
It can almost be over-facing before you've even started. And then it's, you know, it's about them making choices. Where do I start? What do I eat first? You know, what, you know, textures are going to go together, that's kind of thing. So it might be, oh, I just want to start with some bread. And then, you know, you finish your bread and, oh, I'll have some fruit, you know, or whatever it is that, you know, takes your fancy. Because if it's all there together and you've got different textures on a plate, different smells, visually it looks different, it can be very overwhelming.
I have a bit of a strategy as well, that I find that as the day goes on and I become more overwhelmed, I'm less able to eat. So I try and start with a decent breakfast with as many different ways of putting goodness into that. Sometimes that's a smoothie and you can put loads of stuff in there. And James was telling me about a technique called
food chaining.
Food chaining.
Yeah,
Could
yeah.
you tell me about that?
So that's basically because like a lot of autistic people have, you know, restricted diets. People think that that means they're limited to just that, but actually, obviously, it's not the food that they've become attached to. It's that taste, it's that smell, it's, you know, all the things that relate to that exact food. But other foods do contain components that relate to that. So one of the techniques that people do to sort of branch out and try more things, tricking themselves into adding things. So you're saying if you make pancakes, you might try and put some fruit in that you wouldn't usually have because you're sort of masking it with a pancake. Or I was thinking like mashed potatoes, the holy grail for this situation, because you can hide anything in that. And then slowly but surely you sort of introduce more and more food, because like say the connotation you might have made might have changed ages ago. The tastes, everyone's taste buds are constantly changing. So you might find that something you didn't like and you thought tasted exactly like this, it's completely changed. And when you have that mouthful of it in sort of, you know, in the modern day, in the modern time, then you're ready to like experience a new flavor, and it's just a new experience that you're associating with it, because sometimes you've locked yourself away from that type of food because of one bad incident. So you can create a new one by sort of surprising yourself in a way, by having it with something that you know is going to make you feel good, something that you enjoy, something that is routine and regular to you. And then from there, you've got this new meal that you can have connotations with, and then you sort of just move on to another, like you introduce something that relates to that, introduce something that relates to that, and eventually sort of your palate does widen, you can have more food, and it becomes less challenging to find, you know, that one meal wherever you go.
I think there isn't any one strategy that's going to work, because honestly, I hear that strategy and feel like, oh no, don't hide anything in my food. But that works for you, and hopefully will work for someone listening. For me personally, I kind of go the opposite way of like, I only have to have one spoonful of this food, and then I can not eat it. And then sometimes having that one spoonful would mean that actually I like this, and now I find that I'm eating it. So I more have to kind of think about tricking myself in terms of, you don't have to eat a whole meal, you just have to eat a little bit. So I think there is a little bit of an element of trial and error and figuring out what works for you.
Yeah, it's about finding what works for you personally. Like there's that story of an autistic boy who basically would only eat pink things because he had seen Calpol when he was younger. When he was ill, he'd always been given Calpol. So pink to him was really healthy because Calpol's got that luminous pink colour. So to get around that, some people started putting pink coloured food colouring in all of his meals. So he must have had like the most artistic dishes, but it meant that he could eat all the different things. And that's just by focusing on what it is that that person likes about that meal and then branching out that way. Yeah, I wouldn't advise like sneaking different types of food into other people's, because that could just create even more negative connotations, and, you know, just lose trust in the people who are serving your food. So yeah, no, there's different strokes for different folks.
So I think there's a key message here, isn't there, in that the autistic person needs to be in charge?
100%. It's so complex because you don't know if it's to do with a connotation that's been made, you don't know if it's something that's going on in the environment. So it's all down to what that person's experiencing at that time. I think when people are looking to sort of help someone who has like a challenging diet, the first thing that we're told to do is just write a diary, make a note of everything they see, smell, what was going on at that time, like no detail is too small. And that way, when you are trying to find sort of a solution or something that can help people, let's say branch out, it'll be in there. There'll be something in there that is consistent, like something consistently happens at the time around the food, whether it be the food itself, like an element of the food being too close to each other and different textures ruining it, or if it's during that day, you might live near a school and you hear a school bell go off at that time every single day, and that's what's causing it. And just having this diary of just evidence that you can refer to and you can try and find out what's going on, that can really make a huge difference. And when you are trying to sort of support an autistic person with their diet, it is better to let them lead the way. And because so many things affect how an autistic person eats, what's going on around them, the connotations that they've made of the food, the taste, you've got to really sort of just record everything and try and discover what that is through a bit of investigation, a bit of a private investigation for yourself. And that means that, you can never start this too early, but when you start suspecting that there is a challenge with someone eating, start documenting everything before, during, and after they start eating. So what can they smell? What sounds are going on around them? What's on the plate? How is the plate presented? The more and more these things happen, the more you start to see a pattern in something that's going on.
So one of the senses that we talk about less is interoception. Obviously, interoception is our awareness of our body's internal and emotional processes. So things like knowing when you're hungry or when you're thirsty. So obviously this can impact you from the perspective of whether you remember to eat or notice you need to eat, but also because it so massively impacts the experience of emotions and how you're experiencing something, and being able to recognize that can make it quite complicated as well. Is this something that you could speak to me about, Leanne?
A misconception about interoception is that people never feel hungry or they never feel thirsty. Sometimes it could be that you don't feel it and then suddenly you're starving, or your mouth feels like the Sahara Desert. And I think what's important in those kind of scenarios is to plan, which obviously is very difficult sometimes for autistic individuals. So, it's making things easier for yourself. So I love your example, Ella, where you said, I like to have a really kind of hearty breakfast because I'm kind of fresh at the day. Also, maybe it's something easier to put into your routine because it's at the start of the day rather than thinking about trying to put something in the middle, which can be quite challenging. I think it's a case of having kind of your safe foods and your easy foods. So maybe it's a cereal bar or a smoothie, like you say. So that's there. So you can have some kind of nutrients to kind of feed your body, feed your brain. Because the worst thing is to suddenly feel starving and then having to try and plan to make a meal. So that would be my advice kind of around that. And, making sure, I think sometimes people find it easier to drink from a bottle of water. So carrying that around with them in the day, rather than thinking about having to go and get a cup and go to the sink or whatever. Making things enticing. So maybe if you have a special interest and you have, a Pokemon cup that you can carry around with you that's going to kind of draw your eye. So it's easier, it's a reminder to kind of drink and that when your body's not kind of giving you those internal signals.
Yeah, that's really good advice. I have a couple of other strategies that I'll share. One is that I tend to eat at the same time. So I'm not following my hunger signals so much as following a routine. And another thing that I'll do is I'll be like, I'm not sure if I'm hungry, and I'll eat like a small thing to see, like to test the waters to see if I'm hungry. And then I'll be like, oh, I am hungry. Now I should eat a meal. Do you ever have any experience of this?
Yeah, I think because it's such an experience when we eat, your mind can be a bit of a dangerous place. So just making yourself like more spontaneous. If you think, oh, I need to eat something, I need to have a big meal now to fuel me throughout the day, to fuel me for what to do, it can be overwhelming. And, your mind goes wild trying to think of all the different things that would be perfect. Like maybe if I had protein for this, I'll go harder. Or maybe if I had carbohydrates, I'll be able to do something for longer. So just turn your house into a buffet and just have like snacks and crisps and different things scattered there. And it just becomes like, you're not even thinking about it, you just walk past and you grab something. And as long as in the planning phase of when you're getting those snacks, you are thinking of, what has good nutrition. Because as you said before, it doesn't matter if you are picky, so long as you are getting all the nutrients that you need. You can be as picky as you want, as long as you are being healthy, then what's wrong with that? Some people who are the most healthy out of us are probably the most picky out of us.
So as well as the sensory impact on food that we've just discussed, another aspect can be like the executive functioning challenge of making food happen. You've got to plan the meal, you've got to buy the food, you've got to fit the food in your fridge, which is a jigsaw, and then you've got to want the meal that you planned a week ago on the day that you plan to eat it, which so rarely happens. Have you got any tips for how to manage that?
The first thing I'd say is be kind to yourself, and sometimes things don't go to plan, and you might have the best will in the world and think, yeah, I'm going to make a meal plan and I'm going to buy lots of vegetables and fruit and I'm going to cook things from scratch, and you just don't have capacity to make that happen. Let go of the guilt that might go with that you've let food go to waste or that kind of thing. The most important thing is looking after you, making sure you're getting fuel into your body. So if that does mean actually that food plan's gone to waste and I'm going to get a takeaway or I'm going to shove a frozen pizza in the oven, that's absolutely okay. Making it easier for yourself, having alternatives. So you might think, yeah, I want to make spaghetti bolognese on Wednesday, but that doesn't happen. Maybe having a safe alternative that's easy, that's accessible in your kitchen is a happy medium, isn't it, between living that life where you batch cook and you plan your meals and having takeaway every night.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point, because I think there is a part of me that does want to be that person with the, carefully organised vegetable drawer and a plan and batch cooking and really, really impressive packed lunches. But the reality is that if I have a microwave meal as an alternative, then I'm more likely to do that. Another thing that I do is I'll plan 5 meals for the week, but I won't assign them to a specific day so that I can decide what I want on that day, but I have made a plan and I've organised the stuff. How do you manage this challenge?
Yeah, so obviously everyone wants to eat healthy. Everyone wants to have the food that, makes them feel incredible and, ones that like doctors and teachers have always told us to do. But food's also kind of like an emotional thing. We have comfort food for a reason. And as autistic people, sometimes we need that security, that safety that some of the food brings us. So I just try and approach it of what I want that day and what I want that moment is what I'll go to. But like learning not to feel guilty about going for the cheap and probably not most nutritious option is something that's like helped me quite a lot recently, especially like, if I have a hard day, I can just go across the road and be like, pizza. Yeah, I get pizza, set up, put it in the oven, saves time. It doesn't require a lot of thinking. It doesn't require a lot of planning. And then I can just get to like, relaxing and sort of make myself get calm after, a day that might not have been the easiest.
It's about that energy bank, isn't it? If you've had a day where you're really busy and you're really overloaded, then you're not going to be able to manage the extra challenges. I think we can sometimes have that like all or nothing thinking of like either we're doing it all perfectly or not at all. And I'm trying to find a middle ground there where like there are days that I can be the Ella that does that, and there are days that I'm the Ella that needs to eat the pizza. And I think that's okay.
Yeah, and it goes back to the connotations we make, because when you spend ages making food, it suddenly feels like you're eating the effort, and it's like, oh, this is draining. This food wasn't worth it. But like, if you can just nip across the road and grab some food, it's like, okay, this was really easy. I'm in an easy place now, and that's kind of what you want from your food. Like, you want it to comfort you.
In terms of actual planning, I think some of the tips that I would give are online shopping. Thank goodness for online shopping. I do not want to go into supermarkets.
We're very fortunate to live in a world now where we can reduce the social demand on ourselves when we go out. So, self-checkout's a thing. You don't have to do the social niceties that can be a bit of a struggle on top of everything. Again, shopping online, you don't even have to deal with the sensory overload of going into a shop. If it works for you, shop almost daily or every couple of days so you are buying in what you fancy and eating what feels right for you in that moment.
And I think also letting go of the norms, the preconceived ideas of how we have to do things. You don't have to eat toast for breakfast and a big meal for dinner. You don't have to eat at the same times as everybody else. You can really we all have an instinct about how to fuel ourselves. And if we give ourselves a chance to relax and lean into that, then it's okay if you have pizza for breakfast and cereal for dinner, I think, really.
Yeah, because it doesn't feel practical to go across the road and buy food every single day. But you know what else isn't practical? Ordering a bunch of food that just goes moldy in your fridge and you don't have. So yeah, don't be so hard on yourself if you are, constantly in and out of the local supermarket.
Yeah. So if all else fails, a lot of autistic people have got what we call safe foods, which is a food that that you're going to be able to prepare easily, that's probably going to be quite predictable, the same every time. It's going to be easy to eat, it's going to be comforting, it's going to be quick. At the moment, my safe food is, for some reason, porridge. and I'll always just eat that if I run out of ideas for what else to eat. Do you have a safe food, James?
Yeah, it'd probably be pancakes. I think that's because, as you said, like I have complete control. I know all the ingredients that go in. There's not that many ingredients that go in, and there is that sort of versatility to shake it up. Like you can have it as savoury. You can put like a bit of bacon on it or something, and that way, you know, I'm still getting that thing that I am aware of, that I know, that I can count on. But you know, it's in a different package, which gives me, you know, a bit of extra flavour, a bit of diversity in the day.
I think there can also be like eating out safe foods. So there is a particular place that many of us know that I'm not going to name that can often be a common safe food for autistic people. And I think it is because they're all over the country, in fact, all over the world, and they're pretty predictable and you will get the same thing everywhere that you go. And so if I've had a long day and we've got to eat out, like say on the way home from somewhere, my husband will always be like, we'll go there because I know you'll be okay. Is that a fairly common thing as well in your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. Thinking about sensory processing, a lot of autistic individuals have very refined palates. They can smell things a mile off, taste things that if they're slightly different. So again, that's why we see, you know, wanting things the same down to the brand. You might even have like for each restaurant, you know, that you visit, that you know, I'm going to have that each time because it's safe. And again, you don't have to plan. You don't have to focus on reading the menu. It's there, it's tried, it's tested, and you know you're going to be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I hate it when a restaurant changes its menu and takes my safe food away. I think the other thing that I do that you've made me think is I can add sauce to something to make it a safe food. So I have a particular sauce that I will even sometimes take with me, which is probably not very classy, but who cares? That if I have to eat something that's maybe not my preferred choice, if I can have this sauce, it turns it into a safe food.
Yeah, I think that's great. And, you know, I would say let go of that thought of, oh, it's not classy or it doesn't look good. You know, rock up to your friend's house with your favourite sauce. You know, if that's what's going to help you get through that meal or, you know, through that situation, 100% go for it.
Yeah, and if they have got a problem with that, they're just not really your people, are they?
Exactly.
So I think what we're saying here, aren't we, is that ultimately there are a lot of neuronormative expectations around food, by which I mean that we should eat certain foods at certain times, that we should eat a certain way, that we should be buying certain things, none of which might work for you if you are an autistic individual. And so it is okay to lean into what works for you, to make the choices that feel right to you, and to enjoy food in the way that you enjoy it. If you found this video useful, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. I think being autistic and having sensory sensitivities impacts all of my life. So obviously it's going to impact my sex and sexuality experience. Things like, for example, I'm really sensitive to smell, and people have quite strong smells that you might not notice until you're kind of up close. And so that's something I've had to learn to manage. Hannah, as a clinician, can you explain more how sensory sensitivities might impact this experience?
Neurodivergent people want to have sex and they want to be close to people, but it's very sensory overload. Sometimes I suggest a shower beforehand. I think that's quite good. Together, maybe, so that everything's clean, and find a smell that you do like. So one smell, because multiple smells are difficult. Shower afterwards and just be able to talk about it.
I think that can be really difficult, can't it? Opening those conversations can feel really awkward and really embarrassing. But I would say that for me, what I've realised is that if I'm not in the position to have those conversations, then it's probably not right for me to be being intimate with this person anyway. Like, the level of intimacy that we're about to share is more than talking about my sensory sensitivities. Molly, do you feel like your sensory needs have ever impacted your experiences in this area?
Because I was never taught as a young, adult to be very confident and speak up and advocate for myself and be comfortable being vulnerable with people that I may not feel 100% comfortable around. I put myself in positions where I shouldn't have been in those situations, where I should have maybe have spoken up and said, I'm not comfortable. I never did, because I was so scared of being rejected and being told, you know, you need to do it. Now, if I could go back and tell the younger Molly, it would be very much like, stop. Think about, do you actually want to do this or not? Because my sensory issues were very prominent then, and they still are now. But then, because I didn't know what was going on, I didn't have a diagnosis at that point, I thought I was like weird. So I put myself in these positions because I was like proving myself wrong. No, you're not weird. You can do this. But I put that much pressure on myself that I made myself do it. And thinking back to my first time and stuff like that, I shouldn't have done it, because I wasn't very comfortable.
Like for me personally, I have sensory issues around touch. Like I really can't handle light touch, which is something that people often use in intimate situations.
Yeah.
And I also find sensory issues around like the noise. Like if there's a loud noise, say, and I'm in a situation with someone where we're being intimate, I can completely not be in my body anymore because I'm over there in the garden listening to someone cutting the lawn. So I feel like there's so much around my sensory sensitivities that can distract me and mean that I'm not present, that I have to really consider those things in order to be having, as you say, an experience that is positive for you, rather than ticking the box of, I have done this job of being intimate with this person that I feel like I'm supposed to be doing. Would you mind talking about like specific sensory sensitivities that you have?
Yeah, so for me, like hot and sweaty, I don't like that. I don't like the feeling of having somebody else, you know, with you, feeling like that, rubbing up against. No, it's not my vibe. I didn't like it and never have done, but I pushed myself to do it because, you know, like you say, done it. But that was, and it still is, very much an issue that I don't like. And like you say, smell is a very big thing. I'm very easily triggered by smells, and I get migraines, and what I smell, other people seem to not be able to smell. And it's like, but I can smell that. Can you not smell? But it, like you say, it distracts me and makes me feel like I can't do this here. But like aftershave is like a big one where I'm like I can't, you know, literally I can't think of anything else but that smell, and that is again distracting. But yeah, and like for me, it's more the heat and the body and touching, and
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like for me, anything that takes me away from being fully immersed in the experience means that, and I think this probably is an autistic thing, I then become so aware of the ridiculousness of the situation that I am in, because there is no logic to intimacy with another human being, unless I guess you are looking to procreate, right? Otherwise it is completely illogical. What are we doing here? Why are we doing this? What is this? And so anything that means I'm suddenly like in the room going, what the heck, isn't going to enhance my experience. Does that make sense?
No, it does. Perfect. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
So obviously managing the sensory environment, as you've said, Hannah, is really important. And that's things like considering lighting and sound and smell. But we're with another person here. So let's talk a little bit about how you think it is best to communicate, to learn to communicate these needs with your partner.
It's really difficult because I think anyone should have a frank conversation with their partner before they have sex. But that's not how the world works, is it? Because we tend to get into it before it happens. Being very open about your sensory needs, knowing what they are for yourself. So things like lighting, things like smell, things like sound, and just saying this is the way that we're going to have the best time together, and writing it down maybe, or having it written down for yourself and then sharing it with your partner before you go into it. I think that's the only thing you can do, but it is hard. It's really tough.
I think if someone doesn't respect you, again, we go back to, if someone doesn't respect you enough to listen to what your sensory needs are, then they don't respect you enough for you to be wanting to have sex with them. I think another issue is we have quite a lot of media representation of sex between neurotypical people. And so I think sometimes people learn how to communicate around sex from those examples. But the only example I've ever seen of sex with autistic people is on The Good Doctor. And obviously the guy playing the Good Doctor is not autistic, so it is not entirely authentic. So I wonder whether it would be useful if we actually had some more examples out there in the world that we could look at and use as part of learning how to communicate this stuff.
I think it's also important to say that the neurotypical things we see on TV about having sex aren't also how it happens for neurotypical people. Like, it does give you this like benchmark and you're like, why is this not happening? So I think also these conversations are really important because it makes us realize that it is just really weird.
Because there's no right or wrong, is there? There's no like right or wrong way to have sex. I suppose it's what you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nobody is talking about this stuff, and we're not being educated about this stuff, and we're certainly not being educated about how to talk about the fact that I feel like your breath smells like a dog right now, but I don't know how to say that to you because it feels rude, and this does not feel like the moment. Okay, so let's just get down to icks, sensory icks around sex. For me personally, I don't like it when someone is kissing me and getting their saliva on my body. I find that really disgusting, and again, something that's really hard to communicate because it's not normally the sort of thing you've talked about beforehand. So I think it's really important to know that you can say no.
No as a full sentence.
As a full sentence when a sensory ick happens. So just because you haven't laid out a full list of ways in which they might impact your sensory sensitivities does not mean that you cannot stop midway and say, oh, actually, I hadn't even thought of this, but that's a no for me.
Yeah, like withdraw your consent.
Right.
At any time.
So have you got any sensory icks?
To be fair, my biggest one, it always has been a bit like just something going inside me has always been a bit like, ooh, because I've never really liked the idea. I've always thought like, nothing's meant to go inside me unless I want a baby. You know, very much like black and white thinking. Why do I need to do this if I don't want a baby?
Right.
So like having like, intercourse says, it goes inside you. And for me, it was very much like, no. The first time was very much like, I don't like this. It wasn't like comfortable because it was like, it doesn't feel right to me. And again, like I said, I should have advocated and said maybe, nope, stop, I'm not comfortable. But because the tick in the box thing, I just done it because it was like, I need to do it. But yeah, no, those sort of things and like bodily fluids, the thing of like diseases, getting transmitted disease, things like that is just a bit, for me, I'm not terribly like okay with things like that. I'm very like conscious about, like, I would make someone sign a waiver. You're sure you haven't got nothing? Because to me, it's very much, that's an issue. Like the whole idea of catching anything is like, no, I want everything clean, tidy, but like you say, it doesn't always happen like that. Things can't plan things, can you? It's sometimes spontaneous. And yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can ask someone to wear a condom.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that because
yeah.
if you don't have someone wear a condom, it's not just the sensory ick at that time. That can continue due to gravity throughout the day, right? There can be fluids that hang around for quite a long time if you don't use a condom that can be a real sensory issue for some people, right?
Just thinking about it, isn't it? Just like knowing that, that's my icks. Because you're not taught about all these little things at school. So in the real world, things happen which you're not taught until you're in that moment. So like, those icks are they're very dominant at the time, but like you say, they can prolong depending on if you use condoms or not. But yeah.
Another one for me is eye contact during intimacy. So like when someone is inside you or being intimate and they're looking at you in that, this is so romantic, aren't we having a moment kind of way into your eyes. I find that deeply uncomfortable. And I feel like I can't look away because that's rude and you're going to feel unconnected from me. But I feel like, I don't know, it just feels wrong. I guess actually as an autistic person, I don't like eye contact.
Yeah.
This makes me think, what we're talking about here is that we have this whole set of social rules around sex and intimacy that can be very similar to the social rules around life that neurotypical people seem to find easy, that I as an autistic person feel like I have to conform to or mask to because otherwise I'm getting it wrong, but actually would maybe rather change those rules to suit my neurology, right?
Yeah.
But it's about communication, isn't it? And I think it's something that we don't do very well in neurotypical world anyway. I think sex is such a difficult area for a lot of people because you have to communicate what you like, what you don't like. And I think quite often, and I'm not trying to be sexist, but a lot of girls and women and non-binary individuals agree to things before.
Yeah, I've been in those situations. I think like behaviour is a form of communication. And like if someone isn't willing to sit down and listen to what I want or like what I need, then to me that's showing me that their behaviour isn't acceptable and maybe I shouldn't be in this situation.
Do you do that now?
I have. I've had to advocate. I've been put through situations, not just in sex, but in relationships and friendships where I haven't, and it's led me to go down paths that I didn't want to be down. But as I've gotten older and like obviously life experiences, it gave me that confidence to be like, this is what I need. And you know, if we're gonna go through with this, then that's what I need. If it doesn't work for you, then maybe it's not meant to be. Then it's not. I'm not going to be comfortable, and I'm no is what I'm saying. I'm not going to consent to be in that situation.
Yeah.
I kind of want to give you a little round of applause. That's great.
So that's really interesting, because the point what Molly said is about being diagnosed, and I think that's the thing, is that if you know yourself and have insight into your own differences and
that's
things, then probably gives you confidence.
It definitely did. Like beforehand, you know, I thought I was a bit weird, and I thought I'm just going to do these things to prove myself wrong. Like I can do this, so I pushed myself to do many things that I didn't want to do. But as soon as I was diagnosed, something just switched, and I thought, no, I don't need to prove to myself that I can do these things, because there is no timeline in life. And as soon as that hit, I was like, I stopped doing everything that didn't make me happy, and now I'm the happiest I've ever been, because I don't do those things. I don't put myself in situations that I don't want to be in. No is, like I say, is a full sentence, and I've learned that. But before it was, if that makes you happy, then I'll do it. But it shouldn't be like that. It should be, I'm not happy, I'm not doing it. But I've had to learn, like, that's not easy. Like therapy, talking to people, that's the only way I've learned how to advocate. And I feel like that's why being here today is important, because not everyone has access to a diagnosis or to therapy. So I feel like this conversation is really important to have.
So we've talked about communicating need, but the other really important thing to communicate is boundaries and consent, and making sure that at any stage in an intimate situation you feel safe and protected and able to withdraw consent. I know that consent is something that you have been doing a lot of research and thinking into, Hannah, so can I hand this over to you to talk about?
I work with a lot of women and girls and non-binary people that have been assaulted, particularly when I started to work in the prison system, in women's prisons. They were in prison for what we would call prostitution, but it's actually that they were involved with someone that they thought they could trust, who got them to do things that they didn't want to do. This is part of the journey where I realised that there's something going on here. Because I think the thing is that there's such a desire and want to be wanted and loved and accepted among neurodivergent people. But then particularly if you're not diagnosed and you're not equipped and you're not understanding and you don't have people supporting you in the right way, and then maybe drugs become involved and lots of other stuff, it's really easy to end up in the wrong situation and not know how to get out. And it is frightening how easy it is to be in a situation and then realise that you're in a bad situation, but you're already in it. Not to say they obviously didn't do things that were not right, but we all do things that are not right.
They didn't do it with intent.
No. Because they trusted somebody. And I think that's the problem with consent, is agreeing to do something because you think it's going to get you some love and acceptance.
Like you might agree to something and then be in that situation and it doesn't feel right, but you feel like you've said yes. That's not the case. You can say you'll do something, start to do something, realise that it's not right, and still withdraw consent.
I think that's where like a lot of teaching needs to happen, because not a lot of people know that, and they feel like once they've said yes, they've got to go through it out of humiliation as well. I feel like it might be ashamed to say, actually, no, I'm not, I don't want to do it. Once you've started going and you feel like, actually, no, I don't want to do that.
I don't think we're taught that generally, though. I don't think neurotypical people are taught that either.
I think where it becomes dangerous is when you've got this thing that none of us are taught and maybe none of us are comfortable with, intersecting with someone who carries trauma, who maybe has low self-esteem and who's maybe developed some strong people-pleasing tendencies. And I know that for me, I've been in situations that haven't been right for me, that I have blamed myself for, because my tendency at that time as a highly masking, undiagnosed autistic person was to look for me as the problem in all situations. I've even been in situations which are arguably, you know, could be considered kind of sexual violence, where I have felt afterwards, well, that was on me. And I think that's a common experience for, particularly for autistic people, because we've been told our whole lives, and particularly for ADHDers, because we've been told our whole lives that we're the problem. So why wouldn't we automatically assume that we're the problem?
Yeah, because we always feel like we're not doing like as good as we could be. So like you're not trying hard enough. So you feel like you have to do something to please other people. Otherwise, that rejection and that like you like being like told you're not good enough is gonna, and that feeling is not great to have. Like to feel like you're the problem and you have flaws. I mean, looking for it in yourself, and I mean that's heartbreaking.
Or like I felt like, honestly, I felt like because I'm intense, because I have emotional dysregulation, so I might have cried or I might have shouted or I might have behaved in ways that I'm not proud of, that means that their response to that was obviously right because of the way that I was. That's obviously on me, right? At the end of the day, no matter what, no one has a right to cross your boundaries in a way that isn't acceptable. But I think that is a message we need to be getting out there. And that's what I mean. Like, yeah, everybody isn't good at consent. Everyone isn't being taught about consent. But autistic people are particularly vulnerable when not being taught about consent.
Especially undiagnosed neurodivergent young people. It really worries me because you're doing everything. They are doing everything to try and fit in and be included and wanted and liked. And so you're sort of taught that if you have sex with someone, then it's going to be okay and you'll be in. It's really dangerous.
I think the one thing that can affect knowing what your boundaries should be and what you can and can't consent to is where you're getting your information about what sex looks like, right? And I think especially now with the internet, young people are getting their idea of what sex looks like from pornography, which is a completely poor representation, often designed for the male gaze. And that's dangerous on two counts for me. It's dangerous in terms of people feeling that they should perform in a certain way, but it's also dangerous in terms of expectations that particularly maybe male partners might have on what they should be getting in that experience.
It's not realistic. Like, you know, I see a lot of the representation is very thin white woman, lovely blonde hair, very like petite. And really, not every woman is like that. From a boy's point of view, they see this and they think that is a beautiful woman, and that's what they want and that's what they expect. In my opinion, that's not what makes someone beautiful. And I feel like they grow up seeing this from like, I think it's getting younger and younger, and they're believing it from such a young age that it's built in, that they think it's normal. But when it comes to it, when it's reality, they're like disappointed because it doesn't work like that. It's not like that. That's not what reality is. You know, we're not all photoshopped in real life. And that's not how it works.
They're always making particular noises and they're always very focused on pleasing him, and it is very much for the male gaze, isn't it?
I think that's also got a lot to answer for the rise in sexual violence as well. There has been an increase in young adolescent men assaulting girls, and it's because they think that the way that they see the sex is the way that you're meant to do it, and it's quite violent and painful.
I think that's like as well, like when you're autistic and you mask and you see these things, you think that's how it's meant to be. So for males, you know, autistic males, they might think that is how I've got to do it, and they portray it, but they may not mean to like come across like that, but you know, they do it because that's what they see, and that's how they think that they should act. And again, that's just another like vulnerable place that puts autistic people in.
Yeah, I agree. So I think there are some like obvious red flags that we could talk about now that it might be helpful to have in this video. For example, one red flag that I've learned about is a thing called love bombing, right? Which is where someone is like super, 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 super nice to you and acts as if you're the best thing ever, and then is suddenly really horrible and mean and nasty. And then when you're upset about that, they go back to being super, super nice to you, and the pattern repeats. And that's one that I've learned about that I think is quite a useful one to share. Have you guys got any other red flags that you would say people should be looking for?
I'd say the unwillingness to communicate, like sit down and speak about something, as in like what you like, what they like. They're not willing to meet you in the middle and like compromise. Then for me, that's like a big no. Then I feel like that isn't a situation or, you know, a partnership that you should put yourself in personally.
I agree. And also I think someone that starts to tell you that your friends aren't very nice and isolates you from people around you, so that they make you sort of believe that they're the only person you can see. That's quite a vulnerable point, I think, for neurodivergent young people.
I've seen that happen a lot actually in like young people where they're like, they cut off their friends and become this like absorbed with this one person, but really like, and then like their friends become that person's friends, and then they don't do anything apart. I feel like doing everything together isn't a healthy situation. Obviously, that if that's how great if it works for you, but I feel like time apart and getting to know yourself is great.
And if your partner isn't encouraging that, that's a massive red flag. But I would also add to that if you have a friend and you're noticing their partner doing that, rather than thinking, oh, they are rejecting me because they're just going off with their partner, think, is my friend actually okay? What is happening here?
Yeah, I've actually been in a situation where it's like that, and my friend has gone off with a partner, and I feel like, oh, I'm not, you don't want to be my friend anymore. But later on, you know, as the relationship developed, it was actually, this person was an extreme narcissist and a really dominant person, and the relationship became quite, you know, violent, and it wasn't nice. But it does happen, and I felt like this person rejected me because they didn't want, you know, they'd got a boyfriend now, that's it.
And I don't think you should necessarily do anything that puts you in danger.
No.
But just stay. Don't go.
That's it.
Be there. Be at the end of the phone if they need you.
Yeah,
right?
staying present is a good thing, and making sure they know that you're there, because that's what I would do. Be like, I'm here, you know, I know we might not be as close, but I'm here.
Yeah. And then there's obvious things like, obviously, if someone is physically violent towards you, that is never okay. But there's also verbal violence, right? If someone's saying negative things about you or your family or your friends, that's just never okay, really, is it?
No.
I think autistic people might be particularly vulnerable to manipulations like coercive control. Because, for example, there's a number of reasons that I personally feel like I might get sucked into that. One is that notion that we're sold in media that we will find our person and they will be everything. You know, if you've ever watched a rom-com, that's going to happen. But also the idea that, like, this is what I need to do in order for someone to love me. So I wonder whether you feel like that's the case in the women that you've worked with, Hannah.
Completely. I think manipulation is a massive part of it. So I work with young people that have been victims of childhood sexual exploitation, CSE. So that has purely happened on the basis that people know that these neurodivergent individuals will want to be in a gang or in a relationship or loved or liked, and they will use that, and that's manipulation. And that's something that happens without you realizing, because they'll tell you things that you want to hear about yourself. They'll tell you that, you know, with girls and women and non-binary people, it will be that they're beautiful, they're sexy, that they want to be with them. And then gradually they'll start to get them to do things for them. Like, if you go and do this thing, I'll take you out for dinner. It's really subtle.
And I think there's something in there about also being generally quite trusting. Like, I have a really hard time with the idea that people don't always have good intentions. I know that that's the case, and I know that there are people out there like that, but I genuinely don't tend to be suspicious about that in any situation. And I'm generally quite shocked when someone does something that's deliberately bad. Like, the idea that someone could think, I'm going to do this bad thing and do it, is really, really alien to me.
That's the thing, it's alien. It's like, why would anyone do this to me?
It's because it's not in your nature.
Also, because we just think if someone's being nice to us,
They're
'cause
probably
they like us.
nice. Yeah. And so I think taking things on face value all the time is part of why we could be vulnerable. It's like that if someone is saying to me, I like you and it's going to be okay, I am going to believe them, really. And even if someone told me you shouldn't trust that person, I would still probably believe them. I think the way that I interpret people's communication is based so much on the specific language and the words that they are saying to me, and isn't taking so strongly into account their body language or their gestures or their tone of voice or their eye, particularly the way they use their eyes. And a lot of lies are actually spotted by those more subtle, nuanced things rather than the words they're using. Whereas I am really like listening to the words you're saying as my predominant source of understanding who you are and what your intentions are. And that is a vulnerability, isn't it? If you found this video helpful, please like, consider subscribing to the channel, and check out the description box for more information.
Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. According to quantum physics, the universe should have collapsed on itself in the instant after the Big Bang due to all particles being 100 billion times heavier. But recent observations of the universe existing suggest that this may not have happened. Even more recent observations at the Large Hadron Collider have failed to find out why. In particular, why the Higgs boson is light enough to allow the universe to exist. This is part of something known as the hierarchy problem, and some consider it to be the most important unsolved problem in physics. Hey everyone, quick update before we start. We've observed that the YouTube algorithm isn't promoting our episodes within the community as much, and so we're conducting an experiment. Over the next few episodes, we'll test whether increasing likes and comments impacts sharing. If you'd like to be a data point in this experiment, hit like and/or leave a comment. And if you're new and enjoying this, subscribe and please press the bell. We'll analyze the results and report back after a few episodes. The Standard Model of Particle Physics is a pretty humble name for one of the pinnacle achievements of 20th century physics. It takes the mathematical formalism of quantum field theory and uses it to describe every known particle in the universe. But when first developed, the Standard Model had a pretty major issue. In its early form, none of the particles, not even the matter particles, had any mass. A particle without mass is obliged to travel exactly at the speed of light all the time and never slower. The Standard Model predicted a universe in which all particles acted like radiation, which would imply no atoms or what we think of as matter. Maybe such a universe exists out there, but it's not this one, apparently. The particles of matter, the electrons, quarks, etc., do have mass, so the builders of the Standard Model needed a mechanism to give it to them. And the best candidate for the job was a mechanism developed simultaneously by several people in the early 60s. That mechanism is driven by what we now call the Higgs field, after one of those several. With that field also came the inevitability of a new particle, the Higgs boson. Now, if we could just detect this particle, we would verify this mass-granting mechanism and wrap up the Standard Model. So, the Large Hadron Collider was built, fired up, and in 2012 the Higgs boson obediently appeared with the right mass to make sense of the masses of the other known particles. Nice work, Standard Model achieved. Of course, mysteries still remain. Dark matter, dark energy, the matter-antimatter asymmetry, neutrino masses, how gravity fits into the picture. Quite a few issues actually. But the discovery of the Higgs really did close out the Standard Model as a fully self-consistent theory. But there was one particular detail to sort out with regards to the Higgs, an I to dot, so to speak. If the Higgs gives mass to the particles of the Standard Model, what gives mass to the Higgs? And more importantly, why does the Higgs have the specific mass that it does? It turns out that just as we needed the Higgs to explain the masses of the Standard Model particles, we needed a whole family of new particles to explain why the Higgs has its mass, in particular why it has such a low mass in the range of the other standard model particles. So the LHC kept powering up. Physicists expected these new particles to pop out, but there was nothing. It's now been over a decade since the discovery of the Higgs boson, and it's the only new elementary particle that the LHC has found. This seems like a relatively minor problem, nothing that a little more theorizing can't fix, but it's considered such a serious issue by many that it's been called the crisis in physics. Today, I want to convey why some think of this as such a big deal. It all comes down to one question. Why is the mass of the Higgs boson so small? In particular, why is it so much smaller than the current version of the standard model predicts it to be? This episode is a follow-on from our two recent ones on the quantum structure surrounding the electron and how that defines the electron's mass. If I stop making sense at any point today, maybe go and check those out and come back, or just absorb all the science words and hope for the best. Let's go step by step. First, the origin of mass. We covered how the Higgs field grants mass to the particles of matter a long time ago. For now, it's enough to know that due to the unusual nature of the Higgs field, it exists in a state of non-zero energy everywhere in the universe. Particles that interact with this field absorb some of that energy, and this becomes their mass, or at least part of it. Once a particle has mass from the Higgs field, it will also gain even more mass from the cloud of quantum fluctuations that surround the particle. We covered that in a lot of detail in the last episode in this series. The mass of the electron comes from both its so-called bare mass as well as the mass of the swarm of matter-antimatter pairs flickering around it. That leads to quantum corrections to the bare mass, resulting in what we call the dressed mass. Those quantum corrections come from literally every quantum field the particle can interact with, and every energy scale that these interactions can happen at. If we just keep adding up those quantum corrections with no upper limit to the energy scale, we get that the particle has infinite mass. Particles don't have infinite mass, so what's up? Well, it's possible to cancel out some of these quantum corrections because some of them add positive energy, some add negative energy. If the quantum corrections are basically random, then the cancellation in general won't be perfect except by extreme luck. So imagine we discover a particle that has a tiny mass, and we can only explain that tininess as being due to many enormous quantum corrections cancelling out almost perfectly by pure chance. That would seem unnatural. The mass should really be around the scale of the largest of those corrections. We also call such unnatural cancellations finely tuned, because it seems like someone went in and twiddled the knobs of these otherwise unrelated quantum corrections to make the cancellation work. If we see that a particle's mass looks unnaturally small or finely tuned, we typically assume that we've missed something. And we're typically right. There are a few cases where we found some sort of new physics that enables the cancellation of those quantum corrections. This new physics typically works above a certain energy scale, suppressing quantum corrections above that scale. For a given particle, its mass will still receive contributions from random quantum corrections up to that scale. In general, this means the measured mass of any particle will be at around the energy scale where the new physics gets started with its cancellation. In the case of the electron, we figured out that most of the mass cancellation comes from a particular virtual interaction involving the electron's antimatter counterpart. This works all the way down to the low measured mass of the electron. See the previous episode for the deets. An important point is that this works for the electron because it's a spin-half particle, a fermion, which means that it has an antimatter counterpart to assist in this cancellation. More formally, the electron has an extra symmetry, chiral symmetry, that wants to pull the mass down to zero, just as the quantum fluctuations want to increase it. So, new physics that appears that a particular energy can give us a way to avoid piling on virtual mass up to infinity. This phenomenon is seen for other particles too. There are a couple of cases involving mesons, which are combinations of a quark and antiquark pair. For example, the kaon, which is a strange quark combined with either an up or a down quark. The masses of the kaon subtypes are very close to each other. However, when the kaon was first discovered, we tried to calculate that mass difference and found that it should be much larger than expected, and that large predicted mass difference was due to large quantum corrections. This felt unnatural, and so physicists guessed that there must be some unknown physics at a very particular lowish energy to keep the kaon masses in check. They figured that the energy had to be a few giga-electron volts. Shortly afterwards, the charm quark was discovered at 1.5 GeV, and adding the charm to the quantum correction calculations gave us the correct mass difference for the kaon. So, new physics appeared at right around the necessary energy to protect the kaon from being unnatural. Something similar is true for the pion, another meson whose mass difference is protected by the rho meson, which has exactly the right energy to keep the pion in check. Okay, great. So, if the particle mass is small, then we expect to find new physics at an energy scale not too much greater than the particle's mass in order to suppress large quantum corrections. Now back to the Higgs. The Higgs boson is particularly vulnerable to having its mass blown up because of its unusual status as the only spin-zero particle in the standard model. It doesn't have the natural protection that the electron and the quarks have by virtue of their additional symmetries. The Higgs is its own antiparticle, so it doesn't have the same self-cancelling virtual interactions as the electron, for example. Based on the standard model as we currently know it, there is no mechanism to protect the Higgs's low mass at any known energy. Now, we know that the standard model is for sure incomplete. It fails at a certain very high energy. That's the energy of the Planck scale, 10 to the power of 17 times more energetic than the Higgs boson. This is also the scale at which we think gravity and spacetime themselves become quantum. We don't know what happens above this scale, but at the very least we expect fluctuations so energetic that they curve the fabric of spacetime. For sure, there could be mechanisms above that scale to prevent the Higgs mass from becoming literally infinite, but before we even get close to those, we expect there to be fluctuations that should drive the Higgs mass close to the Planck scale. So maybe these extreme quantum corrections get eliminated by chance cancellations. But the chance to randomly tune that cancellation to 1 part in 100 million billion is low, to say the least. It would be the biggest fine-tuning problem in physics. Because of that, physicists expect that other non-random mechanisms are at work at lower energy scales to do the necessary cancellations. In the 1970s, physicists came up with an elegant system to do just that, called supersymmetry, or SUSY. SUSY postulates that every particle, both the fermions that constitute matter and the bosons that transmit forces, have a supersymmetric counterpart. For every fermion there's a supersymmetric boson, and for every boson a counterpart fermion. If these SUSY particles have the right energies, they cleanly cancel out the diverging quantum corrections of the Higgs. And to do the job that they're needed for, the lightest of these SUSY particles would have to have masses not too much greater than the Higgs itself, in which case the LHC should have found them by now, which it didn't. So what went wrong and what does it mean? First up, let me say that supersymmetry might still be right. The LHC has probed up to a particular energy range, and that includes the range where the most parsimonious version of SUSY was expected to reveal the first particles. But there still could be SUSY particles at higher energies, and those could still serve to protect the Higgs mass. The problem is that even if LHC finds its first SUSY particle in the next year, its mass will be too high to completely avoid some fine-tuning of the Higgs mass. This has led to a lot of effort to come up with new theories that explain the low mass of the Higgs. I can't go into them all now, so I'll just mention a couple of the prominent ones. There are various models that describe the Higgs as a composite particle arising from a slightly more complicated quantum field than the usual Higgs field, but which does the same job of granting mass. This field is fermionic, which means its excitations have spin half, and it behaves somewhat like the strong force in the way its particles bind via confinement in pairs to give the spin zero composite Higgs particle. But the mass of this particle is dynamical, meaning it arises from the interaction, not as a fundamental property of the individual particles. And those individual particles have their own tiny masses protected in the same way as other fermions. That means this composite Higgs is safe from being blown up in the same way that an elementary Higgs would be. This family of theories are called technicolor, as a play on the color charge of the strong force, although this would really be a different force and field altogether. The idea of a composite Higgs isn't new, and it predates the so-called crisis in physics. In fact, many technicolor models were ruled out by the discovery of the Higgs, and more have been ruled out since. However, there are still versions that could work and perhaps solve the hierarchy problem. Maybe the most controversial solution is that it's genuinely, crazily unlikely to have such a small Higgs mass. Maybe those random cancellations really did happen to line up just by chance. Well, if this were the only universe, then that would indeed be a ridiculous stroke of good fortune. But what if there are many universes, each with a slightly different physics, and so the Higgs mass takes on different values across this multiverse? Most of these universes would have a Higgs particle with a ginormous mass, and these would instantly collapse. Only a few would blast any time at all. And there'd be fewer still with a Higgs mass and other standard model parameters that were amenable to the formation of stars and planets and life. And if that's the case, well, which universe do you think that we'd find ourselves in? One that can produce us, probably. This is the so-called anthropic principle, and it's a perfectly reasonable argument. It's also strongly disliked by many physicists because it means that the whole idea of naturalness sort of dies as a tool for advancing physics. Now, we've talked about the anthropic principle before, and we will again. It's a deep subject and often mischaracterized, and that's why I won't say any more about it now. The Higgs hierarchy problem is actually just one facet of a more global hierarchy problem related to other extreme differences in the scales of nature. The difference between the Higgs mass and the Planck scale, but also the difference between the strength of gravity and the strength of the quantum forces, and the weakness of dark energy compared to the theoretical prediction from, again, the expected large quantum fluctuations approaching the Planck scale. In upcoming videos, we'll talk more about the hierarchy problem and why it's considered such a deep mystery and why it may point the way to even deeper physics. In the meantime, let's just be grateful for the lightness of the Higgs boson, which apparently did not thwart the Big Bang and recollapse spacetime. Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. Scientists often find themselves in some of the remote corners of the world, and whether you're in a remote location or just working from home, the need for reliable, secure communication and data transfer remains important. With AnyDesk, file transfer functionality allows for fast, secure and direct file transfers, bypassing the cloud entirely. With coverage all over the world, AnyDesk remains fast and reliable with over 99% uptime. And when you're working on that groundbreaking research, you don't want any distractions. Thankfully, AnyDesk features a clean user interface and a simple user experience, as well as compatibility across multiple computing and mobile platforms. So even if your astronomical dataset is still running on Windows XP 9, AnyDesk still has you covered with backwards compatibility. AnyDesk is available for personal use, but if your research requires a lot of global communication, AnyDesk offers custom-tailored business plans. To learn more about AnyDesk, go to anydesk.com/spacetime or check out the link in the description. Hey everyone, before we go, we wanted to let you know we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Space Shuttle patent with some limited edition merch in the merch store. There's multicolored hoodies and t-shirts featuring the original patent, the first ever Spacetime notebook, as well as a re-release of the multifunctional Spacetime pen in new colors. You can check it out at pbsspacetime.com/shop. There's a link in the description. Thank you to Delete Me for supporting PBS. Big things are made of smaller things, and those smaller things are made of smaller things. Still, that's reductionism in a nutshell. And digging our way to the